ending compared to in her entryway with all the bricks around it, and probably general weight as well. Maybe they'll be able to get some kind of an ethnicity out of it. But I think the big thing in this, Joe, is going to be that they are going to be going out and saying, and already Savannah Guthrie is on Instagram, somebody knows this guy. Somebody's going to say, hey, I know that sweatshirt. You know, my brother, my husband, my boy. You know, I mean, somebody's going to say, I know those gloves. I saw that sweatshirt and that backpack in his car. And that they're going to be able to identify who this is. That the FBI doesn't know. Pima County Sheriff, they don't know who this is. Somebody out there, somebody listening right now knows this guy and should be able to lead detectives that way. That they're not there yet, but very quickly, now that these have gone out, somebody may say, hey, I know who that is, and lead them that way.
The FBI released video and images this morning showing a person wearing a mask, gloves, and a backpack captured on the Nest surveillance camera outside of Nancy Guthrie's Catalina Foothills home. Alex Stone, ABC News correspondent, joining me right now with all of the latest on this. Alex, the FBI director said this person was armed. I didn't see a gun, a knife, anything in the surveillance that I saw. Did you see any type of weapon?
Yeah, so there's a gun pretty clearly in his front waistband that is sticking out, assuming it's a real gun. We are told by the FBI and Pima County Sheriff, no indication that a gun was fired. But it does look like there is the butt of a gun or the handle of the gun, the grip that is sticking out from up above the waistband. And we still don't know. We may get more video. Maybe they can retrieve more. How did he get into the home? Was there an open window? We don't know of any signs of forced entry. Was a door unlocked? What came after messing with this camera? We don't know. But Savannah Guthrie today is saying on Instagram, Joe, that she believes her mother is still alive, and she writes, bring her home. But it does clearly show that her mom was the victim of a crime, that this is what was going on before she disappeared, but what happened after this is still not clear.
We're on day 10 of the search to find Nancy Guthrie. Do we know how long authorities may have had these images of this individual, or is this something that, hey, as soon as they got this, they came out with it, or were they looking at these for a day or two and just decided, hey, we need to go with the public because we can't piece together who this is?
We don't know, because they had made it very clear that they didn't think there were any images or any video that was going to be retrievable because the subscription was not paid for with at Nest. So that was what they were saying all the way up until this morning. And then we got word this morning something was probably coming. We don't know if they had just gotten these from Google, the owner of Nest, or if maybe they thought, well, let's work with these images for a couple of days or a day, and that they weren't able to get anywhere. You know, the Boston Marathon bombers is a good example where they got images on that one, and they had them for, I believe, about a day or so, and then finally decided they had to put them out because they had no other leads. It seems like this may be that, where they got these and they said, we've got nothing else. I mean, they have, and our sources have reiterated to us over and over again, they've got nothing else, at least as of last night and early this morning, that this may be a, hey, we got these from Google, put them out. What harm could be done? Somebody say, hey, I know that guy, and then they've got him. And then hopefully they have an answer of what happened to Nancy Guthrie as well. That what is the harm of putting it out there? And that's what Kash Patel did earlier today.
Well, and I'm sure that both the FBI and the Pima County Sheriffs want to try to put some of the rampant speculation to rest as well. And it seems the less that they come up with, the more that individuals in the public are going to try to fill in holes and
the public
and come up with theories of their own.
It's everybody, and it's human nature to want to do that. And as we've talked about before, that I think on all of these stories that, like the Titan submarine a couple of years ago, where people had all these theories that they were at the bottom of the ocean, like having dinner, waiting to be rescued, and because when there is not information, everybody begins filling in the blanks with, well, it could be this, it could be that. This is another one of those cases where it is so mysterious to us. We don't know what went on. Investigators don't yet have the answers of what went on. So everybody is filling in that it could have been this, could have been that. This today gives us a pretty clear idea. One, that it was a crime, even though investigators had said that they believed it was a crime. But the sheriff saying that Nanos, he was saying that they didn't really know that it was a kidnapping because they, until now, did not have any proof other than the evidence that was left behind that had the signs of being a kidnapping. But they didn't know. These images, based on a guy in a ski mask with gloves on, clearly getting ready to break into the home or do something up to no good in the middle of the night. This shows it was a crime, and this moves it forward.
ABC News correspondent Alex Stone. Thank you so much, Alex.
You got it. Thanks, Joe.
Oh, the FBI. You heard it right there. Alex and I kicking it back and forth. The FBI releases video and images this morning showing a person wearing a mask, gloves, and a backpack captured on a Nest surveillance camera outside of Nancy Guthrie's Catalina Foothills home. Going to come back with KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel, get the latest from her, and we're going to get a news flash right now with KTAR News, Bill O'Neill.
KTAR News Flash.
At 1:15, this is what you need to know right now as you have been hearing a major development today in the search for Nancy Guthrie. ABC's Trevor Alt with some details for us.
We know this is the first major breakthrough. It's also the first piece of concrete evidence that we have to go off of. For the past 9 days or so, the driving force that we've seen in terms of how investigators have been speaking publicly and how the family has been speaking publicly has been in response to unverified ransom notes, a pair of them which were sent out to media organizations. Those have never been confirmed to be real. It's possible that they are, but it's also possible that they are not.
The 84-year-old mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie was reported missing back on February 1st, touching off an intense investigation involving a number of agencies, including the FBI, the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and more. Now, you want to keep it here for the latest developments in this case. We are going to have much more on this right on throughout the afternoon, also at KTAR.com for more.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A KTAR News Special on 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Huizenga. Potentially a major break in the case to try to find Nancy Guthrie. Authorities saying this morning, the FBI and Pima County Sheriffs, they've released some video and some images showing a person, clearly to me appears to be a male, wearing a mask, gloves, a backpack, and we just got done speaking with ABC News correspondent Alex Stone. He said there is a gun visible as well in the front of this individual. I didn't see that when I looked at about a 30 to 40 second clip, but I have been told that this individual was armed. All captured on a Nest camera outside of Nancy Guthrie's Catalina Foothills home. We know that she returned home January 31st, late at night, 9:45 or so in the evening, put her garage door down at 9:50, and then just before 2 in the morning, her doorbell camera was disconnected, according to police, on Sunday, February 1st. Joining me right now, Heidi Hommel here in KTAR News Studios. Heidi, gosh, I know that you listened to an expert this morning who joined Mike Broomhead, Steve Hooper, former FBI special agent. What did you glean from what Hooper had to say about all this?
Well, what I thought was interesting about this is now that we have these photos and videos, this is a major break in the case. And Mike asked Hooper, like, did they show the family? Did they show the Guthrie family these photos and videos before they released them to the public? And he said, it could go one of two ways. Yes. And that's when they bring in what he calls a behavior analyst. And you want to play the clip?
This is where all the behavioral analysis folks come into play, and they make decisions on how to best and when to release any type of photos out to the media. So they may have contacted family members, but it's hard to say. It depends on what their strategic plan is.
So we get video that comes out to the public this morning, late this morning here in Arizona. But Hooper's saying, hey, it's possible they showed this to the family before they put it out. My speculation would be if the family did look at it and did know who it was, we probably wouldn't necessarily be looking at it now.
Exactly. And I think, when he mentioned that behavioral analysis, like I took that as, yeah, you show the photos and videos to the family. What's their reaction? Do they get tense? Do they squirm? Or there's been theories floated that it could be an inside job, someone possibly in the family. Now, we need to be super careful with that. I even talked to, it was because Annie, Savannah's sister, her husband was the one who dropped off Nancy after the family dinner the night she disappeared. And so people are like, okay, well, he was the last one to see her alive. Could they be involved? I talked to a couple in Tucson outside the vigil last week who knew that family, and they said they would be shocked. They would be absolutely shocked and horrified if Annie and her husband were involved in this disappearance in any way. But, when you don't have a suspect or a person of interest and it's been more than a week and a half, it's kind of like, okay, well, who do we start looking at now?
You were down in Tucson for a couple days. You were right outside the Guthrie home. Did you happen to drive by Annie Guthrie's home and where her husband lives as well? How far away is Annie Guthrie's home where she lives with her husband to where Nancy Guthrie lives?
I did not go to Annie Guthrie's house. I've heard it's nearby, but I couldn't tell you exactly where. No, I did not go by it. But what Fox News Digital, some new information today. We know that there's blood splatter outside the front door that was found, that they confirmed the DNA belonged to Nancy. There's been more blood found, kind of blood droplets on the edge of the driveway. So not super major development because we already knew there was a lot of blood outside the house. She was bleeding when she left or when she was taken is what we can glean from that. And also she the ransoms are done. These 2 ransom deadlines have passed. So maybe they're not so focused on the ransoms anymore. Was she targeted or was it random? That's also something we don't know. And producer Pablo made a good point. In the videos we see, he appears to pull some plants, some vegetations by the front door and uses that to cover with the camera. If you knew there were going to be cameras at the house you were breaking into, do you bring a piece of tape, and cover it? Do you find out, I don't know, maybe not as thought through as we think the crime was?
Yes. The way I thought about it as well, though, is also, you start to go back through, was this somebody who knew Nancy Guthrie's home? Did they potentially know that she didn't have a subscription for her Nest camera? And did they figure, hey, if I just, put something in front of this, nobody's going to be able to see me, and what I do, they'll never be able to recover the footage. Yeah. Well, now we know that the FBI 10 days later has been able to go back in. Despite this supposedly not being backed up to a cloud, somehow they were able to access this footage. So it was backed up somewhere. They were able to access the images. And that's what leads us to where we are right now. Images from Nancy Guthrie's doorbell camera, previously not accessible. Early on, we were told there was no video service subscription, but now the FBI says over the last 8 days, the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Department have been working closely with our private sector partners to continue to recover any images or video from Nancy Guthrie's home that may have been lost, corrupted, or inaccessible due to a variety of factors. We know there was a camera on the front, this one that we've seen images from. There were other cameras as well on the house, correct?
There were, but I believe they were all disconnected. Mm-hmm. Like when you take one down, I don't know if we took them all down, but they were at least knew that they had to take the cameras offline and took the cameras offline before they took Nancy from the home. That we do know from the timeline that we were given last week by the sheriff.
Steve Hooper, retired FBI agent, joined Mike Broomhead this morning. More from him.
They do not focus solely on what could be or couldn't be allegedly a kidnapping. They also start taking out what if it's somebody else. We need a team on that. And so that's what their command post is, just putting out operational ideas and teams to focus on family members, focus on friends, focus on any of the others that it may be, and that this kidnapping was maybe just a diversion.
So
that's interesting.
So Hooper's saying there then that they have specific teams who kind of track down different leads and work different avenues of a case?
Right, because it was the Pima County Sheriff's Office that said, we believe Nancy was taken from her home against her will.
I mean, we've got blood on the front doorstep there, that now there's clearly some type of trail. We've seen this video that's put out today. This is clearly an ominous figure in the middle of the night. Yeah. Somebody with a backpack, a gun, gloves,
but
ski
Hooper
mask.
says the FBI will not rule out that maybe maybe that's a diversion. Maybe it is more complicated, the storyline, than we think. Maybe some inside people are involved. You don't know what you don't know.
We're going to go back down to the Catalina foothills, check in with our TV partner. ABC 15's Ford Hatchett is there. We're going to get the latest from him, see what the scene is like outside of Nancy Guthrie's home right now with the latest news. The FBI releasing some video and some images showing a person wearing a mask, gloves, and a backpack captured on a Nest camera outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. I'm Joe Huizinga. You're listening to KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The next time you're going to move, I want you to consider moving Team 6 like I did. I am a customer. They know the Valley better than anyone, all the routes, the best way to move. They hire professionals. They train them well. They pay them well. They equip them well. They now have a brand new facility in Mesa, proudly serving the East Valley. The facility is climate controlled, it is secure, and it's clean. If you have to store material, it's a great place to store as well. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, it doesn't matter. Moving Team 6 is going to take great care of you. It is such a great company. I've been using them myself. I am a customer. They're honest, they're trustworthy, they're experienced. Family owned and operated, full-time staff only that are hired and trained by Moving Team 6. Fully compliant with the FMCSA guidelines and regulations, licensed, bonded, and insured. MovingTeam6.com. Spell out the word 6. MovingTeam6.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air. Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Hey, Eric, you know Valentine's Day is right around the corner, right?
Yeah, I do, and that generally means I'm in trouble.
No, I was actually thinking about our customers.
You're always thinking about our customers, babe.
That's kind of our thing here at Precision Air and Plumbing. So instead of chocolates or flowers that don't last, I think we should do something for the Valley they'll really appreciate.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Air conditioning. I think we should keep the best offer of the year going.
You know what? I think you're right.
Babe, I'm always right. Now tell them about that offer.
I walked right into that one. For the month of February, Precision Air and Plumbing is offering 50% off new AC units.
Now that's a great way to show our customers some love.
Make the precision decision today and get 50% off new AC units. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to precisionairandplumbing.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
KTAR News now.
It's 1:30. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. A potential major break in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie out of Tucson after law enforcement released photos and video of a subject outside of her home. The armed person wearing a ski mask appears to be tampering with the front door camera. Former FBI investigator Steve Hooper tells the Mike Broomhead Show although the person is masked, there are some clues in the details.
Obviously, clothing, if it's somebody they know, and it's someone they see in clothing that they are familiar with.
ABC News contributor Brad Garrett, former FBI agent, tells us what he's learned after looking at the videos and the images.
Somebody who is not exactly sure what they're doing, they haven't figured out maybe how to get in the house, they haven't figured out how to maybe block or damage the video, which obviously runs for a period of time, goes and gets, looks like, some vegetation. I don't know if he's going to try to cover up the camera or use it to damage the lens.
Nancy's Daughter Today show host Savannah Guthrie pleading with anyone who may recognize the person to contact the FBI. You can see those photos at KTAR.com, and you want to keep it here and at KTAR.com for the very latest developments on the story.
Thank you so much. We will resume the meeting.
Today, the Phoenix City Council, at the direction of Mayor Kate Gallego, directing staff to come up with ways to prevent abuse from federal agents. KTAR's Ballon Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
A letter dated February 5th from the mayor's office says the city of Phoenix shall develop ways to document ICE agents' activities in Phoenix. And today, Councilwoman Betty Guardado motioning staff to do that and potentially block ICE from staging on city property, which was approved in a sudden manner.
Second? No, not a second. I'm not. We have original motion, and then we have a second from Councilman Robinson. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
And that shouting you hear from community members with local advocacy group Poder in Action co-director Isabella Garcia saying the city is doing too little too late. Live in the news center, Ballon Overstoles, KTAR News.
Today, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays announcing a nearly $12 million settlement with Choice Home Warranties after she says the company spent more than a decade exploiting customers through denied claims.
The allegations about the conduct in this case represent everything that my office stands against and everything that we will continue to fight.
Mays says her office will be releasing more info on how to apply for restitution in the case over the coming weeks. Choice Home Warranties has denied any wrongdoing.
Please hurry up.
How many shots were fired?
Edgar.
That's 911 audio from moments before police mistakenly killed the wrong man while responding to an active shooter situation last month. Newly released critical incident briefing. Phoenix Police Sergeant Jen Zach says the shooting happened after officers found two men fighting on the ground, ordered them to raise their hands, but neither complied.
Officers entered the home and found two men wounded by gunfire. One man was transported to the hospital for a non-life-threatening injury. Another man was pronounced deceased at the scene. A third man was detained and transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries not related to gunfire.
Arizona DPS is investigating there. To the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now, and we find a few problems out there on the roads. We have a crash at Chandler Boulevard and Price Road in Chandler. Another one at 99th Avenue and Pinnacle Peak Road in Peoria. That could slow you down as well. Traffic is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com. Partly cloudy and 80 this afternoon. Clear tonight, down to 57. Slight chance of rain tomorrow, otherwise cloudy skies with a high of 79 degrees. We've turned mostly cloudy out there right now, 76 degrees. In Avondale, cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit BuyerHunt.com. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
KTAR News Special on 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Huizenga. Big break in the case surrounding the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. The FBI saying this morning that they were able to recover some video and images, and they show a person wearing a mask, gloves, a backpack, a very ominous-looking figure. Appears to be a male. Beyond that, the FBI not releasing any weight or height or ethnicity. Captured on Nancy Guthrie's surveillance camera outside of her Catalina Foothills home. The individual had a gun on the front of his person and appeared to take some plants or some of the foliage nearby and try to use it to block her camera as well. And we were previously told days ago that no data was able to be obtained from her doorbell camera. But since then, the FBI was able to somehow access this footage and give us the images and the video that we have now. Talked with Ford Hatchett yesterday from our TV partner at ABC 15. He is down in Tucson at Nancy Guthrie's Catalina Foothills home. Joins us again today. Ford, good afternoon. What is the latest from outside Nancy Guthrie's home with the big break in this case today?
Well, Joe, I'll tell you, it's been a pretty chaotic day since those photos came down. We got word earlier this morning that the FBI may have recovered some type of image. We didn't really know what to expect, especially with what we've mentioned last night about how dark this area can be. I thought maybe these might be blurry images. It might just be something to go on. Folks that I've spoken with in law enforcement say these are about as good of images as you could hope for in a case like this. Obviously, you can't see the individual's face. He's wearing a mask, but these images are pretty clear. And law enforcement officials that I've spoken with are really hopeful that someone will at least recognize the way that person walks. And the other thing they talked about is the forensic analysis they can now do to determine height, weight. They say some of the clothing is pretty distinctive. That is going to allow them to maybe track down where it was bought. They think by figuring out height and weight, they can figure out size on shoes and clothes. And it just kind of opens up a world of possibilities for them, Joe. And the one thing that the FBI didn't release with this data and these photos was the timestamp here. And again, as you mentioned, we were told last week that there was no video, there was no photos from this camera that is now missing from the home. The FBI says they were able to recover it from residual data located in the back-end system with Nest, which is the camera, the doorbell camera company. They were able to recover that, and they did not release the timestamp from those images. I think the FBI is probably holding on to that because if they have the timestamp, then they can pretty clearly figure out what times to be looking at other cameras in the area, whether it's other doorbell cameras or traffic cameras, trying to maybe follow a car that can lead them closer to whoever this person is.
Ford Hatchett from our ABC 15 TV partner there. Ford, we did know the timeline roughly around this. The FBI had previously released that at 1:47 in the morning on Sunday that Nancy Guthrie's doorbell camera was disconnected, according to the police, and at 2:12 software detected a person on camera. We were told that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we were told that could have been an animal as well at 2:12, but there was no, at the time, no video service subscription, so we didn't see video at that time. And then 2:28, of course, her pacemaker app showed a disconnect from her iPhone. But we'd have to assume, wouldn't we, that this was sometime in that rough timeline of 1:47 to roughly 2:30 in the morning, that's when this roughly occurred? Or I guess you could be right. Potentially this is a slightly different timeline, and they have a different timestamp with, maybe another camera.
I think that you're right, that was kind of the assumption they were working on. I think obviously the sheriff mentioned maybe this could have been an animal that triggered the camera. Obviously, It looks like that probably wasn't the case. But I think more than anything, this may help them on a timeline of, we had a pretty large gap of a few hours in between when the garage door closed, when Nancy Guthrie got home, and when things started to go a little haywire with the doorbell sensing something and the doorbell being removed and the pacemaker, right? I think this may be able to close that gap a little bit and give you a more accurate time of maybe when this person arrived, when there may be a car that you should be looking for on the street pulling into the neighborhood or coming towards this house. I think that it just probably narrows things down a little bit for law enforcement, who we know have been going around in multiple businesses around the area here and asking for surveillance video, looking for anything that can kind of link them to a person of interest, which they up until today had not had. And again, they're not calling this person a suspect or anything yet. I think the verbiage we heard before this came out was a potential suspect, but obviously you have a masked man who's trying to hide from the camera walking up there. It's obviously someone law enforcement is going to want to speak to.
Yeah, with a gun as well. I mean, what are you doing late at night with a ski mask, gloves, pretty heavy clothing, and it has not been a super cold winter here in Arizona as well. You don't need ski mask, gloves, that type of a jacket, and certainly long pants as well. Ford, when it is night in that Catalina Foothills neighborhood, what is the scene? Are there any kind of street lights, or how dark does it get? How tough would it be to walk up to a front door in that neighborhood once the sun goes down?
There are no street lights in this neighborhood at all. And really, the only lights that are out here at night are the camera lights from all the different media that are out here right now this week. Other than that, I mean, it's a beautiful sky to look up at because there are no lights, polluting the air. But it's something, you talk to neighbors here, that there's some mixed opinions on. Some of them would like street lights up for safety, but it's, I believe the HOA has kept street lights down, and people, one of the reasons they live here is to see that beautiful night sky. But it also makes things difficult if you are going to try to get a doorbell camera from a neighbor and you're all the way back at the house. You even see a Nancy's camera, which again is good quality. You can't see all the way to the road from Nancy's doorbell camera in those photos the FBI released, just because it is so dark out. And so I think that, again, someone sitting in their home is probably not going to see a car, especially if it's a darker car, rolling along the street late at night. So it is a challenge. And with all the brush that's in the area as well, that's made it a challenge for investigators, because if you're hidden behind the brush and it's dark, you're kind of working against two forces. It's hard to see.
Big break surrounding the case in the search and the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. We got word this morning that the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's officials have some video and have some images from a Nest doorbell camera. And we've started to see those images trickle out late this morning. We got our first look at 30 to 40 seconds of footage and some still images as well. We were told on February 1st, Sunday, that there was no video subscription available, so there wouldn't be video available. But the FBI and Pima County Sheriffs have been working this case day after day after day, hour after hour. And today we start to see images. Ford Hatchett from our TV partner at ABC 15 joins us. Ford, you mentioned you spoke with a number of individuals at the scene outside of Nancy Guthrie's home who gave you an idea that we would get some sense of a rough weight, a rough height of this individual who we see in these images and in this video. Any word if they will be able to demask this individual in a way and give us a potential facial recognition for what this guy may look like?
The hope, I think, first and foremost for investigators right now is to have these images go out as quickly as they can get them out. And hopefully someone recognizes the way this person walks. They recognize, that backpack he's wearing is fairly distinctive, right? Someone may recognize that backpack as someone that they know, or someone, one retired FBI agent told me that they hope that someone who maybe sold that backpack or one of those pieces of clothing may recognize it as well. As far as facial recognition, I think that's where that timeline may come into clearer picture, because it won't be from these cameras with the mask on. But I know there is some hope that in some of the other surveillance cameras, whether they be flock cameras or other cameras around town, that maybe at some point this person did have his mask off, and we can track this person to that camera, and eventually then maybe facial recognition can play a role. But right now, I think it's just too early to tell.
Steve Hooper, retired FBI agent, joined our Mike Broomhead a few hours ago. As soon as this video came out, here's what he had to say.
Their digital capability will be able to give them probably a height and weight and things like that, even facial features through that mask with some of the technology they have.
So that's what I wonder about right there, Ford, of facial features that even though this guy's wearing a mask, can they, in a sense, say, hey, here's what we think that this individual might look like? I spoke with ABC News correspondent Alex Stone earlier. He said it appeared to him as though the individual may have a mustache, some features like that could give any sort of tip to people that, hey, we're roughly looking for, this guy. And someone out there has to know who this is. And hopefully lead to ultimately getting Nancy Guthrie reunited with her family here.
And one of the things, we know that we've had hundreds of tips coming in to different tip lines. There's the FBI tip line, there's the Sheriff's Department tip line, the county attorney has an anonymous tip line. All of them are receiving hundreds of tips a day, so much so, the Pima County Sheriff's Department just a few minutes ago had to request that folks not call 911 with complaints or opinions or tips. They directing those to the tip line because they need to keep 911 line open for emergency. But I think that one of the things I've heard over and over again from both retired FBI agents here and other law enforcement officials is that if you recognize anything or think you may know anything, even if you're not sure, they're asking you to call them. And they said they'd like to rule it out themselves. They don't want anyone to self-eliminate their tip because they think it's just one of those little tips that could make the difference in eventually identifying this person. And that they're using every forensic tool in their belt to try to identify them, whether it is facial features or determining a shoe size and a height and weight. They're going to be using all those tools to try to make a resolution here quickly.
Ford Hatchett reporting outside of Nancy Guthrie's home in the Catalina foothills in the north portion of Tucson there. Thank you so much, Ford. We greatly appreciate you jumping on with us here.
My pleasure. Have a good one, Joe.
Big break in the case to hopefully get Nancy Guthrie home. FBI releasing video and images this morning that show a guy wearing a mask, gloves, a backpack, a very ominous-looking figure captured on her Nest surveillance camera. Going to come back and get you ready for Outspoken coming up here at 2 o'clock. See what the guys are going to dig into with this Nest security footage. All that and more coming up next. I'm Joe Huizenga. Special coverage right here on KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aurea Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
So when you get a patient who's got broken or missing teeth, they sit down and they say, Dr. Joe, help me. Help me. I want to be able to chew foods again. I want to be in pictures and smile again. You're going to help them.
I love what I do. We've been doing it for a long time. People don't come in for implants, Gatos. They don't. They come in for their teeth.
Yeah, they want teeth.
They want teeth.
Yeah.
They want to be able to eat. They want to be able to speak. They want to be able to take photos, take selfies.
There's a patient that's on the fence about getting dental implant treatment. What do you tell them right now?
Don't be afraid to call. Don't be afraid to come in. It's truly for us to get to know each other, for me to see if I can help you, to be able to share my knowledge with you so I can put you at ease and make it a comfortable experience for you.
Go see my friend Dr. Joe. You got broken or missing teeth, he is going to help you. AureaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A, AureaDentalImplantCenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 1:47, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. We've been following it all day long. The FBI releasing a security camera images and video of a masked person recovered from Nancy Guthrie's doorbell camera on her front door. ABC's Aaron Katursky has more now from Tucson.
They appear to come from the doorbell camera here at Nancy Guthrie's home that had been tampered with, according to the FBI. And if you look at these images that appear in black and white, you see an individual who appears to be wearing a backpack and a mask and gloves. And one of those images quite up close to the doorbell camera, the FBI says that is the individual tampering with the camera.
See those images at KTAR.com. Former FBI agent Steve Hooper calls it a major break in the case.
Their digital capability will be able to give them probably a height and weight and things like that. Even facial features through that mask with some of the technology they have.
The 84-year-old mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie reported missing back on February 1st. Now keep it here for the latest developments in this case. We will have much more throughout the afternoon. Our coverage will continue in just a moment with Joe and then with Outspoken with Bruce and Gato starting at 2. And once again, for more, go to KTAR.com.
Now's a great time to start building the backyard you've always imagined. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder for quality and value. We're a family-focused local company helping Arizona families for more than 41 years. And our reviews show the care we put into every pool we build. And right now, we're holding our 2025 prices. So buy now, save, and swim by summer. Plus, get a free travertine upgrade. Make this the year your backyard comes to life. Choose Dolphin Pools. Visit dolphinpools.us.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day.
That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
A KTAR News Special on 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Huizenga. Big update in the search to find 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, reunite her with her family. The FBI releasing video and images this morning that show a guy wearing a mask, having a backpack, gloves, captured on her Nest surveillance camera outside of her Catalina Foothills home. The timeline that we'd been working with for the last several days said that at about 1:47 in the morning on Sunday, February 1st, her doorbell camera at her house was disconnected, according to the cops. About a half hour later, software detected a person on camera at 2:12, but we were told at the time there was no video service subscription, so we weren't going to get video from that detection. Well, today, late this morning, we start to get some video. The FBI and Pima County Sheriffs release a number of still images and about a 30 to 40 second piece of video that show a guy walking up to her front door with a flashlight and a mask, gloves, having a backpack, very thick clothing, shoving some plants in front of her camera. Gatos joins me right now. He's going to be coming up here at 2 o'clock with Outspoken with Bruce and himself from 2 till 6. Gatos, you saw this footage just like I did. What's the first thing that goes through your head, man?
Oh, gosh. I mean, yeah, it's like you look at it, you're like, that could be my mom. No. That guy could be coming in the house to get my dad or my mom.
So scary.
It was brutal to watch, the video come in. Listen, we're in day 10. I've been saying this for 10 days. We're going to get video from the camera. You can take the camera down. It doesn't matter. Cameras are always recording, and cameras, especially like this, are always retaining content. Mm-hmm. And so I've been saying for 10 days, where is the content? Where is the picture? Because just because you go up to a camera and you rip it out, I mean, that's amateurish if you're one of these, kidnappers who wants to hold out for $6 million. I don't know, but there's always going to be video. Why did it take 10 days to get this video? It's absolutely outrageous. If I'm Savannah Guthrie, I'm furious that it's taken this long. So I don't know who dropped the ball here, but I said 10 days ago, there's going to be video of someone who tried to rip that camera out. And now we see it, but it might be too damn late.
No. It's very scary footage. It's the FBI is going to be working on some recognition here to potentially demask this guy who's wearing a mask and potentially give us some height, some weight. We can see how he walks to try to piece that together. We can see a backpack. It's very clear pictures and video, and the FBI asking for any tips that the public may have. And
yeah, but if you were going to say, was this guy a professional kidnapper or was he an amateur? He's an amateur.
You think so? Because I was going to say that this is somebody who okay, maybe not a professional, but somebody who went there with the plan of breaking into her house. This guy had a gun.
Yeah.
You don't just randomly pick this house in the middle of the night.
But you don't randomly pick flowers out of a flower bed to cover up a camera.
That was very weird. I was watching that right before we came back. That makes no sense to me. If you're a pro, don't you have some tape or something to cover up the camera?
I mean, I would think so. It was weird that, he knew he was being filmed. He notices that he's being filmed. And then all of a sudden he's like, well, what do I need to do about it? Well, I'll just grab flowers.
Grab the flowers and shove them in front of the camera.
So it tells us we don't have the brightest bulb here.
Definitely not.
Because, I wanted to know, was this someone who kidnaps people for a living? Was it a hitman? Who knows? Was it a total pro? It looks like it isn't. It looks like we've got somebody pretty inexperienced But at 2, we're going to put someone who deals with cases like this, former cop. And we're going to start the show at 2 like that. But the pictures are just, if you're Savannah Guthrie, you're in hell.
Yeah. No, your heart has to break.
You're in
This
hell.
is your worst nightmare now. And, is it possible that the family recognized someone? I guess, but I would think if they did, that we wouldn't have received these images. If the family said, yeah, we know who that guy is. Or if the FBI said, hey, you know what? We think it's this family member. Why do you release it to the public?
Because it probably doesn't come from the family, and it probably is somebody out there that's hiding from the cops.
Yeah, it's awful here. We're on
But
to...
they had nothing, apparently, yesterday. They had nothing in day 8. They had nothing in day 7. Oh, and all of a sudden, day 10 comes around. Look what we've got.
No.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me either.
No, it's very weird. Nothing with this case makes sense. We've got 2 ransom demands, one that was $4 million, and then if you don't pay, 3 days later it goes up $2 million. Right. And a lot of people made a big deal out of the USD, which apparently was in the ransom note that suggested to some people that wasn't from someone who was here in the U.S. Gatos, we don't even know that was a legitimate ransom demand or not.
Who knows?
We don't know that person actually had Nancy Guthrie or had anything to do with it.
I'm guessing not. I'm guessing not.
And
because,
that's what we obsessed about for 3 or 4 days, from Thursday into Monday, was that this ransom demand was gonna wind up.
Well, how long did the feds have this picture? Because it just didn't come across their desk this morning. And it doesn't take 10 days to get Nest to give you a picture of someone on the front door, especially when everybody from the White House to the FBI, the whole world is looking at this case. And it took 10 days for us to get this picture. She may be dead. You couldn't get this picture out 7 days ago?
My worst fear is that after the first couple days, when we didn't see her returned, that she may have passed away. We know she was bleeding when she left the house.
Well, now we find out that she wasn't only bleeding on the porch; she was bleeding all the way into
down the driveway.
Into the driveway,
Yeah.
and yet the police. They taped it off with yellow tape the first day, then took it all off, and then you got an Amazon guy who's coming and delivering a package. Today, did you see that a pizza guy delivered a pizza to the house?
I did not, no.
People are walking all over that crime scene. It's a disgrace.
Outspoken's coming up here in just under 10 minutes. Thank you so much for joining me, Gatos. I'm Joe Huizenga. The FBI releasing video and images this morning showing a person wearing a mask, gloves, a backpack. Couldn't look more ominous than this guy looked. Captured on Nancy Guthrie's Nest surveillance camera. Bruce and Gatos will have so much more coming up next here on KTAR News.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestateWithAmyB.com.
Message and edits may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 16434, NMLS 19766.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here. For a kitchen that looks great and works perfectly for your family's needs, go with Trayvek Remodeling. Trayvek transforms kitchens into beautiful, functional spaces, and whether you want a complete overhaul or just a few updates, their team of experts will work with you every step of the way. From custom cabinetry and countertops to modern appliances and lighting, Trayvek uses only the the highest quality materials and craftsmanship. Your home is the biggest investment you'll ever make. And with Travec, you can stay on budget and still get the kitchen of your dreams. TravecRemodeling.com. Travec Remodeling. Together, TravecRemodeling.com. Travec Remodeling. Together, building dreams for more than 20 years.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The first surveillance photos have been released now of a subject related to the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie in Tucson. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live from the news center to tell us what they look like.
Photos released by law enforcement show a person in a ski mask and gloves, armed, outside Nancy Guthrie's front door. Former FBI investigator Steve Hooper tells the Mike Broomhead Show this is a major break in the case.
Their digital capability will be able to give them probably a height and weight and things like that, even facial features through that mask with some of the technology they have.
The Pima County Sheriff's Office says the previously inaccessible images were obtained by residual data located in back-end systems. The person appears to have tampered with the front door camera, which has been missing since Guthrie was taken. Her daughter, Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, pleads with anyone who may recognize the person to contact the FBI. You can see these photos at KTAR.com and the KTAR YouTube channel. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Keep it right here for the very latest developments in this case. And, of course, for more, again, you can go to KTAR.com. The heads of ICE are being grilled by members of the House Homeland Security Committee on the tactics that agents are using around the country in their immigration operations. These tactics have led to the deaths of 2 people, and a majority of those who've been detained have no criminal record. Still, Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons told the panel that agents are making targeted arrests. Here, committee member Eric Swalwell of California asked Lyons if he would apologize to Renee Good's family after President Trump, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and others in the administration referred to her as a domestic terrorist just hours after her death.
Mr. Lyons, will you apologize to the family of Renee Good for being called a domestic terrorist by the president and his leadership?
No, sir.
Why not?
Sir, I welcome the opportunity to speak to the family in private, but I'm not going to comment on any active investigation.
Today, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays announced a nearly $12 million settlement with Choice Home Warranties after she says the company spent more than a decade exploiting customers through denied claims.
The allegations about the conduct in this case represent everything that my office stands against and everything that we will continue to fight.
Mays says her office will be releasing more information on how to apply for restitution in the case over the coming weeks. Choice Home Warranties has denied any wrongdoing.
Eyes on Education.
A new ESA ballot initiative could change the rules for Arizona's school voucher program. The initiative was filed, including an income cap for ESA users and more safety requirements for schools receiving ESA money. Beth Lewis, executive director of Save Our Schools Arizona, says having the extra safety measures protects students and teachers.
This measure would introduce new safety measures, ensuring that private schools are safe, right, that the sites are safe, and also that all of the tutors and educators that are in front of kids have background checks.
Arizona State Schools Chief Tom Horn says the program is already very accountable and opposes the initiative. We have more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. Lyft is offering an option for teens to request rides on their app. The service begins today, and the company says it will offer safe rides to teens.
Lyft says it will now offer rides for teens ages 13 through 17 in 200 cities across the country. Here's how this works. Only parents and legal guardians with verified accounts can add their child to their Lyft profile. Parents or teens can book the ride. Your child is going to have to show a PIN number on their app that matches the driver's PIN before the ride starts, and parents will get a text with a link to track that trip.
That's ABC's Elizabeth Schulte. Today on Wall Street, the Dow up 52 points, the S&P was down by 23, and the NASDAQ fell 136. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with debris on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound, approaching the US 60 Superstation Freeway. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound at 7th Street, and a looking towards Surface Street. Peoria with a crash on 99th Avenue and Pinnacle Peak Road. Scottsdale with a crash on Shea Boulevard and 90th Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
80 today for a high temp, 57 overnight, and 79 tomorrow. And Wednesday through Friday, we have a slight chance of some showers as we cool off a degree or two each day. Right now in Mesa, 79 degrees. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken. Now 2 till 6. With Bruce and Gatos. This is our #1.
Many people will tell you our #1, the best of the hours. And boy, we've got to start with the latest, the breaking news, the new information we got. According to the FBI, we now have photos and video of who they believe is the person who abducted Nancy Guthrie. This comes from her doorbell camera, her Nest camera at the front door. And we have video and images of what looks to be a masked person with a backpack and a gun coming up to the front door and then at some point obscuring that camera.
When I saw the pictures today, my stomach sank. I mean, it's just this guy is obviously dangerous. He's wearing a mask. He doesn't want to get caught. He's got a gun. He's there to do one thing or another. We don't know. Was it really to take her? Was it a robbery gone bad? Who knows? But now you see the thug.
Yeah.
Listen, cowards wear masks. That's just the way it is.
And by the way, I've got to say this, Gatos, you were right.
I knew there was going to be some sort of video or some sort of picture. I said this almost at the very beginning.
Right.
When this guy tried to take down the camera.
Break the cameras or rip them off the wall or whatever.
I mean, technology, we know that like if this is a Nest or it is a Ring, we know that even if you don't have a subscription, they're always recording. They're always retaining content. And I got to tell you, I'm more ticked off today than I have been about this in over 10 days. How the hell does it take 10 days to get this picture out? How in the world is that possible? That is absolutely 100% unbelievable in my mind that it's taken 10 days. 10.
That we now have a description of some sort.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Joining us right now, though, to help us understand it, someone who has been involved in cases, I'm going to argue similar to this, is Matt Browning, retired Mesa Police Department detective, gang and extremist expert, and author as well. Matt, thank you for making some time for us today.
No, for sure.
We'll start by asking.
10 days. How does it take 10 days to get this picture out there? I mean, this to me is just, who are we blaming here? Because I need to blame somebody.
Well, I think 10 days, it's a lot of time, but we got to really look at it. Technology is a great thing, but it also slows down a lot of investigations. So who am I going to point the finger at? I'm not going to point at anybody right now. I'm just grateful for having the pictures because we actually can tell a lot from the pictures.
Okay, so what can you tell from the pictures? What stood out to you the most?
Well, first of all, I'd like to see the timestamp because in one of the pictures he comes with no backpack, no holster, and then all of a sudden the next picture he has a backpack and a holster. So it tells me that he spent some time there. He has the same clothes, same mask, but he spent time either going back to a car, going back behind a tree, a rock, whatever he hid behind. and before he came back up to the door. That's number one. Number two, this guy is not tactically minded whatsoever. If you look at where he holds the holster, that's not a tactical holster. That's just something that is flopping around. Anybody with any experience or any tactical sound mind would never put a holster right there.
Interesting. Again, Matt Browning with us right now, retired Mesa PD detective, worked with gang units, dealt with extremists. So here's a question, and I don't know. Let me start with a statement. The FBI also released some information that we know that they found blood on the front doorstep area, and we all saw pictures of that, and that it was Nancy Guthrie's blood. They now say they also found droplets leading to the edge of the driveway. And so, like you just said, maybe there was a car. We've heard talk of a white van, possibly, that maybe they were going back and forth to a vehicle.
There had to be something, because he came to the door. I would venture to say the first time he came was the picture without the backpack and holster.
Yeah.
The second time he came, and that backpack was just too overstuffed.
Yeah.
Again, tactics. You don't. That's you bring in what you need, and why would you pull a weed or a plant out to block a camera? Anybody that I've talked to or I've dealt with, that the first thing they do is they'd either spray it, tape it, or knock it off the wall.
Wow. Yeah, the backpack is odd, because if you were there to, again, I'm going to make some inferences. Matt, this is your world. If you were there to rob something and you brought a backpack to take valuables, it would be empty when you entered the house. It'd be full when you left.
That's a good point.
Completely. But you also got to remember, if you're going, we don't know what the motive here was.
Right.
I mean, was it a home invasion or was it a kidnapping? So home invasion with one person, there's got to be somebody out front in a car. There has to be. This is not a one-person job.
Oh.
And so this guy did it, and that's why you have the droplets in the house leading to the doorstep, and then going out to the car or van or whatever mode of escape they used.
Matt Browning is joining us, a retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extremist expert. He's an author. We're talking about the new chilling pictures of a masked figure. They've been released by the FBI. You can go and see them. It's horrible. It's awful. You can go see it at KTAR.com. We're talking about the blood being on the porch, and now we're finding out it goes through the driveway. Why didn't the police lock down that crime scene? They opened it up several different times. I'll say even today, right?
Somebody delivered a pizza to the front door.
That's what I was going to say.
By accident, right?
Today, someone literally went and delivered a pizza today. A couple days ago, there was an Amazon box that they set front right next to the blood. And I'm thinking, like, what are we doing? Why aren't we? If you had to go in there as the police 2 or 3 different times, wouldn't you lock that down and leave it locked down?
That crime scene probably should have been locked down until they're completely done with it. So it's still locked down. No gaps. Always somebody out front. Perimeter set around the house, not allowing anybody to come or go until they were 100% completely done with it. They should have never left it.
Yeah, it does seem odd,
in my opinion. But back to the pictures real quick. Something very important on that. I don't think this guy was very smart that did it.
Okay.
But that does not take away the violence that he can inflict. The clothing, his demeanor, his tools that he used. That for me, what gave it away is the holster. Nobody puts a holster in the middle of their waist and expects to be tactical in what they're doing. It's just never. So,
Matt, is it better to be dealing with, if you're the FBI, someone who we think all could be someone who's inexperienced because of some of the things you said about the gun and who grabs flowers and puts it in front of the camera? Right. Is it better to be dealing with someone inexperienced than someone who, let's say, has done this before and taken somebody and done a ransom before?
Well, I think that's a great question, and it's up in the air. If you're dealing with somebody that's inexperienced, they're going to stress out and freak out.
Right.
And they'll probably, they would probably, I don't want to put this out there, but they would hurt or kill the person before and the experienced, kidnapper would do it. When you kidnap somebody, you already have a plan in your mind of what you're going to do. You have your different stations set up. You have your checkpoints. You have your stash house. You have the equipment you need. Everything is already in position. So when you take that person, you go straight to this location, and then the clock starts. This guy doesn't look like he had any of that stuff. What he looked like somebody who was almost like, yeah, I think I'm going to do this, and went and did it.
Again, we're talking to Matt Browning, retired Mesa PD detective, also an expert in gang and extremism. So I'm going to assume in your world that you have dealt with kidnappings of some way, shape, or form in the past, and this is kind of informing some of your ideas. And I just want to put a finer point on it. Do you think they went there to kidnap, or do you think they went there for another reason?
You know what? I think the guy went there to burglarize the house.
Okay.
From if he was the only person there, I think he went to do either a home invasion or. But you know, again, I don't know what the inside of the house looks like. I don't know what the financial situation is of the people. I don't know if they have valuables in the house. If the neighborhood is dark at night, then it's an easy target because you can clearly this guy was out in the front yard, nobody saw him, so he could come and go as he pleased. And did he know somebody was there? Did he any of this stuff? So I just don't think that one person, did this. There's probably somebody sitting in the car. Wow. I just don't. There's a lot more to the story than really what any of us know.
Can AI or facial recognition ID this guy?
Oh,
do we have that type of technology?
Even though they're wearing a mask?
That's a great question because there's somebody out there who will recognize those eyes. They'll recognize, looks like he had a mustache, that his mask even look a little twisted or a little turned.
Agreed.
And so you can see a mustache on his face. So somebody out there, whether it's a friend, neighbor, family, they're going to know who this person is. And now we hope that since the FBI, so yes, it took 10 days, but now that it's 10 days and now that they release this stuff, hopefully somebody's going to call up and say, yeah, that's this person or that person.
Matt, let's say that it was some guy who wanted to go in and rob the place, and Bruce made a great point. Why are you taking a packed bag inside? What's in the packed bag? What could he have needed to get into the house? What could be in that bag?
Well, the bag, you know what? The bag could have tools, so it could have your typical burglary tools. However, it didn't look weighed down to me that much. The bag wasn't sagging. It looked to me like he probably, if anything, he had maybe some, but duct tape would have been great on that camera, but I think he just had maybe some tarps or blankets, and that's about it. Maybe some rope.
Yeah.
But I'm just guessing. I think that it's a horrific crime that occurred, and somebody's going to identify this guy, and hopefully we'll get to the bottom of it.
Can I ask you one last question, Matt? Again, using your experience, obviously in law enforcement, I know that we have kidnappings like this are relatively rare, but kidnappings do happen, under different circumstances. We're in day 10 right now. What does that tell you?
Not good things.
Okay.
It's just it's gone on too long, especially with this guy. He's not experienced in doing what he's doing. And 10 days with an inexperienced kidnapper is not good.
Matt, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
I have a feeling we're going to be talking some more, but thank you for your time and your expertise.
You bet. Thanks.
Again, Matt Browning, retired Mesa PD detective, worked in the gang and extremist units for many times. He's also an author, by the way, and a pretty cool guy on top.
He knows
of
his
it.
stuff.
He certainly knows his stuff.
Dude,
and
10 days. I'm so upset with this. 10 days to get a picture.
Now we have pictures and video.
How in the world did it take this long?
And will somebody be able to identify through the walk, through the build, through the eyes? Will they be able to identify who this person is? We have it up on all of our social media channels. If you're interested or you haven't seen that yet, please.
I just can't get off the 10 days. It's outrageous.
Yeah, it took a long time to say the least. Coming up next, hey, real quick shout out to everyone in Gilbert, the Gilbertonians. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to Gilbert. Cupid meets inflation. Can you even afford Valentine's Day this year? It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, You'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
KTAR News Flash.
2:19. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The first surveillance photos have been released of a subject related to the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie in Tucson. 3 photos released by law enforcement show a person in a ski mask and gloves, armed, outside Guthrie's front door. The Pima County Sheriff's Office says the previously inaccessible images were obtained by residual data located in back-end systems. If you want to take a look at those photos, go to KTAR.com, and anyone with information related to this case should call 1-800-CALL-FBI. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news now, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Weather-wise, we're looking for a high today of 80, and tomorrow we're going to start to cool off a little bit. Wednesday through Friday, slight chance of rain. Right now, checking the temperature in Paradise Valley. It's 78. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
All right. I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. We're now on 2 till 6. 2 till 6, 2 till 6, 2 till 6.
2 to 6?
Did I say it right?
Listen, you're not going to be able to say it as good as me. I don't know why you keep saying it.
Why do I even try anymore, honestly?
Yeah, 2 to 6.
2 to 6.
And then at 6 o'clock, we got Becky Lynn and Joe Huizenga for Arizona's Evening News.
That we do.
So we have changed the schedule a bit, and you'll be taking it from us every day at 2.
Yeah. And by the way, coming up on the show today, we're going to be talking a lot about the new information coming out of Tucson.
It's terrifying new information.
We're going to speak to Colonel Frank Milstead a little bit later, another law enforcement perspective, kind of what do they see in these pictures and videos, and any new news that comes down, we'll share it with you. I hope it's not coming. Guys, I'm talking to you right now. I hope it doesn't come as a surprise to you that Valentine's Day is on Saturday. I mean, it is sneaking up. I guess there's still time, right?
Sure.
But it's interesting when you look at this. We've talked about, like, the price of things going up, inflation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Why would Valentine's Day be immune to inflation? Now, they already jacked the price of chocolates and flowers up the week of Valentine's Day, right?
Yep.
I mean, you could go buy a dozen red roses in June, $29. This week, $79.99.
You're a sucker.
Really?
You're a sucker if you go out to dinner on Valentine's Day.
Oh.
And you're a sucker if you go and get all those roses, and it's 4 times the regular price. You're a sucker if you buy that. Or you've waited until the last second, and now you have to pay.
It's interesting because according to some surveys from the people that do surveys, they were asking people about the types of things they were buying. And for example, you go back 10 years, box of chocolates was like the number one thing, little heart-shaped box, right? Yeah, everybody gets that.
Sure.
Yeah, top spot now, a greeting card. Honey, I got you a card.
Cards are good.
Cards are wonderful. But they're not chocolates.
No.
They're not flowers.
And
they're not champagne. They're not dinner.
If you do not write something on that card,
you got to write something.
You are in the doghouse.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can
right?
AI write something for you if you're not very good at that?
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
Yeah. But you got to make sure you make it sound a little bit like you. You can have AI do it, but then you
don't make it sound too robotic.
Well, first of all, if AI does too good of a job, your girl's going to know that you didn't write it.
That was not you. You've never had that sentiment in your life.
Listen, there's one thing that I know, and it's women. Okay, maybe not.
I was going to say
no.
It is by far the one thing.
Exactly. No, but I'm just saying, and I'll tell. By the way, I will tell you the greatest gift you could get your gal, because I already did it. And I've talked about it for years, and it works every year.
What's that?
I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you later this week.
Oh.
Becky Lynn knows. It is a beautiful thing.
Okay.
And it doesn't cost me a dime.
Yeah, I don't usually get the luckiest girl in the world presents. I mean, she already has me. What more does she need?
That's what I think.
Right?
Why would she need anything else?
What more do you possibly need?
Right.
I mean, at this point, it's just like gravy on the cake,
So
right?
here's an idea that I love.
Okay.
And I just,
from a female perspective, so to speak. Yeah.
So don't go out to dinner.
No.
But you cook a fabulous romantic dinner.
I don't
at
cook.
home.
Fabulous?
Well, you're gonna have to learn.
No, you don't want to.
What if you go do that thing where you order food and then you put it on your plates? And then you just leave a bunch of dirty pots around? You're like, I've been slaving all day.
I can grill.
I made duck
That's
à
fine.
l'orange.
That's fine. But, set the table.
You made duck à
Make it look-
l'orange.
By the way, I don't even know what it is. It just sounds fancy.
Yeah,
And
Becky Lynn's right. Set the table.
Yeah, make it look great. Buy
Okay.
some champagne. Pour it in the
my.
champagne flutes. Live it up at home.
But
Dim
do it
the
at home.
lights. Put nice
Isn't
music.
it
It's
interesting you're telling us what to do, but the women, what are they going to do for us?
Yeah,
this is
what's
a
in it for
this is
me,
a total
so to
ladies'
speak?
holiday. We
Yeah,
get
that
hosed
is
in this
true.
whole thing.
Yeah.
That is true.
What are we going
When's
to get?
our holiday?
Well, Friday the 13th is the day before Valentine's Day.
Coincidence?
So maybe that
I
would
think
be
not.
this year it is
Yeah,
Friday the
no.
13th. Just saying.
Appreciate it. Hey, the very same Becky Lynn, she's going to get you up to speed on everything you need to know. She's got all the details, including the latest coming out of Tucson. The FBI now releasing chilling pictures and video of a masked, they are referring to as a him, in case there was a question, maybe a masked man about to enter Nancy Guthrie's house. The big question, why did it take 10 days to even get an image out to the public? We're talking about it next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Just in time for Valentine's Day, grab your sweetie or gather your friends and head to Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix. I'm Jamie West. This music and wine event is one you're sure to love. Friday evening, February 13th at 6:30, enjoy the Sonas Brothers as they bring an incredibly entertaining performance with a Greek and Spanish flair. Save your spot by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
It's a new year in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Doris did. She called Rhino Shield.
My house is a stucco house. You know, I had my house painted probably about 6 years ago. You know, it was peeling. It didn't look good, and I didn't feel like I got my money's worth. But with Rhino Shield, I definitely think you do.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
My team was very neat and efficient, and then they came back after they were finished to check with me and make sure that everything was the way we wanted it.
You too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
So I just think it's a wonderful product. If you're thinking about getting your house painted, Rhino Shield is the best product that you could possibly put on your home.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Go paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News now.
It is 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A major break today in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie out of Tucson after law enforcement released photos and video of a subject outside of her home. The armed person is wearing a ski mask and appears to be tampering with the front door camera. Former FBI investigator Steve Hooper tells the Mike Broomhead Show, although the person is masked, there are clues in the details.
Obviously, clothing, if it's somebody they know, and it's someone they see in clothing that they are familiar with.
Nancy's daughter, Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, pleads with anyone who may recognize the person to contact the FBI, and you can see those photos at KTAR.com. Now, we can see the masked man, but just how much more might surveillance cameras be able to pick up in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood? Fort Hatchett with our TV partners at ABC 15 says there's not a lot of light there.
We talked to neighbors here that there's some mixed opinions on. Some of them would like street lights up for safety, but it's, I believe, the HOA has kept streetlights down, and people, one of the reasons they live here is to see that beautiful night sky.
Hatchett points out the images that we're seeing today do not reach all the way to the road outside of Guthrie's home. Keep it right here for the very latest developments in this case. Local advocacy group Poder in Action calling on Phoenix to take strong action against ICE. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center with more.
That's as city leaders held a work-study session today, voting to direct staff to draft up rule changes that allow the city to collect data on local ICE operations. Despite some common goals, Isabella Garcia with Poder in Action says the city should be doing more.
Publicly fund deportation defense, to ban ICE on city-owned property, to prohibit protest suppression, especially by the Phoenix Police Department.
And the city council did also vote for that potential blocking of ICE using city property. Garcia also says Phoenix PD should not allow arrested people to be picked up by ICE, though that is related to an agreement at the county level, and to not work with, quote, corporations that are profiting from ICE. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Take a look at those roads this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound at Gilbert Road. Phoenix with an abandoned vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near the Loop 101 Agua Fria eastbound transition. And lastly, Phoenix again with debris on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near the US 60 Superstition Freeway. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We're going to see partly cloudy to cloudy skies the rest of the week. Our high today right at 80, and then cooling off just a little bit through the end of the week and some chances of rain starting on Wednesday. It's 79 in Glendale. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buy Your Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyyourhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. The search for Nancy Guthrie continues. We'll be talking about it on Arizona's Evening News. Still no named suspects, still no investigative leads. And where is Nancy Guthrie? Watch Becky Lynn and me tonight on the KTAR News YouTube channel and listen on air, online, or the KTAR News app.
Hey, and thank you for spending some time with us. I'm Bruce Setzgatos. We're outspoken from 2 to 6. The new information today. New images and video of the suspect in the abduction of Nancy Guthrie coming some 10 days after she went missing. It appears that we have at least a masked description of the person we think took this woman. It could have been more, but at least one.
Yeah, my wife came in to the room, one of our rooms in the home, and showed me the pictures. They just came over online, and she goes, "Have you seen these?" And I go, "No." And she came up and showed me the pictures, and she started to weep because you can just take Nancy Guthrie and put your mom in that situation.
Right.
Take Nancy Guthrie, who's been missing for over 10 days, and put your mother or your father, who's living by themselves, in that situation.
Right.
And I will tell you this, when I looked at the pictures, I just had chills. And these weren't normal chills. They just kept going in my body. It was so awful and so horrifying to think that this guy, this masked figure, wearing black latex gloves and carrying a backpack and a gun
strapped to their thigh,
took an 84-year-old woman.
Did it strike you? And again, I am far from a expert in this. It looked like a bigger person too.
Could be.
Because we knew Nancy Guthrie was 5'5", a smaller woman, 140, 150 pounds. This looked like a pretty stocky, big person, and the FBI is referring to it as a him. Yeah. I don't know why they, but it also looks like maybe you could see a bit of a mustache or beard through the mask, and maybe that's why they think it's a him.
I'm telling you, man, I can't believe it's taken 10 days to find this. When this story broke and we found out some of the things that were happening, we knew, one, that they tried to take the camera down. They tried to disable the camera.
Multiple ones in the house.
And by the way, I said this 10 days ago, that's amateurish, because your face is going to be on there. And then people were like, well, she didn't pay the $10 a month and it doesn't record and all that kind of stuff. No.
I think that's interesting.
When you have a Nest or you have one of these,
Ring anything,
always recording.
Right. Even if you don't keep it exists somewhere. We're finding that out.
They're always retaining content, even if users aren't subscribed to that service. And I said this 10 days ago, and we get this now 10 days later. Listen, you're talking about Google engineers and data forensic experts. My question is this: when did we ask the Google engineers and the data forensic experts?
How long have they been working on this?
How long have they been working on it? Because I can tell you it hadn't been 10 days. These are geniuses.
Interesting. You're right.
It hasn't been 10 days. It hasn't been 10 days. They retrieved raw material. And I'm sure it wasn't easy. But when did they ask Google, you know what? We need to see what's on that. And if it's, I'll just say this, if it's 2 days after Nancy Guthrie was taken, you drop the ball. If it's 3 or 4 days, you've crapped the bed. You're talking to the smartest people in the world. Google engineers and data forensic experts. You really think it took 10 days? I don't. Someone dropped the ball here. We should not be looking at a picture of the masked thug. Cowards wear masks. Of the masked thug 10 days later, Bruce.
But doesn't it also say something when we talk about a person with a full, like, ski mask? Let's be clear. It's not like a COVID mask. A full ski mask.
It's the only thing we have. Yeah.
Gloves.
Right.
covered up. Their skin is covered up, long sleeves, backpack,
right?
A gun strapped to the inside.
But give me one clue before today where we said, okay, that's a good start.
Right.
I'm asking.
No,
you.
we didn't know
there
anything.
Isn't one.
We had no concept of this.
No. And so Google just, like, in the FBI, that was today? Okay, now we have a picture? Did they hold on to it and not give it away?
I can't imagine that.
Well, I mean, they're negotiating.
Or did it require a subpoena or something? I don't know.
Well, I mean, geez, we've had people going into other people's house without a warrant. You think we can probably fix this and figure it out?
But my point being is that like the tech companies arguably have said that that's what they need.
Another question: how long have we been sitting on this picture?
Okay, so what if this comes out? Follow me on this. What if they've had this video for a couple of days, Gatos, but they thought they were negotiating with kidnapper,
right?
And they didn't want to release it for fear of screwing up the negotiations. And now that the negotiations broke down yesterday, apparently, as the deadline came and went and nothing happened, then they said, okay, now here's what we think.
Don't you put it out as soon as you get it?
Unless you're negotiating and you're like...
And you don't even know who you're negotiating with.
Fair.
We've already had one of the ransoms be a bogus one.
Was a completely, fake.
And the guy in L.A. got he's put in jail.
Right. Facing serious charges for...
I have serious...
note.
I have serious problems with how this whole thing was handled from the beginning of it. From the crime scene... where the police just let people trample all over it.
Well, they closed it down.
Right. And
then they opened it back up to literally any looky-loo in the world could have walked around her property.
An Amazon package on, I think, Tuesday was delivered to her house.
Literally.
Reporters were all over the place there. How does that happen? That's just crappy work.
Well, and it's still a crime scene.
Right.
We do not... So...
Because then they put the yellow tape back up.
They put it back up, but now it's back down because somebody accidentally delivered a pizza there today.
Yeah.
Like Domino's showed up.
No, that place should be locked down, and there's no way should anybody, and it went to the wrong house, obviously.
Right.
By accident.
But the fact that you could walk up to that front door, that's a crime scene.
I think what we're finding out is that with today's video and the pictures, we're seeing an inexperienced person.
Okay? In the kidnapper, the suspect, whoever we're using the term.
And I also think who's handled this case is also not very experienced. Whether it's the FBI or it's the sheriff who was out at a basketball game on Saturday. Not a good look, by the way.
Optics matter.
Not a good look.
At times like this, optics matter.
Not a good look. This hasn't been handled right from the very beginning. 10 days to get this picture is just outrageous. And if I'm Savannah Guthrie, I am screaming bloody murder. I am so ticked off if I'm Savannah Guthrie.
You know, there was interesting wording yesterday when we had that deadline, the 5 o'clock deadline come and go. And earlier in the day, Savannah Guthrie put out a statement, and then the FBI put out a statement. And I thought the wording of it was interesting. And let me paraphrase because I don't have it right in front of me.
I know where you're going, but go ahead.
But the FBI said, we're not aware of any communication between the Guthrie family and the kidnappers.
How is that?
Well, I'm just saying, did the Guthrie family cut the FBI out of this going, you're screwing this deal up?
Or did the FBI blow it?
Or they said, you know, the alleged kidnapper, whoever they said, hey, if we think the FBI's in on this, you guys are screwed. So they just say, okay, we're not going to keep the FBI.
You guys not working together?
It seems like maybe they were, and now maybe they're not. I mean, you tell me.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, but it doesn't sound like this has gone very well over the last 10 days.
I think that's a fair way to put it.
And you know what? Again, it's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback.
Yes.
But you know what? We can point out the missteps here, and that's okay. The missteps should always be pointed out.
We can learn. What are we learning?
Right.
We can still hope for a positive outcome, but at day 10, we had our one of our law enforcement experts on earlier said it doesn't look good on day 10 when you're talking about a kidnapping. And then coming up at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock, we're going to talk to Colonel Frank Milstead, former head of Arizona DPS.
I talked to him a little earlier today. He's got kind of a gut feeling about what this was.
We're going to hear from him.
I think that's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Tell you what, we'll obviously stay on top of this. Any new information, we'll be sharing it with you, Becky Lynn, obviously following it very, very closely. And up next, the acting director of ICE took an absolute beating on Capitol Hill today. Some of you may be happy about that. It's coming up next, Outspoken. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Hey, Eric, you know Valentine's Day is right around the corner, right?
Yeah, I do, and that generally means I'm in trouble.
No, I was actually thinking about our customers.
You're always thinking about our customers, babe.
That's kind of our thing here at Precision Air and Plumbing. So instead of chocolates or flowers that don't last, I think we should do something for the Valley they'll really appreciate.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Air conditioning. I think we should keep the best offer of the year going.
You know what? I think you're right.
Babe, I'm always right. Now tell them about that offer.
I walked right into that one. For the month of February, Precision Air and Plumbing is offering 50% off new AC units.
Now that's a great way to show our customers some love.
Make the precision decision today and get 50% off new AC units. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to precisionairandplumbing.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Dave Ramsey here. Not every home improvement needs a full remodel. Sometimes one smart upgrade can change everything. That's where my friends at Trevec Remodeling and Roofing come in. For over 20 years, they've been helping homeowners love their homes. Their smart refresh projects transform your kitchen or bathroom, like new countertops, cabinets, a backsplash, or shower conversion, without changing the floor plan. Real improvements made in days, not months. And if you're ready to go bigger, Trevec handles complete remodels of any size with clear communication and solid craftsmanship you can count on. Call 480-367-1171, 480-367-1171, or visit Trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, building dreams together for over 20 years.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
2:48, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Security camera footage is released involving Nancy Guthrie's disappearance after authorities first said they could not access that footage.
Through some back-end system, the FBI is saying that they were able to get this video, get these images, that even though it wasn't saved into the cloud, they were able to retrieve them.
That's ABC's Alex Stone, who says this could be a situation where authorities were sitting on the images but couldn't make any progress. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 80 expected to be our high today, and then 79 tomorrow, and cooling off a little bit each day with some rain toward the end of the week, possibly. Right now, it is 80 in Chandler. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
Carlos Alfaro from Arizona talks about a statehood event you can attend on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the app.
Hey, and we are new to the 2 o'clock hour, Gato. Some people might be listening and not understand this. We're Outspoken. I'm Bruce. He's Gatos. And we are now on from 2 until 6.
That's right.
Monday through Friday.
Yes. Used to do 4 to 7, and I just decided I can't be going home in the middle of the night.
And it's at 7 o'clock.
It's dangerous out there. I need to get to bed at a decent time.
It is a rough
So getting
world.
off at 6 o'clock, it just goes better for my schedule.
Goes better for you.
I don't feel like driving in the middle of the night.
Okay.
And so I just wanted to make that clear.
Got it.
Okay.
So there was a hearing today in Congress where you had the acting ICE director as well as the commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, basically the DHS guys in charge of these roundups, deportations, call it whatever you want. They were called in front of Congress today to answer some questions, and answer them they did, Gatos, but people might not have gotten the answers they like.
Well, the questions were good.
Good questions.
You're never going to get the answers you want from people who are sitting there. Their job is to not really answer very much. But listen, we've all watched what's happened in Minneapolis. America has decided that this is something they don't like. It's well over 60% now, and it's growing every day. We don't like what's happening there. We haven't liked what's happened there. And so this is really the first time where you had members of Congress who are all lazy, total zeros, finally do their job and at least ask the questions of the acting director of ICE.
Oversight. It's the job of Congress.
Okay. Here is something named Representative Eric Swalwell. He is a Democrat.
Director Lyons, last year you said in Phoenix at the Border Security Expo that you wanted to see a deportation process that was like, quote, Amazon Prime, but with human beings. Mr. Lyons, how many times has Amazon Prime shot a mom 3 times in the face?
None, sir, but you're also...
It's the square root of 0. That's right.
Yes, sir.
How many times has Amazon Prime shot a nurse 10 times in the back?
None.
How many times has Amazon Prime dragged a woman out of her car by her hair and then dragged her down the street?
None.
How many ICE agents have been fired for their conduct under your leadership?
Sir, I can get you that data. I'll get that back to you.
Is it more than 1?
I'm not going to speak about personnel actions, but I'll get you that data.
Can you tell us if at least, God, I hope at least 1 person has been fired for their conduct since these operations have begun? Are you telling us you can't even say 1 person's been fired?
Sir, I'm not going to talk about personnel actions, but we will get back to you.
but 2 people have been killed so far. Is that right? A nurse named Preddy and a mom named Good. 2 people have been killed so far.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Usually this is a show.
Oh, of course it is.
We all know that.
It's the back and forth.
Sometimes Republicans are the ones asking the questions of someone.
It's a
this
gotcha moment, right?
But this is good because we need this. These questions are all accurate. There were some that were awful, by the way. One lady asked if he was going to hell. And I don't know who that was, some congresswoman. That's a terrible thing to say to somebody. And it was inappropriate. But a lot of these questions were very fair.
And unsurprisingly, they didn't give any answers because they weren't there to answer questions for Congress. They were there to put a show on for Donald Trump.
Right. Representative Lou Correa, he's a Democrat.
Young people asking me, what do I have to carry with me so I won't be deported? Is, Mr. Lyons, carrying a passport, is that enough so they won't be detained or deported in my district?
Sir, an American citizen shouldn't carry or shouldn't feel the need to carry.
Let me tell you what some of your ICE agents have done. They pulled over a gentleman in a pickup truck, showed his passport, they threw it to the side, detained him.
Yeah, we've seen that in Phoenix, too.
There have been hundreds of American citizens or legal residents who have been detained by ICE. Hundreds.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, I mean,
the fact that they won't admit it is unsurprising, but it still doesn't make it any less true.
The Congress is a mess on both sides, but at least some good questions were asked because the American people don't like this. If you're out there and you like this, hey, that's fine.
That's fine. You're in a minority. That's okay.
You're in a very small minority now.
It doesn't bother us. Yeah. Elections have consequences. We'll see about the next ones, right? Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got your update for everything going on, including the latest coming out of Tucson. And coming up next, have you seen the new pictures and video of the suspect in the Nancy Guthrie abduction? We're going to be asking Colonel Frank Milstead, the former head of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, what did he see in those videos and pictures? It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News. on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. A major break today in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie out of Tucson after law enforcement released photos and video of a subject outside of her home. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live in the news center with more.
The armed person is wearing a ski mask and appears to be tampering with the front door camera. Former FBI investigator Steve Hooper tells the Mike Broomhead Show, although the person is masked, there are clues in the details.
Obviously, clothing, if it's somebody they know and it's someone they see in clothing that they are familiar with.
Nancy's daughter, Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, pleads with anyone who may recognize the person to contact the FBI. You can see the photos at KTAR.com. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Just how much might surveillance cameras be able to pick up in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood? Well, Ford Hatchett with our TV partners at ABC 15 is there, and he says there's very little light in the area at night.
You can't see all the way to the road from Nancy's doorbell camera in those photos the FBI released, just because it is so dark out. And so I think that, again, someone sitting in their home is probably not going to see a car, especially if it's a darker car, rolling along the street late at night.
Hatchett says he has heard from some in the neighborhood who would like to see more street lights for safety, but others prefer not to have those lights get in the way of their view of the night sky. Once again, you can see the photos that were retrieved at KTAR.com.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona's Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tom Horn, once again threatening to withhold federal funding over DEI compliance. KTAR education reporter Shira Tanzer is live now with why and how that could play out.
Yeah, Becky, the threat comes after the U.S. Department of Education issued new guidelines requiring schools to remove DEI language that could undermine students' religious beliefs or practices. Superintendent Horn says this is a way around a federal judge's ruling that said the federal department couldn't threaten to remove funding over DEI.
When that happened, some of the administration said we have another way to get at it, and the other way they had to get at it was to issue this a press release on religious freedom.
KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson says Horn does not have the authority to withhold federal funding without a strong basis to do so. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more Education Solution stories at KTAR.com/education. Arizona's Attorney General Chris Mays has joined a number of members of Congress in asking questions about a warehouse in Surprise that was recently purchased by the Department of Homeland Security. That building is widely expected to be converted to a detention center for undocumented detainees. In her letter to the department, Mays asks a series of questions, including impacts to schools, noise, water supply, and more. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, and it's brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's February 10th, and back on this day in 1942, Glenn Miller and his orchestra were awarded the first ever gold record. Chattanooga Choo Choo, recorded in 1941, featuring Tex Benecki as the lead singer. The song was a hit on the Billboard charts, reaching #1 in November of 1941. The song was featured in the movie Sun Valley Serenade, which helped give a leg up on the song's record sales. Glenn Miller was an American big band leader, composer, arranger, and trombone player. He was also an officer in the U.S. Army Air Forces during World War II. His band was one of the most popular and successful bands of the 20th century. Other hits by the band include In the Mood, A String of Pearls, and A Little Brown Jug. Getting a gold record in that time seemed far-fetched, but the band proved they were the real deal when they got a gold record for selling 1 million copies of Chattanooga Choo Choo, and it happened back on this day in 1942.
Let's take a look at the roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale, debris blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near Indian Bend Road. Tempe with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstition Freeway, eastbound, approaching the Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound transition. Tempe with a crash blocking the HOV lane. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound, approaching Scottsdale Road. We're looking towards surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 63rd Avenue and Indian School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We got some rain possibly heading our way toward the end of the week. Overnight low 57 tomorrow, 79 for high. We're going to cool to 71 by Friday, and that chance of rain on Friday is 20%. It's 78 right now in Phoenix. Cloudy skies too, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken. Now 2 till 6 with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Many people will tell you the second hour, best of the hours. Thank you guys for spending time with us. We're obviously all over the breaking news coming out of Tucson, where the FBI has released some doorbell camera video and images from Nancy Guthrie's home 10 days after she was abducted. We do now at least have what the FBI is referring to as a suspect, although the person is wearing a ski mask, long sleeves, gloves, has you can't see much other than a shape.
And it's terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
It's terrifying to look at this person, knowing what he's about to go and do, knowing that he's going to take an 84-year-old woman. The way that he's dressed, I mean, I can't imagine Savannah Guthrie and her siblings finally getting to look at this and saying,
This is who came to the front door?
That's who it was.
In the middle of the night.
Horrifying.
Right.
It's just awful.
To react to it and maybe add a little more perspective.
And what do we know about this now?
Exactly. Joining us right now, retired colonel, the Arizona Department of Public Safety, longtime Mesa Police Chief as well. That's Frank Milstead. Colonel Frank, thank you so much for your time today. We've spoken about this story before with you, but what do these new videos and images say to you? What was your reaction?
Well, there's a couple of things. The first part was that he was very slow and deliberate in being there. He seemed to be familiar with that little alcove. It also was peculiar to me that he seemed to be surprised by the doorbell camera, because you see him pick up the weeds to kind of block it. But I think there's a lot there. But the one thing that I had this debate I can't get over is is he dressed like that? All things important because he's about to try to abduct this woman, or is he just a burglar that is coming to this house to do a burglary, and this is how he's going to get out with the backpack? But obviously he does take her because, you know, there was actually a question in my mind a couple of days ago, or maybe a week now, about the blood splatter, but the blood does not appear to be on the porch from this video. So the blood is obviously new and part of her being removed from the house. So I think there's a lot there. And I think you hear a lot of people talking that somebody will recognize them. And I hope that's true because, you know, even friends, if you see somebody at a mall or in a store, you'll recognize them from behind. You'll go, oh, that's, you know, that's Bruce. I see him there. And you'd go up and say hello. So somebody will recognize his demeanor and his movement and his eyes and his mouth. Somebody will figure that out, unless, of course, he's a Mexican national, which I only say that because he's got dark eyes, dark eyebrows, a dark mustache. And the way he had that holster hooked on seemed very unlikely. It seemed like a little bit of somebody who's not familiar with how we would carry a gun.
Can you explain a little bit about that holster? Again, we do notice that there appears to be a pistol in a holster, but what about it is odd to you?
Well, it's hanging in the front. It seems to be loose, and it looks like it's a holster made for a revolver, and appears to be a semi-automatic weapon in it.
Okay.
What about the Mexican national? Are we talking like cartel? What are we talking about? Because there have been police officers that say sometimes the cartel does take people from Arizona.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that because, yeah, I would say cartel. I would say somebody that is, I mean, he was obviously prepared either to take her, and that's what was in the backpack, or he was doing a burglary and was surprised by her. But at one point, it almost looks like he tries to knock or ring on the doorbell. But you notice when he walked in originally, he had his head down like, hey, I don't want anybody to see who I am. But then he looks right into the camera. And anybody who's been around those cameras, they all light up. There, you know, there's that little circle that you push, and it lights up when somebody's near it. So it's not, I think that's what brought it to his attention. But then he looks right in it. So it's very, very bizarre.
Frank Milstead joins us, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. We're talking about the major breaking news. This is the big break in the case. This is the 10th day that we know that Nancy Guthrie has been missing. The FBI releasing these new chilling pictures and video of a masked figure. So can we use AI? Can we use facial recognition to ID this guy? Or is it going to be something like what you said? You'll notice his gait. You'll notice how he walks. Someone's going to notice that, oh, it looks similar to so-and-so.
I think that you will get a sketch from the FBI. If anybody can put together a sketch from somebody wearing a mask, they can. It looks like the mask fits very tightly around them, so it didn't look like there was a lot of hair under there to me. So I think that they will come up with a sketch, and I also think that this is not the only information they have. I think this is probably why Savannah gave the second video yesterday afternoon, is that she had seen it and realized that they did not know who it was by then, and now she needed help from somebody else. Because I'm guessing when the FBI took that video to the family and showed it to them individually, that they were expecting one of them to say, oh, yeah, that's so-and-so. And apparently that did not happen.
Interesting.
We're talking to retired Colonel Frank Milstead from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. Colonel Frank, what does it say to you, with your law enforcement background, that the images we have of this, the FBI is referring to it as a him, and we'll go with that. It does appear to be male. An educated guess would say that, I think. That they showed up to the house with a backpack that appears to be stuffed. It's full of something.
And see, that was the other question too. And I thought maybe you might be familiar with this because you're a sports guy. Is that backpack stuffed, or is it one of those hard case backpacks that kind of has room in it, like if you're a motorcycle rider or
like a hard shell on it of some sort?
Yeah, exactly. So because if it's stuffed, he's obviously got evil on his mind.
Right.
And again, what is it that he's thinking about doing, and how many times has he been there that he looks so comfortable in that alcove or on that porch as he walks in? Okay. I mean, he's not in a hurry. He's not looking behind him. Yeah. He doesn't think he's being followed. He's very comfortable where he is at.
How important is it to know the timestamp on this? Because we do not know. We know the last time Nancy Guthrie, she was dropped off at her home, and then we know when the family didn't find her, and there's, 14 hours in there, 12 hours or something. How important is it to know when this happened?
Well, I think you're going to find that the timeline is when that camera was removed or went offline, or when her pacemaker broke connection with her Apple Watch. And so that are going to come into play. And again, the best people in the world are there. You have the people from Celebrite there that do all of the scrubbing of phones and computers. Oh. You have the FBI's cellular analysis survey team there. Even her pacemaker, I would hypothesize that her pacemaker will connect and with other devices and leave a trail. If the person had a phone or a watch, it will connect to cell towers in the area, and there's not going to be a lot of movement and a lot of things connecting to it. The other thing is if he walks into the house with signal tracking, they can like you walk into a mall or the airport and says, "Hey, do you want to connect with our Wi-Fi?" That's called a soft handshake. Mm-hmm. And even if you don't connect, the IMSI number from your phone has been left on that device, and that the international subscriber mobile data number, which is the only thing on a phone you can't spoof, that it connects to that device even if you don't want it to. It leaves a soft handshake print behind.
There's a trail.
It's a trail, and they will follow all of those trails. And even if they went close enough to somebody's house or a business that they parked out in front of, and they can just download that data and they can see where that goes. We've used it in crimes here before. I gave some information to Scottsdale PD one day when one of the motorcycle dealerships was broken into, and we were able to see who actually was inside the store at that hour at that time.
Interesting.
Retired Colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, Frank Milstead, is joining us. The chilling pictures and video of a masked figure about to enter Nancy Guthrie's house, where you can see them at KTAR.com. The backpack tells me that there's stuff in there to take her. He needs stuff to wrap her up, to subdue her. That's just me, but I'm not an expert. The second part is there's got to be a getaway driver, right? He can't do this all by himself.
To take somebody against their will, especially an 83 or 84-year-old woman who's 150 pounds and presumably not incredibly ambulatory, that is a huge feat. And to make sure that you get her somewhere that no one sees you.
Or hears.
So yes, I would assume there's somebody else with him.
Yeah.
Well, and maybe that's why he's so confident that he's okay and he's there alone, is because somebody else is out in the gravel driveway. But I would also just take a moment to make sure that we're not so thinking about this investigation, we forget the gravity of the situation with the family.
Fair.
Just thinking about somebody coming to my mother's door and going inside at night and taking her against her will, that has to be incredibly horrifying for the family and friends, anybody that knew her. It is a graphic reminder of how vulnerable all of us are if we don't pay attention. And again, with lighting and with cameras, checking on your elderly parents or relatives, it is, to me, watching that person show up like it's no big deal. I mean, this is like another day for this guy. Is absolutely horrifying.
Yeah. Really appreciate your insight into this, Colonel Frank, and some great sentiments to leave us on. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, gentlemen. Have a good week.
Thank you. Well, that is Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, reacting to the new images, videos we are getting of at least one suspect that we believe was involved in the abduction of Nancy Guthrie as we go on day 10 now.
Imagine if that was your mom or your dad who's living alone, and you see that thug
masked with a gun,
front door, middle of the night.
Yeah. Terrifying.
It's a nightmare.
Checking the headlines. Becky Lynn has that for us. And coming up next, you might have to write a bit of a love letter to your wife, your significant other next year on Super Bowl Sunday. We'll explain. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. If you got $26, Bodo, I have a deal for you. Yeah, only $26. So it's February. Aquazona, Connecticut wants to offer you maybe the best deal they've ever offered. And I've been talking about these guys almost 20 years in afternoons. So $26. What does that buy you at Aquazona, Connecticut? Well, it gets you the same system that I've had in my house for, 20 years. A K5 drinking water station. $26 a month and you can own it. $26 a month and you can own it. Unreal. Now, why is that worth $26 a month to you? Well, how about no more drinking water with chlorine or heavy metals or microplastics and forever chemicals in your water? Your kids will have safe water. You will have safe water. Your ice is going to taste fantastic. When you make coffee, the coffee will taste better. A better tasting food. Why? Because you have purified, perfect drinking water. $26 a month when you mention Gatos. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:19. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Security camera footage is released involving Nancy Guthrie's disappearance after authorities first said they could not access the footage.
Through some back-end system, the FBI is saying that they were able to get this video, get these images, that even though it wasn't saved into the cloud, they were able to retrieve them.
That's ABC's Alex Stone, who says it could be a situation where authorities were sitting on the images but couldn't make any progress. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at those roads with Enrique Garcia. He's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Sun City West, we have a crash blocking the intersection. Loop 303 southbound near El Mirage Road. Chandler with a crash. Loop 202 Santiago Freeway westbound approaching Elma School Road. Scottsdale debris blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Indian Bend Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight, 57, and tomorrow a high of 79. A little cooler than that the rest of the week, and a chance of rain creeping in. Right now it's 79 in Tempe. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
Carlos Alfaro from Arizona talks about a statehood event you can attend on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the app.
There's been some changes. We, Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos, are now on from 2 to 6 Monday through Friday.
Isn't that fantastic?
It is fantastic.
I'm getting hundreds of texts.
Really?
Oh, man.
Okay.
I've never gotten more texts in my life.
Are they positive?
No.
Okay, that was my concern. I probably shouldn't ask questions I don't want answers to. But yeah, we thank you for joining us. Remember, you can always participate in the show. You can text us during the show, speaking of text, at 620. All right. So we just went through Super Bowl Sunday. And there's a couple of things that are coming up next year. All I'm saying, guys, mostly guys, you might want to start planning for. Number one, I have some good news. Next year's Super Bowl is the day before President's Day, which for many people is a holiday. Remember all these people always say the day after the Super Bowl should be a holiday?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be next year.
That's great.
President's Day.
I didn't know that.
Will be Monday, February 15th.
Because isn't President's Day this year next Monday?
Next Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Super Bowl is going to be 1 week later.
I'm going to have off on my birthday.
Hey, look at that.
Oh, gosh.
But if
oh, gosh.
Julia.
If Monday...
Let me put myself into the story. Hey, everybody, it's my birthday.
If Monday, February 15th is a holiday, that means the Super Bowl is going to be on Sunday, February 14th.
Oh.
Valentine's Day. There are going to be some, dare I say, difficult decisions that are going to be made.
I don't think
Tough
there are any.
choices.
Why?
There's none?
No.
You're like, this is not even a question.
No. Super Bowl is bigger than Valentine's Day.
Oh, I was going to see you say it out loud.
I mean, don't you think? And more women are going to want to watch the Super Bowl.
I think a lot will, yeah.
Go to a Valentine's Day dinner. Oh, that's horrific. All right, hold on. I got this.
Hold on. You got this. That's
good.
good.
So Valentine's Day is on a Sunday.
Correct.
Super Bowl Sunday.
Correct.
Everyone will just go out on Friday or Saturday. It'll be fine.
It'll be okay?
It'll be fine.
All right.
If there is I'll just say this.
Okay.
If you are dating a gal
okay, let's keep that in
who
mind.
wants to go out to a dinner on Super Bowl Sunday.
On Super Bowl Sunday.
You got to ditch her.
Wrong girl.
Wrong girl for you.
Yeah.
By the way, wrong girl for everybody.
Wrong girl for everybody. Not just wrong girl for you, wrong girl for everybody. So there's going to be, I think, as much as you say there won't be issues, let me just tell you, I think there's going to be some issues.
You're probably right.
There are going to be some people out there who couldn't give a hoot that there is a foosball game going on the day that they think should be dedicated to them.
So listen to this Super Bowl story.
There's a Super Bowl.
There's a dude.
Yeah.
And he invited all of his friends over to his house for the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And what he did was he played the Super Bowl between the Patriots and the Seahawks from 2014. Do you remember they played?
Yeah. Well, that was the one where the Patriots won
on an interception at the goal line.
Because the Seahawks
threw the ball
instead of ran it at the end of the game. Famous play. Yeah.
So instead of showing them the game, he just played the Super Bowl from 2014.
Because he felt better about that one,
The man claims that no one in attendance knew the difference.
Nobody knew the difference.
That shows you when you go to a Super Bowl party, are you really, really watching it?
Yeah.
Or are you mingling?
They probably were seeing a lot of commercials for like PetSmart going, what
Could be.
I thought, were they still around?
But if you go to I'll say this. I went to a Super Bowl party with 4 couples. It was small. We got to really watch the game. I've also been to a Super Bowl party with 50 to 100 people.
Oh.
And guess what?
What?
You don't get to watch much of the game. So you wouldn't even know it.
Too much going on.
Too much going on.
So can you combine the two? Can you have a Valentine's Super Bowl love fest?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You have some football-shaped cookies, some heart-shaped cookies.
Exactly.
That is a day for football.
Well, you can do both, and I guarantee you, the advertisers are already thinking about this for next
figuring
year.
this out.
Yeah.
I don't want to see hearts. I don't want to see any cookies.
No, flowers.
I don't want to see any of that crap.
None of that crap.
I want wings.
I think they're going to reshape the actual football into a heart next year.
I want wings.
Just make it that much harder
I want
to catch.
pie. I want the sausage and pepperoni.
Okay.
I want stuff that's going to make my stomach hurt later.
Halftime show, just boys to men singing love songs.
That would be horrendous.
They make heart-shaped pizzas.
No.
Yes, they do.
Not on my football Sunday.
Not on my football Sunday. Not on my watch, they won't. Check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn, please keep us updated on everything, including the latest coming out of Tucson. You know, we had a chance to speak to somebody who is, I think, an amazing wealth of information. Matt Browning, a retired Mesa PD detective, also worked the gang and extremist unit. He has dealt with abductions in the past, and he had some really interesting commentary on what he saw on the video and pictures released today. We're digging into it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, it's time to invest in your number one asset, your home. Improve your home's aesthetics. Did I say that right, Bruce? It's a hard word to say on the radio. Aesthetics. I had to practice that. Anyway, you can upgrade your windows right now. All right? You got to hire the right company. Advanced Window Products. They're the right company, partly because I hired them to do my own home. Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary this year. It's time to make your home pop. Beautify your home with new windows. My windows were old. My windows were leaking air. Like, think about in the summer, all that hot air that's leaking into your house. No good. Makes your AC bills go through the roof. I had windows that were discolored. I had a window that had condensation between the panes. Super ugly. Get them replaced. Here's the deal. Mention Gatos, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Phone number, 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. Online, advancedwindows.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Greg did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, I saw the advertisements of Rhino Shield, and I did some internet research. It just seemed like a no-brainer to me.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
And what's nice about Rhino Shield is that it does a really good job of its ability to be UV protective. And what's really nice for people who live in HOAs, they were able to virtually identically match the existing color, but made HOA essentially a non-issue.
All right, Phoenix, you too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
The Rhino Shield crew did an exceptionally good job in terms of preparation, work, and cleanup. It was like they were never there when they were all finished.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
No paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge, and Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New security footage connected to Nancy Guthrie's disappearance has now been released. It's tough to make out physical features, but ABC's Alex Stone says it will help with the investigation.
They'll be able to figure out height out of this just based on where he is standing compared to in her entryway with all the bricks around it. And probably general weight as well.
Stone adds the biggest thing that could come out of this is someone recognizing the person or the clothing. And you can take a look. We have the photos and the video that were recovered at KTAR.com.
Thank you so much.
Today, the Phoenix City Council, at the direction of Mayor Kate Gallego, directing staff to come up with ways to prevent abuses from federal agents. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
Yeah, Becky, a letter dated February 5th from the mayor's office says the city of Phoenix shall develop ways to document ICE agents' activities in Phoenix. And today, Councilwoman Betty Guardado motioning staff to do that and potentially block ICE from staging on city property, which was approved, but in a sudden manner.
Second
No, I'm not a second.
I
have questions. I'm not. We have original motion, and then we have a second from Councilman Robinson. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
And that shouting from community members with local advocacy group Put Air in Action co-director Isabella Garcia saying the city is doing too little too late. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
There is a celebration at the Wildlife World Zoo in the West Valley. An endangered baby pygmy hippo is the newest arrival to the zoo family. Christy Hayden joined the Mike Broomhead Show and says the pygmy is rarely seen by humans. And she adds the population is growing thanks to research and care by zookeepers around the world.
Their numbers are really low in the wild, so most of what we know about the pygmy hippo is what we've been able to research and gather by having them under professional care.
Hayden says the pygmy hippo habitat is primarily in Western Africa. She says visitors to the zoo will get to vote on a name for the baby hippo by scanning the QR code in front of the pygmy hippo exhibit. Let's see how the roads look for you this afternoon. In the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, it's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Peoria with debris blocking the exit ramp. Lib 101, Agua Fria northbound near Sweetwater Avenue. Surprise with traffic signal glitches on the US 60 Grand Avenue eastbound near Dysart Road. Chandler with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 22, Santiago Freeway westbound near McQueen Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We have partly cloudy skies today and expecting an overnight low of 57. And we'll be cloudy to mostly cloudy the rest of the week as we cool off a little bit into the 70s and a 30% chance of rain by Friday. Right now it's 81 in Levine. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buy Your Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyyourhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Tomorrow's a Tech Tuesday on Arizona's Morning News. Plus, as Nancy Guthrie's ransom deadline passes, we'll bring you the latest. Watch LaDonna Harvey and me on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the KTAR News app.
I was watching Jim Sharp and LaDonna on the YouTube channel today.
You figured that out.
I had to get up to pee. And so I said, you know what? It's early. I might as well go and check it out, and I did, and I got to tell you, it was fantastic.
You can go to the KTAR YouTube channel, even if you're not going to pee, and you can watch us at any time.
As well, you know, if you get up late, it was like 5:30 or something.
It's in the middle of the night. I don't know.
So you know, I don't want to stand. I sat because just to make sure I didn't fall down or anything. Sat and I watched.
This is way too much information.
And I watched them on the YouTube channel, and I'll tell you, it was very entertaining.
Very entertaining.
Oh, by the way, that's Bruce. I'm Gatos. We're kind of new here.
We're new to the 3 o'clock hour.
We are. We've moved from 4 to 7 to 2 to 6. So
that's so that you can get home at a reasonable hour.
Well, I don't want to leave in the middle of the night anymore after I get off at 7.
Yeah. Fair enough. The middle of the night.
I need my beauty sleep.
There is that.
And, I don't want to be out after dark.
Who does? That's when the monsters come.
Now, if you don't like the show, you can just email our producer, Julia, and she'll just take care of it all.
Absolutely. All the complaints go directly to her.
I wish there was better news for us to talk about, Bruce.
Yeah, you say that, and I agree, but I hope that we're maybe getting closer to some sort of resolution. Because I think that almost the worst thing you could think of for the Guthrie family is to not know.
You know what? What I saw today would scare the hell out of me.
The FBI released chilling pictures and video.
Terrifying.
Of a masked, armed, we believe, man at the front door of her house in the middle of the night, attempting to cover up the video doorbell, the camera. And it's the first that we've learned of any sort of a suspect, any sort of a description, anything whatsoever as to who may have abducted Miss Guthrie.
So we talked to our friend Matt Browning. This guy knows his business, retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extreme expert. So one of the first questions we asked is, well, what stood out to you about the pictures?
Well, first of all, I'd like to see the timestamp because in one of the pictures he comes with no backpack, no holster, and then all of a sudden the next picture he has a backpack and a holster. So it tells me that he spent some time there. He has the same clothes, same mask, but he spent time either going back to a car, going back behind a tree, a rock, whatever he hid behind, and before he came back up to the door. That's number one. Number two, this guy's not tactically minded whatsoever. If you look at where he holds the holster, that's not a tactical holster. That's just something that is flopping around. Anybody with any experience or any tactical sound mind would never put a holster right there.
All right, Matt Browning. Okay, so that was a little earlier today. I think one of the things that we do need to talk about is because you almost have to look at this. You almost have to look at every single thing in this video.
Okay.
What he's wearing, what he's not wearing.
Absolutely. You're picking it apart piece by piece.
The backpack.
Okay.
He's got a full backpack. And my thought
it looks stuffed.
Was he has stuff in the backpack because he's going to take somebody.
Yeah.
That's just my thought.
If you were going to kidnap someone, you'd bring your tools.
So what did Matt Browning think about the backpack?
There had to be something because he came to the door. I would venture to say the first time he came was the picture without the backpack and holster.
Yeah.
The second time he came, and that backpack was just too overstuffed.
Yeah.
Again, tactics. You don't. That's you bring in what you need. And why would you pull a weed or a plant out to block a camera? Anybody that I've talked to or I've dealt with, that the first thing they do is they'd either spray it, tape it, or knock it off the wall.
Okay, so let's go into that now. That was Matt Browning. Spray it, tape it, or take it off the wall.
Right.
What this guy did was he pulled flowers out of a garden and just put it in front. And I'm like,
that was weird, right?
Of course it was weird. So it tells me that we've got an amateur here.
I think that's fair.
We've all been wondering, is this a skilled professional? Was this a hitman? Was this hired by somebody? Was it a robbery gone bad? Was this someone who takes people and wants ransom? I think what we've seen is an amateur.
Yeah.
But, no honesty, he's eluded police for 10 days.
Well, you say that, but and again, we're at speculation stage. I get that. Because they aren't as polished, maybe as some of our law enforcement experts would say they've seen in the past. Does that make it harder to catch somebody who's erratic, who doesn't follow a pattern?
Let's hear what Matt Browning said about that.
I don't think this guy was very smart that did it.
Okay.
But that does not take away the violence that he can inflict. The clothing, his demeanor, his tools that he used, that for me, what gave it away is the holster. Nobody puts a holster in the middle of their waist and expects to be tactical in what they're doing. It's just never.
So he told us about the holster about 3 different times. That's the one thing to me that stood out to Matt Browning. Absolutely.
So I'm going to assume most of you seen, let's use a police officer's example. They have a holster, right or left side, depending on their hand, and it's on the outside of their hip. Do you know what I'm saying? It's where you wear a weapon. If you're going to wear a holster for a weapon, that's how most people would wear it. Think of, Old West gunslinger or whatever. This guy has the holster on the inside of his thigh. Strange. It's a very odd place that you would holster a weapon on the inside, like between your legs, like the holster was turned around and put on the inside. It's just a weird place. And I can't say I've ever seen anybody carrying a gun like that on purpose.
Yeah. One last 30 seconds from Matt Browning, who joined us. Retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extremist expert. We have a picture of him, but he's in a mask.
There is that.
All right.
Full like ski mask.
So we asked, can facial recognition or AI help ID him?
There's somebody out there who will recognize those eyes. They'll recognize, looks like he had a mustache, that his mask even look a little twisted or a little turned.
Agreed.
And so you can see a mustache on his face. So somebody out there, whether it's a friend, neighbor, family, they're going to know who this person is. And now we hope that since the FBI, so yes, it took 10 days, but now that it's 10 days, and now that they release this stuff, hopefully somebody's going to call up and say, yeah, that's this person or that person.
So they could use facial recognition.
Like to fill it in,
They think that, if you've watched this man walk up to the front door, like in the video, if you watch his eyes.
They have a distinct, I think the term is gait, where they walk up to the door and you see them walk away. They're kind of hunched over a little. I'd almost call it lumbering. Strikes me as a bigger guy. not obese, but certainly not skinny by any stretch of imagination.
Right. The pictures are terrifying.
Yeah.
Especially when you see them for the first time.
Yeah.
They're terrifying because you know that's the guy who took her.
Yeah. At least one of them, because at this point, there could be others involved.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to think if you're going to take an 84-year-old woman who weighs, what do you think, 150 pounds, you're going to need some help, right? Are you going to have a getaway driver? You got to take her somewhere. You're not just walking out with her.
You're not walking out of this neighborhood. No. It's in the middle of nowhere. All right, check the headlines. Becky Lynn has that for us. Coming up next, 16-year-olds today. It appears they're either acting like 5-year-olds or 40-year-olds. Pick a side of the fence here, all right? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, my new lawyer, Sweet James. That's right, Sweet James Accident Attorneys. I want you to know these guys are closers, okay? If you're hurt in an accident, car, truck, motorcycle, if you're hurt in an accident, here's what's going to happen. The insurance companies are going to promise to protect you, and they're basically going to try and pay you as little as possible, or they'll deny your claim altogether. But when you hire Sweet James Accident Attorneys, guess what? The insurance companies get a bit scared. They don't like these guys, and that's good for you. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, world-class law firm, over 25 years experience, over 500 trials. They have a winning record 98% of the time. And you don't pay them until they win your case. And as I said, they win a lot. SweetJames.com, SweetJames.com, 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. Tell them Gato sent you.
Take advantage of thousands of dollars in SRP rebates and discounts on energy-efficient home upgrades like new air conditioning units, windows, ducts, and insulation. Save money on your energy bill while also making your home more comfortable. SRP's network of participating contractors can guide you from start to finish and maximize your savings by combining Inflation Reduction Act incentives with SRP rebates. Learn more at savewithsrp.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Greg Ayler, host of Fire Your Financial Advisor, a different look at retirement and the financial industry.
If you feel like you're ready to retire, you're probably close. This comes up with a lot of people where they're like, I'm thinking about it. And then like a month later, you're like, yep, retired. You're like, that's quick. Because once you go down that road, you start to check out. You're like, you start visualizing what life will be like.
Come visualize your retirement. Sunday mornings at 11 here with Greg Ayler on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. Choice Home Warranties will be paying out nearly $12 million in an Arizona consumer fraud settlement. Attorney General Chris Mays says the company spent more than a decade unjustly denying claims, and the case represents everything her office is fighting against.
Companies that prey on our most vulnerable residents hide behind fine print and pocket millions while leaving hardworking Arizonans without the protection that they paid for and desperately needed.
More than 1,500 Arizona customers filed complaints against the company since 2013, according to Mays. Choice Home Warranties denies any wrongdoing. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And with a check on the roads now, Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. State Route 51 southbound, approaching 20th Street. Chandler with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway westbound near McQueen Road. Phoenix with a crash block in the HOV lane. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway westbound near 24th Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Do your parents or grandparents have the documents they need in their personal files? I'm Jamie West. Mark your calendar for Tuesday, February 17th at 2:30 p.m. Elder care attorney Stephanie Bivens will be at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix to share insights on documents every senior should have. Enjoy light refreshments and enlightening legal refreshers. It's free. Just text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Hey, head over to KTAR.com. Every day I do the Gatos Big Q poll question. Talk to Mike Broomhead at 8:50. And then now at 3:50, Bruce, you get to guess and see how the people are feeling in the Big Q. All right. Trump's tariffs. New study cost the average American household $1,000 last year. Thanks a lot. Still think the tariffs are good for your wallet? Yes or no?
I know there's a lot of people live in the alternate fact world, so I know they're going to be okay with it. I'm going 65 no.
61% say no.
Yeah. There's still the people that live in a fantasy world and think tariffs are a good idea. That's okay.
It hasn't worked out for you.
Well, they're paying for it, but they just don't care.
It hasn't worked out for you, your bank account.
Oh, it's not worked out for economy.
No, it hasn't. This will be an issue we talk about tomorrow at 5 o'clock on the face-off.
Yeah.
All right?
10-4.
Oh, by the way, we're Bruce and Gatos. We moved from 2 to 6, so that's us.
Yes. Talking right now.
I don't know if I said that very eloquently.
I wasn't even sure what you were going at.
I just want everybody to know that we've changed our time slot.
We have, correct.
And so
2 until 6.
Right. And this is
that's clear.
3:50 and 51 seconds. So this is where we are now.
Okay. And it's Tuesday, and it's February, and it's 2026. In case any of you are unclear where we are, you're
saying because I use the seconds?
Yeah. Do you remember turning 16? And let me ask you maybe more specifically, Gatos. Do you remember when you first started driving? Did you do that permit thing, and then you got to drive?
Yeah, well, back in the mean streets of the New York, New Jersey area, 17, you got your license.
17 was it?
It was a wonderful day. Freeing, if you will.
I was going to say freedom is the word that comes to mind. And I think for so many of us, getting a driver's license and driving was like the definition of freedom. You could literally, the idea that you could get in the car and save for how much money you had in your pocket to fill it with gas, you could go anywhere.
It's wonderful.
It was liberating.
Especially if you took your dad's gas card.
But now you have a generation of kids who don't even care to drive. They're not down at the DMV on their 16th birthday taking the driving test so they can get it. They just don't care. Like, why would I need to drive? Why do I need to learn how to drive?
First of all,
I don't want to drive.
You got DoorDash, so I don't need to go anywhere.
Oh, wow.
I've got, I can do FaceTime, or I can talk on the phone or text. Nobody's talking on the phone. So my friends are right there. My friends are in my hand, right? So I can eat from, using my phone. I can chat by using my phone. I don't have to go to the bank and, do something ridiculous. I could do that all by my on my phone. You can do everything by your phone. You can play video games on your phone. You can do it all. Why would you need to go anywhere? I don't need a driver's license.
Well, let me turn around and say, parents are wishing that they were driving because at some point you want to get rid of the minivan and stop being the Uber for your kids.
You have Uber? Well, kids can't really get in an Uber.
Okay, yes, they can.
Didn't Becky
So my
do a story
nephew-
about Lyft today?
Yes, Lyft is starting. If you already have the app, you can let your teen. You can put them on the account.
How old are we talking? 15?
I don't know for sure on the.
Did you do the story?
Yes, but it was 2 hours ago.
How would Waymo know how old you are? It wouldn't.
13 through 17.
Yeah. Waymo doesn't even have a driver. Just get in the damn thing.
There's nobody there to ask you.
That's but it's you're
not everywhere
saying you're agreeing
So
that it fits.
I use an example. My brother, the lawyer.
Yes.
I thought you called him something else.
The maggot. I set up the account, the Uber account for my nephew when he was 12, 13, 14.
Mm-hmm.
And he used Dad's account to Uber everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Well, that's exactly
he used
what
to
this
Uber
is.
to school, Gatos. Gatos, can you imagine a world in which your parents said, you know what?
Take a cab.
Bus, bicycle, no. Why don't you Uber to school?
Cab it, right?
Get out of Dodge.
Well, I do think this is a bit misleading because I know a lot of kids who race and get their driver's license. It's not as freeing as it used to be because we have a smartphone and everything from your smartphone is all you need.
In the 80s, half of 16-year-olds had a driver's license. Today, that number is under 25%.
Wow. I remember when my kids were in school and so many of their friends did not get driver's license.
You remember that, but not the story you did 2 hours ago on the lift?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I knew the gist of it.
Check of the headlines are on the way. More than just a gist from Becky Lynn.
I
She's
like
gonna
to
get us
give
up
the Hall of
speed on it.
Famer a hard time when I can.
As well you should.
Especially now that we have 4 hours, I got to fill a lot more airtime.
With crap talking. I appreciate that. The FBI now releasing new pictures and video of a masked man about to enter Nancy Guthrie's home. We're going to be talking about what people are seeing, what they're noticing in these pictures and videos, and does it get us closer to finding Nancy Guthrie? Up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's time to call the Lund Mortgage Team for 2 reasons. Let me go through the first one. You want to buy a house. You've waited to buy a house. Well, now is the time to get off the fence. Here's why. Interest rates are down. That's going to save you a bunch of money. Home prices in the valley are down. That is going to save you a bunch of money. If you're ever going to do this, call the Lund Mortgage Team now. They are the first call you make. They're going to tell you how much house you can afford. They're also going to tell you what your payment will be. They'll get you the lowest rates, the lowest fees. The Lund Mortgage Team, 623-875-9940. The other thing is if you've been in a house and you've had a mortgage for, let's say, the last 3 years, well, mortgage rates dropped. Time for you to refinance through the Lund Mortgage Team. Here's how you do it. Send them an email. RateWatch at LundMortgage.com. RateWatch, one word, at LundMortgage.com. They will take that email, they will monitor the market for you, and they will alert you when is the right time to refinance so you save money. 623-875-9940. Tell the Lund Mortgage Team Gato sent you.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
LaDonna here. Imagine you find your dream home and then you move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no weird coordinating. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. New surveillance photos of the alleged suspect outside of Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home show what appears to be a masked man tampering with the front door camera. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
The previously inaccessible footage was located in back-end systems. Retired Mesa PD detective Matt Browning tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, whoever took 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie is not a career criminal.
That's number one. Number two, this guy's not tactically minded whatsoever. If you look at where he holds the holster, that's not a tactical holster. That's just something that is flopping around.
Browning adds the person also uses a plant to cover up the security camera, not spray paint or tape. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Now you can see those photos at KTAR.com, and anyone with any information related to this case is urged to call 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Eyes on Education.
State Schools Chief Tom Horn is threatening to pull federal funding from schools if they don't comply with new anti-DEI guidelines from the U.S. Department of Education. KTAR's legal analyst Barry Markson says after a recent ruling, this may not be allowed.
The court has ruled that the Trump administration can't cut federal funds to public schools based on their DEI statements. And the Trump administration had the opportunity to appeal that, and they did not.
Horn says by using religion as the base of the anti-DEI policy and having the Arizona Department of Education withhold the funds, this gets around the federal ruling. You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. Today, in a work study session, the Phoenix City Council directing staff to draft up rule changes that allow data collection on local ICE operations. Valley Advocacy Group put air in action, saying that's not enough, and shouted over the City Council meeting with additional demands from city leaders. The council did also vote to potentially block ICE from using city property, which was among Poder's demands.
Please hurry up.
How many shots were fired?
Edgar! Edgar, get in!
That's audio from a 911 call leading up to a deadly officer-involved shooting with the wrong man being killed by police.
The shooting happened a little more than 2 weeks ago as police were responding to multiple reports of a person shooting into a home near 75th Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road. Phoenix Police Sergeant Jen Zatt says when officers arrived, they found people fighting on the ground and demanded to see their hands. Newly released body cam footage shows that's when one of the officers fired a single shot, mistakenly killing 36-year-old Christian Diaz-Rendon.
Based on what we now know, the man that was fatally shot had disarmed the individual who had fired the shots at the home and other family members. He was not the subject of the original call.
Police say 33-year-old Edgar Ledesma Garcia was the actual alleged gunman. He was taken into custody and now faces 11 criminal charges, including felony murder. The incident is under investigation by DPS. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Time to check the road home this afternoon. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Guadalupe with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. State Route 51 southbound near 20th Street. And surprise, we still have those traffic signal glitches on the US 60 Grand Avenue eastbound near Dysart Road. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait. Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We got up to 80 today so far, anyway, for a high at Sky Harbor. 57 overnight. Tomorrow we shouldn't hit 80, right around 79. And we're going to drop down to the low 70s by Friday. We have a 30% chance of rain as well. 79 currently in Phoenix. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken. Now 2 till 6 with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
A lot of people really say hour number 3 is the best.
It used to be hour number 1.
But yeah, but
now
don't
we're
confuse
on at 2.
me.
We're on at 2.
Yeah, okay.
Show up early. We'll make sure we're here at 2.
All right. This is what's happening.
The news gets worse. I think worse today. I think a lot of people are looking at it as, hey, it's good that we have a suspect, but it's bad because, oh my gosh, that's the suspect.
Yeah, we now, the FBI has released images and video from the doorbell camera at Nancy Guthrie's home showing a masked individual wearing gloves, long sleeves, and when I say mask,
full ski mask,
if you will. Only eyes are visible, and a backpack that looks to be full in some way, stuffed backpack, coming up to the doorbell camera, and then at some point trying to cover it up before it goes away, where maybe at that point the camera itself was ripped off the wall or something along those lines.
I'm completely outraged by this. It took 10 days to find this. We've had 0 clues for 9 or 10 days. Not anything. Not a single thing. And now we've got footage of this. I said this 10 days ago. Okay, the guy was messing with the camera. But he's probably, maybe doesn't know this. Maybe he's not experienced. And now we're finding out that kind of looks like he's an amateur. Okay, he can try and take that camera down, but there's going to be some residual
and that's what we
content,
have.
And that's exact. But why the heck is it taking 10 days? That's outrageous. 10 days.
I have no idea. That I don't understand.
So it's a Nest camera.
Brand. It's owned by Google.
And what they were telling us, authorities were telling us is, oh, well, she didn't pay the subscription fee. And what I said is, who cares? It doesn't matter. There's got to be something.
Well, if you have a subscription, you have as much video as you want. You can go back and see every time somebody walked up to your front door.
Right.
I had the subscription for my Ring.
Right.
I let it go away.
But
so
you should
now
also
I can
know
only
this.
look at it live.
Cameras are always recording. These cameras are always recording.
We did learn that. Isn't that something?
No, I didn't. No, I already knew that. The cameras already record. And it's like, when did you go to Google and say, we desperately need your help? Like, did you do it on day 1 or did you do it on day 5? Because if you did it on day 5, you blew it.
Fair. Okay. I'm listen, like I'm not here to make excuses because I haven't the foggiest idea. Is there a chance that they were withholding this video because they believed they were negotiating in good faith with a kidnapper to get Nancy back?
So
and if
you're
they
going
put
to
the video
trust
out,
a kidnapper who maybe was, asking for a ransom.
The ransom, $6 million.
But we already know that one of them was already bogus.
But they didn't say this one was bogus. They didn't arrest
say
anybody.
that yet.
So there must have been something that made them think there was some validity to it.
If they had this video and they didn't put it out immediately, this could cost Nancy Guthrie her life.
Yeah, but if you're negotiating, I can understand you saying we have to keep stuff close to the vest because we're trying to preserve her life.
The only picture that we have,
if you're negotiating with somebody who says, I'm going to kill this person if you do blank, blank, and blank.
But you don't even know who you're dealing with.
I admit it.
Right.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Yeah.
So you roll the dice and go, screw you. We're going to put the picture out, and if you kill him, you kill him.
I put the picture out.
Yeah. Well, that might have been the family's call, and they said, don't you dare put a picture out. Don't you dare, because they said don't do that.
I just think 10 days is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
I have a question, and I'm not trying to be insensitive, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Understanding what they're going through.
I don't think any of us understand what they're going through.
But
I know
the desperation.
Can you imagine seeing the picture of this thug and thinking that's the guy who took my mother?
I looked it up. As of this moment, there are over 25,000 American adults. This isn't children. 25,000 American adults that are listed with law enforcement as missing.
Mm-hmm.
As missing. 25,000. What does it say that so many resources, an FBI task force, a 24-hour hotline, everything is being used to find Nancy Guthrie?
Mm-hmm.
Do the other 25,000 families deserve a similar effort to find their loved one, their missing mother, daughter, son, brother, whatever?
They're not getting this type of attention, number one. And that's true. But it doesn't mean that
there's other missing people in Tucson that aren't getting this attention.
But it doesn't mean that they're not looking for them.
Not at this level.
Nothing is at this level.
Right.
Yeah. This is honestly a horror film. It is.
The images look like something horrible out of a weird movie,
but
right?
Bruce, we've talked about why this is such a big story. It doesn't come to anybody, it doesn't surprise anybody. People wake up with Savannah Guthrie. Millions of people in America wake up to the Today Show and they have their coffee and their breakfast and that's how they start their day. Mm-hmm. She's very well known. Okay, now you take an 84-year-old mom, grandma. Who takes an 84-year-old woman? I mean, we've been through this. We know why this is a big story. Well, it has everything that is so awful, and it's making people watch and listen to it.
Okay, because she has a famous daughter, I get that.
Right.
It doesn't make the loss of the pain other families are feeling any less.
I've never said that. Right. But
does the video that you see today?
But TMZ is in this now, and we've got TV stations in Tucson.
I guess this gets
ransomed.
back to something that it's always bothered me. I used to call it the missing blonde girl of the day. Mm-hmm. Like we only care about kids that go missing if they're cute and blonde.
Sometimes
all the other kids that go missing, well.
Well, we've talked about the 3 kids who were tortured last year, and DCS dropped the ball there. They were tortured and killed, and not all of them were blonde and
No. But you know what I mean? When we talk about these, when the media, when TMZ gets a hold of it, and they send out their network anchors to stand out front of Nancy Guthrie's home. They're not doing this for all the other people. That
No,
are
they're
missing.
not.
Does the information that we see about the new video and the new pictures of the suspect?
Yeah.
Do you think they knew whose house it was? Does what we've learned so far, do you think Nancy Guthrie was targeted because she's Nancy Guthrie? Or does this look like somebody just went up to this house, picked it for whatever reason?
See, I thought that this was an amateur from the start, only for one reason: trying to take down the camera. That's an amateur move. Like a lot of times, and I've talked to police about this. How do you stop a camera from recording? You take it down? No, it'll continue to record. You put tape on it. You put paint over it. I think we had a guest on earlier today that told us that. I think Matt Browning told us that. So I always thought it was somebody who was an amateur, but you can't discard the fact that, this was the house of a famous, of a mom of a famous person. And
Can
go ahead,
I throw
Becky
this
Lynn.
in here?
No,
so
please.
I'm looking at those videos, and the person, they're holding the flowers like they're trying to hide, or even
Covering
the
up
glove.
yeah.
They're looking right at the camera.
Literally, with their eye. You can see their eyes.
You can
in
see,
it. Yeah.
and that is one point. I've seen other videos of people like when they're stealing stuff from people's front doors. They know there's a camera there. Most everybody knows to look away from the camera.
It's interesting you say that, because if you look at the video as well, and I know we're all seeing it now, they do walk up to the door with their head down. Like they're trying to hide their face. And then they look directly into the bleeping camera.
And then several people have pointed this out. I took a closer look, and it's interesting. They keep calling it a guy.
I know.
If you look at the eyes, they have very groomed eyebrows.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Now, we are saying a guy or male. The FBI specifically, our friend Brianna Whitney with ABC 15, Arizona Family said that they referred to it as a him. I don't know why.
Well,
maybe that was a mistake.
Stocky build.
They are kind of stocky.
Kind of looks like, but when you look at those eyes, the groomed eyebrows are, it's kind of like, that's interesting.
I don't know if it's a guy or a girl.
I don't either, but that's a point.
I think we assume that a male would kidnap an elderly woman.
Sure, we do.
That there isn't a gang of women out there doing that.
No,
like
but
that's just not a thing.
I wouldn't dismiss it.
It can't. It's a number greater than zero.
Right.
I think that's fair.
Former FBI agent Brad Garrett had some interesting things to say. Let's play one clip here. Was the crime from an amateur?
And the amount of time it would take to do all of this. I mean, the average home, excluding it's an 84-year-old's home that lives alone, anybody that would come and do this in front of somebody's house.
And what he's talking about is taking flowers, ripping it out of the garden, and then putting it in front of the camera.
Right.
That's weird. Silly.
Is bound to either get caught or, depending on who's on the other side, get shot. So again, I only say that from the standpoint of this is amateurish.
So the question begs, is it a good thing that this is someone who is inexperienced at doing something like this? Or, the FBI, would you rather deal with someone, I know it's a weird question, who's taken people before? And I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
Do you put up with a total amateur who's probably just freaking out?
This is the first time they've ever done anything like this.
Or someone who has taken people before.
One other little tidbit that came out today is the FBI did release, I think by now most people are aware that there was some Miss Guthrie's blood found on the, I'll call it the front doorstep area. They also now acknowledge that there is a trail of droplets, I'll refer to it as, that lead out to the edge of the driveway.
Yeah, and police left the crime scene wide open.
Yeah, who knows who's walked through that now, right?
There are going to be a lot of questions about, it took 10 days to get this picture out. Really?
Yeah.
And then you've got blood everywhere, and you tape it off for like a day, and then you remove the tape, and everybody walks through it, and then, the next day we got to look again. Let's put the tape back up.
Yeah, a little late for that, right?
Way too late.
Yeah. Checking the headlines, Becky Lynn's got that for us. Also want to do a quick shout out to everyone listening in Avondale. The Avondalians, here's your shout out. Thank you guys so much for listening in Avondale. The acting director of ICE took it on the chin today. at a House hearing. We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, I want you to go to the trusted leader in health solutions, Red Mountain Weight Loss. They've got an experienced medical team. They've helped people for over 30 years now, and they can help you too. Obviously, yes, you can go to them, talk to their doctors, and find out the best ways to lose weight. But if you are a guy and you think you've got a little bit of low T, you know what I'm talking about, fellas? Low testosterone. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. You can fix this. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone therapy. You go, you get tested. They tell you if you have low T. If you do, they fix you. It's like the fountain of youth. Stop the gimmicks, and what you really need is Red Mountain, and what you really need is a boost in testosterone. So, let me save you some money. When you mention Gatos, you start for free. I'm going to get your startup fee completely waived. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Experts say new surveillance photos of the alleged suspect outside of Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home show some tactical errors. Retired Mesa PD Detective Matt Browning tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the masked man used branches to cover up the camera.
And why would you pull a weed or a plant out to block a camera? Anybody that I've talked to or I've dealt with, that the first thing they do is they'd either spray it, tape it, or knock it off the wall.
Browning adds the person also has a gun holstered incorrectly, showing they're inexperienced with a weapon. You can see the photos at KTAR.com. If you have any information related to the case, call 1-800-CALL-FBI. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news now, you can go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Check traffic for us now. It's Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Surprise with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. Loop 303 northbound near Peoria Avenue. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. State Route 51 southbound near 20th Street. A look into our surface streets. Tempe with a crash involving a bicyclist on Rule Road and Broadway Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Thank you very much. Reminder, we're now on 2 to 6, 2 to 6, 2 to 6. This is Outspoken. And you got something cool coming up.
I always have something cool coming up. You have to be a little more specific.
Everybody can climb with you. That's right. Gatos and Broomhead
That's right.
are going to help raise critical funds for special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event. This is really unique. It's at the stadium, right?
Yeah, they're going to transform the whole stadium into what looks like a mountain, and it's going to be awesome.
Okay.
And you hike it, and you climb.
All right.
And we climb for, kids and people who need it.
We're going to make it easy for people. If you want more information, text the word CLIMB to 620-620. That's CLIMB to 620-620. We'll bounce you back the info, and you can join the KTAR team and climb with Gatos and Broomhead.
Absolutely.
Who's the team leader?
Me.
Got it. The acting...
He'll tell you different.
I was going to say, if I ask him, I get a different answer.
You get a different answer.
The acting director of ICE was on Capitol Hill today. There was a House hearing on ICE tactics, ICE behavior, if you will.
It's about time.
And there were some very pointed questions, might be a nice way to put it.
Yeah, I guess the acting director of ICE was the one that was trying to answer the questions from Congress. So, do you guys remember this clip? This happened in Minneapolis, and you're going to hear an ICE agent speaking to someone on the street.
I will tell you this, brother.
So that is the ICE agent.
I will tell you this, brother. What? I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
Okay, remember that?
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my... Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Thug with a mask on who got trained for 47 days and thinks he's big time. So that question, surrounding this issue, I'll erase your voice. Okay, now you're threatening to kill me. There was a representative that asked ICE Director Todd Lyons.
Director Lyons, what did your agents mean when he said, you raise your voice, I erase your voice? In the video just that we have seen, all of us have seen.
Sir, I'm not aware of that video that you have, sir. I can't.
He's a liar.
That's every one of their answers. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen it. Shoot people. What are you talking about? I haven't the foggiest idea.
Yeah. Your job is to know what your agents are doing.
Yeah,
all you have to do is go on social media and see. And you don't, I mean, he knows exactly what this video is.
Read a website.
Yeah, because this did happen.
It did happen.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm not aware of that video that you have, sir. I can't comment on what that officer has said.
Yeah, let's play for you again. How's that?
Does that statement, if I show you the video of that, does that statement reflect the value of your agency? And does ICE respect and adhere to the First Amendment?
Yes, sir. ICE does respect and refer to the First Amendment.
No, that's a lie, too.
That's another lie. They are telling people all the time, don't video us. If you video us, we're going to do this, that, and the other. They chase people down who tape them. They tell people to shut up. Yeah, they could care less about the First Amendment.
He's not doing his job.
Mm-hmm.
His job is to make sure that his agents are doing their job. And if you don't even know about that video, you're either lying because you know about it, or you're really bad at your job and you actually don't know about that video.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on with your agents.
Because my guess is someone came and said, hey, can you watch this, and should this guy be fired? It's just about leadership, that's all.
There isn't much of that.
There isn't.
No, obviously.
No, the standard answer is, well, I haven't seen it. Oh, well, I'm not sure if it's real. It could be AI.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen it, right? They're ignorant to everything that's going on, to say the least.
Yeah.
He was asked if he wanted to apologize to the families of the Americans that were murdered on the street. Surprisingly, not interested in apology.
Well, because it proves guilt.
Yeah, don't want to apologize.
No, he doesn't want to apologize in front of
But remember, the Gestapo never apologized either, just to be clear. I mean, they are consistent.
I got to tell you, this is not
never once.
Lyons is a guy who served in the military and for a while has been with ICE, and now we've seen this turn with these new agents who are rogue, and he doesn't have the guts to stand up and say, you know what, some of our agents they did some bad things, and I fired them.
You know how much credibility you'd have if you said, you know what, we could do it. Have there been missteps? Yeah. Here's what we're doing to correct those missteps. Here's what we're doing to make it better. Here's what we're doing to continue to fulfill our mission, but respect rights, human life, the Constitution. But no, they can't say that out loud because their audience is not Congress. Congress can't do anything to them. Their audience is Trump, and Trump doesn't want that. He's speaking to Trump when he's answering those questions.
No, it will come back to you.
Oh, yeah.
And it's starting.
Yeah, they're.
By the way, over 60% of America doesn't like any of this.
Yeah.
That's not just one poll.
No, it's
several.
All of them.
And growing.
Yeah, it's only getting worse. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's going to do that. A little bit earlier, we had a chance to talk to Colonel Frank Milstead, the former head of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, somebody who oversaw very large investigations, okay? We wanted to get some of his thoughts. Now that there is this video and images of the person we believe
terrifying
who took Nancy Guthrie against her will in the middle of the night 10 days ago, what did he see in those? What do those images say to him?
He's got an eye for this stuff.
Absolutely. Is what he's done his entire career. We're going to talk about it and get some of his thoughts. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
Super Bowl 60, a star-studded event with Chris Pratt and John Bon Jovi introducing the teams. Bad Bunny's halftime show celebrating Puerto Rican culture with appearances by Lady Gaga and Ricky Martin. The performance featured Puerto Rican imagery and a real-life wedding.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Got a text from Phil. Phil was telling me that he went to a Super Bowl party, and once again, he didn't have anything to eat at all. He doesn't have, he's got broken teeth. He's got missing teeth, and he can't chew certain foods. And for many, many years, he's been going to a Super Bowl party, smelling all the great foods and not being able to eat any of it. And so Phil texted me, and he said, listen, this is the last time I'm doing it. I'm going to take you up on going to Aria Dental Implant Center. Phil, good for you. You can certainly improve your life. Tell Dr. Joe I said hello. He's got decades of experience, thousands of smiles that have been restored. If you are somebody like Phil or you know someone like Phil, tell them about Aria. tell them to go and at least get a free consultation. Just mention Gatos, get a free consultation. Can't wait to see Phil get in there, get brand new teeth. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. New security footage connected to Nancy Guthrie's disappearance has now been released. It's tough to make out physical features, but ABC's Alex Stone says it will still help with the investigation.
They'll be able to figure out height out of this just based on where he is standing compared to in her entryway with all the bricks around it. And probably general weight as well.
Stone adds the biggest thing that could come out of this is someone recognizing the person or the clothing. Local advocacy group Put Air in Action calling on Phoenix to take strong action against ICE. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center with more.
That's as city leaders held a work-study session today, voting to direct staff to draft up rule changes that would allow the city to collect data on local ICE operations. And despite some common goals, Isabella Garcia with Put Air in Action says the city should be doing more.
Publicly fund deportation defense,
to ban ICE on city-owned property, to prohibit protest suppression, especially by the Phoenix Police Department.
And the city council did also vote for that potential blocking of ICE using city property. Garcia also says Phoenix PD should not allow arrested people to be picked up by ICE, though that is related to an agreement at the county level, and to not work with, quote, corporations that are profiting from ICE. Live in the news center, Balino Verstoles, KTAR News.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined a number of other lawmakers in asking the Department of Homeland Security for more details on the warehouse facility in Surprise that was recently purchased for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. In her letter, Mays asks questions about traffic, noise, water supply, and more. The warehouse is widely expected to be converted into a facility to house undocumented detainees. Arizona Senators Ruben Gallego and Mark Kelly also sent similar letters today. President Trump threatening to close a bridge that connects Canada and the U.S. unless the U.S. is fully compensated. The Gordie Howe International Bridge would connect Detroit with Windsor, Canada. At the White House today, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt elaborated on the president's position.
He also believes that the U.S. should own at least half of the bridge, have shared authority over what passes across it, and participate in the economic benefits generated by its use. This is just another example of President Trump putting America's interests first, and so he made that very clear in his call with Prime Minister Carney earlier today.
Let's check the roads this afternoon with Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound approaching Werner Road. Mesa crash on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound at Alma School Road. And Surprise with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 303, northbound near Peoria Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, a low temp around 57, then we're going to be cloudy to mostly cloudy the rest of the week and cooling off to the 70s, low 70s by Friday with a 30% chance of showers. Right now in Apache Junction, it's 81. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Carlos Alfaro from Arizona talks about a statehood event you can attend on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the app.
We're Bruce and Gatos. We are outspoken, and we're on from 2 to 6 now, Monday through Friday here on KTAR. Also on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can listen on air. You can listen on the app. We're everywhere. We're growing like a weed.
I'm in.
Okay.
6 o'clock, we've got Arizona's Evening News with Becky Lynn and Joe Huizenga. So we have extended our show 4 hours, but we start earlier, so we're 2 to 6. That started yesterday. I thought it went swimmingly.
It did. This is day 2.
Day 2.
We're going to keep our expectations in check. A little bit earlier, we had a chance to speak to Frank Milstead. He's a retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, friend of the show. Comes on the 5 o'clock face-off a lot. We've had him on for years as a law enforcement expert, someone who served in the Mesa Police Department as well. And we wanted to get his take from a professional standpoint. What did he see in these new videos of the doorbell camera outside of Nancy Guthrie's house?
If you're just joining us, the breaking news is that the FBI has released absolutely chilling pictures and video of a masked figure that is about to enter Nancy Guthrie's house. If you haven't seen them yet, they're at KTAR.com. When I saw them today with my wife, I mean, you put your mom in Nancy's shoes.
Yeah.
And that's what brings...
How terrifying.
That's what brings, the disturbing, feeling in your gut. So with Milstead, we got to see this guy walk up to Nancy Guthrie's home in a mask, and we asked Frank, well, what stood out from these pictures?
Mm-hmm. The first part was that he was very slow and deliberate in being there. He seemed to be familiar with that little alcove. It also was peculiar to me that he seemed to be surprised by the doorbell camera, because you see him pick up the weeds to kind of block it. But I think there's a lot there. But the one thing that I had this debate I can't get over is is he dressed like that, all things important, because he's about to try to abduct this woman? Or is he just a burglar that is coming to this house to do a burglary, and this is how he's going to get out with the backpack?
All right, that's Colonel Frank Milstead. I think the thing that I noticed, and I think most people are noticing, is that this guy's an amateur. He doesn't look like a very bright human being. Nobody goes to a garden, picks flowers out.
That's weird.
Okay, and then walks back up and says, "This is going to block the camera shot from my face."
How in God's green earth? Right.
Well, it's stupid. You know,
amateurish is exactly the term.
If you're a killer, if you are a professional kidnapper, if you're great at robbing homes, right? You're gonna know where the cameras are, and you're gonna put a piece of tape or something over that.
Spray paint, something.
Absolutely.
Rip it off the wall,
Not
whatever.
Flowers from a garden.
We've got some new information. TMZ is reporting, and I don't know if this is shocking. I think this kind of fits into it. Multiple law enforcement sources are telling them that they believe that whoever kidnapped Miss Guthrie is from Tucson.
How do you know that?
This is they're saying the theory is that the ransom notes that were written provided clues on where the abductor lives. That and their choice of media outlets, which they sent to 2 Tucson television stations. The law enforcement says whoever wrote the ransom note was very familiar with the local television stations, so much so that it leads them to believe the Tucson area is where they are from. Now, this is how law enforcement works, right? You take the little clues you have and you try to build a profile of some sort. But I don't think I wouldn't have been surprised. I would have been more shocked if somebody came from Massachusetts and happened to walk up to this door. You know what I'm saying?
If someone came from Massachusetts, just for example, they knew where Savannah Guthrie's mother lived and wanted to take her and make money. Now, maybe that's the case of somebody in Tucson too. I don't know. And again, if this is an amateur, why would you take somebody? Like, was that the thing that you wanted to do? You wanted to go there and take her? Why would you go and take her? What's the point?
I still think this is an unanswered question. Was Nancy Guthrie targeted because she's Savannah Guthrie's daughter? A mother, or was this a random act of violence, burglary, kidnapping, whatever, and she just happened to be there? I don't think we know the answer to that.
Colonel Frank Milstead explains why the FBI released the pictures now, because maybe Guthrie's family looked at the pictures and did not recognize the suspect in the mask.
I think that you will get a sketch from the FBI. If anybody can put together a sketch from somebody wearing a mask, they can. It looks like the mask fits very tightly around them, so it didn't look like there was a lot of hair under there to me. So I think that they will come up with a sketch, and I also think that this is not the only information they have. I think this is probably why Savannah gave the second video yesterday afternoon, is that she had seen it and realized that they did not know who it was by then, and now she needed help from somebody else. Because I'm guessing when the FBI took that video to the family and showed it to them individually, that they were expecting one of them to say, "Oh yeah, that's so-and-so," and apparently that did not happen.
It's interesting because I know that many of you are saying, "Wait, he's in a mask. You're not going to be able to recognize him." Okay, true, but let's say that your spouse put a mask on. You can see the eyes.
You probably see, or the way they walk.
Yeah.
This person has a style of walking,
certain
their gait. You can see their eyebrows. We've heard them referred to as manicured. It looks like there's maybe a mustache peeking through the mask.
Yeah, to see someone in a mask and to recognize them, they're close to you.
It's also a tight mask. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not like something. You can get a sense of like the shape of their head. I thought it was interesting, again, because it's tight, you don't think this person has a lot of hair, or else you would have seen it, the mask, the ski mask puffed up over around their hair.
For me, it's like there's something good here because now we have our first clue. We've gone 10
First
days
real clue.
with nothing.
100%.
Okay, so now we've got, it's ridiculous that it took 10 days to get this picture. But we have the person. I mean, that's him. That's it. That's the good thing. There's some sort of starting point.
Mm-hmm.
The bad thing is, can you imagine the FBI having to bring those pictures and sit down the Guthrie family and say, here's the guy who took your mother, and you're watching a coward in a mask in the middle of the night.
Yeah, and
just horrible.
I know we keep referring to him as an amateur because of kind of the way they have the gun and everything, but they are wearing gloves. They're wearing a long sleeve jacket that covers up and goes over their wrist.
Saluted the police and everybody for 10 days.
Right. And they were making certainly a reasonable attempt to prevent obvious description. Is this a white, black, Latino? You can't see any real skin from any of this.
No. But there's a starting point.
There is a starting point. It is a place to start. Quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn continues to keep us updated on everything we need to know out there. And up next, Cupid. I'd like to introduce you to inflation. Can we actually afford Valentine's Day this year? It's coming up Saturday. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Got a great deal for my friends at the Arizona Painting Company. As you well know, you look outside, you're walking around, beautiful weather. Now's the perfect time to get your house painted by the #1 painting company in the state. Now, not every month do they give a discount. This month they're giving a 15% discount if you mention Gatos. The timing couldn't be better. But let me tell you why they're different and better than everybody else. The Arizona Painting Company handles everything from start to finish. They make it easy. No stress, no shortcuts, quality work. You can see it from the moment they're done. Now, just like all other painting companies, though, sometimes you got to come back for a touch-up. I can tell you this. When I hired the Arizona Painting Company late last year to paint my home, the inside of the home, very few touch-ups, which is a good sign. They don't leave the house until you're 100% perfect. And along the way, you'll find, how about that one? That's it. Like 2 or 3, and that was it. They're very meticulous in how they paint your home, and they want to make sure you're super satisfied. 15% discount. Text the word paint to 620-620.
Did you hear about the new Arizona Cashback program for home buyers? The first 1,000 visitors to buyerhunt.com can get a minimum of $10,000 cash back and as much as $25,000 cash back when buying any home in Arizona. There is no cost to participate in this home affordability cashback program. Find out what your exact cashback amount would be at BUYERHUNT.com. Check it out at buyerhunt.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Hey, Eric, you know Valentine's Day is this month, right?
Yes, babe, I know, which means I'm probably in trouble.
No, I was actually thinking about our customers.
You're always thinking about our customers.
Let's show our customers some love.
Exactly. This month, Precision is offering 50% off new AC units. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to PrecisionAirandPlumbing.com.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Choice Home Warranties will pay out nearly $12 million in an Arizona consumer fraud settlement. Attorney General Chris Mays says the company spent more than a decade unjustly denying claims, and the case represents everything her office is fighting against.
Companies that prey on our most vulnerable residents hide behind fine print and pocket millions while leaving hardworking Arizonans without the protection that they paid for and desperately needed.
More than 1,500 Arizona customers filed complaints against the company since 2013, according to Mays. Choice Home Warranties denies any wrongdoing. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at the road home this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Goodyear, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound approaching Bullard Avenue. Tempe with a crash blocking the exit ramp, Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Werner Road. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Sand Chevrolet in Glendale today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. February is the month of love, but it's also Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. We're going to help you keep your kids safe tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the radio and the KTAR YouTube channel.
That's right. That's where we are right now. I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. This is Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Oh, that's convenient. Good news, bad news, kind of depending on how you look at it. Valentine's Day is this Saturday, February 14th.
Yeah.
Gatos. It's getting kind of expensive. Valentine's Day can be expensive because, like many other things, the price of stuff for Valentine's has been climbing. So much so that the list of gifts people are giving have changed dramatically. Gone from the top of the list are the flowers and the chocolates.
You saying nobody buys that anymore?
I'm not saying they're not buying. I'm saying it's not at the top of the list.
All right.
Top of the list now, greeting cards. Why do you think that is?
I think you have couples that want to scale back.
I think greeting cards are a heck of a lot cheaper than flowers.
I think that's part of it.
Right?
Yeah. And it's
even
like,
greeting cards are kind of expensive. I think I paid like $7 for a birthday card. I go, what the heck's going on?
I think a lot of women would say, you know what? You want to give me flowers? That's fantastic. You don't have to do it when they jack the price up on Valentine's Day.
Who are the women you know? Hold on a second.
Well, I'm married to one.
You are married to one.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm married to the ones that say, I don't care what the flowers cost. It's Valentine's Day, damn
You're
it.
not married to any of them.
I know, but believe me, these are the ones I've encountered in my life.
think that if you are going to go get flowers or, you're going to take your wife or girlfriend out to dinner.
Big dinner out
you're
Saturday?
a sucker.
What?
Well, you're a sucker because you're just going to pay through it's so much money. It's so, like you go on a regular Saturday versus Valentine's Day Saturday, your price got jacked up. Now, if you want to do that, you want to splurge and everything, you're having a good year already. I mean, you can go and do that. I'm just saying, you're a sucker because you're going to pay so much more for what you're going to get. So my wife is cool about it. She's like, I don't need flowers on Valentine's Day. Plus, I have the greatest gift in the world, and I'll talk about it later this week.
Okay.
I get her the same thing every single year.
Oh, boy.
She loves it, and it doesn't cost me a dime.
I'm almost terrified to find out what it is later this week.
You don't know what it is? I know what it is.
Yeah,
Becky Lynn knows what it is.
Oh, yes.
And by the way, it's genius.
Can other people steal this idea? Yes, or no?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they could.
I tell men every year, this
All right.
is exactly what you should do.
You've really set this up for people.
Because it's awesome.
It sounds awesome.
It's good.
Yeah.
Becky Lynn wishes her husband did this kind of thing.
Here we go.
Let me think on that.
But is your husband going to take you out on a Valentine's Day on a Saturday?
What does Valentine's Day look like for you kids?
Okay, so I always tell him, but we've been married a long time, so I say I want to do something
a
for
long time,
Valentine's.
Becky Lynn?
I'm not going to tell you.
Fair
you
enough.
can just
I'll guess.
envision.
Why don't you ask people how old they are too, Bruce?
Yeah,
How
right.
long
And
you've been
Jeez.
married is not the same as how old you are.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
pretty
it
She
much.
is.
could have gotten married when she was 6. She's
yeah,
from
right.
Tennessee, for God's sake.
And remember, the answer back is always, and how much do you weigh?
Yeah.
We always usually try to go out the day before Valentine's.
Smart.
Okay.
Or
Smart.
that weekend.
Yeah.
or
Right,
something
right.
like that,
Doesn't have to be
because-
on the Saturday.
No, but now I will say, in the early days when you're first dating,
Okay.
I kind of think it needs to be on Valentine's
It does.
Day.
It does.
You
There's an
can't really-
expectation.
yeah,
you can't push
really
it
get
off
around
by a
it.
couple
No,
days.
No.
You can't get away with the fact that the flowers, the price is times
Tripled
5.
exactly.
I just don't
Yeah,
think
you kind of got to do it.
You gotta bite the bullet, so to speak.
Yeah, if you forgot to get a gift or a card or something like that, you're going to go out and you're going to spend a lot of money on flowers because it's day of, and you're like,
They see you coming.
I got to bail.
They literally see
I
you
need
coming.
to be bailed out.
They see that look in your eyes, that look of desperation. You walk into a floral shop or something like the day before, and they're like, they get on the intercom. We got a live one. We got a live one.
Remember when they used to sell flowers and teddy bears on the side of the street?
Oh, the good old days.
They don't do that anymore, do they?
The combined cost of the 5 most popular Valentine's Day gifts has risen from $500 in 2016 to over $750 in 2026.
Oh my gosh.
That includes a 236% increase in the average cost of a box of chocolates.
Good grief.
Coming up next, we've got a lot of details. The chilling new pictures and video of a masked figure about to enter Nancy Guthrie's home. Does the Guthrie family recognize the suspect? Outspoken Bruce and Gatos now 2 till 6. Stick around.
All right, my friends over at Oliver Smith Jeweler, boy, do they have you covered for Valentine's Day. That's right. Even this, I got to tell you, do you have older jewelry? Maybe something you inherited. Is there a box stuck away somewhere? This could be cufflinks to bracelets, right? A ring to earrings. You don't use it. You don't wear it. It's just sitting there. It's collecting dust. Gold is at a near all-time high. And that unused, unworn jewelry could be worth a fortune. You could go to Oliver Smith Jeweler, 2 locations, the flagship store up at Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall. You could have one of their professional appraisers take a look at it. They'll make you an offer on the spot. You can take it. You can not take it. You could walk away with a check, or maybe you could use it for the store credit. Get yourself something, or that Valentine, something they would really like, right? A watch, some jewelry. It's a pretty neat deal if you think about it. You have no idea how much you could be sitting on. People are shocked all the time to find out how much that old jewelry is worth. Find out for yourself at Oliver Smith Jeweler. Over 45 years here in the Valley. And say hi to Oliver when you go in there. He's right there. Oliver Smith. That's right. Flagship store, again, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free premium delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
It's a new year in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Mike did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, I was coming home and I saw them painting another house. So I stopped and I talked to the lady, and she just raved about how it looked. So I gave him a call.
Remember, Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
It looks very good. As a matter of fact, process took a little over a week. So we live in a community where there's a homeowners association, and you have to go by certain colors. And the Rhino Shield folks says, yeah, no problem. Really good job.
All right, Phoenix, you too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would say that if you're looking for a class operation, an excellent product, and folks that want to make sure that they do a job right, then they ought to look at Rhino Shield.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. A major break in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie out of Tucson after law enforcement released photos and video of a subject outside her home. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us now live from the news center to explain.
The armed person is wearing a ski mask and appears to be tampering with the front door camera. Former FBI investigator Steve Hooper tells the Mike Broomhead Show, although the person is masked, there are clues in the details.
Obviously, clothing, if it's somebody they know, and it's someone they see in clothing that they are familiar with.
Nancy's daughter, Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, pleads with anyone who may recognize the person to contact the FBI. You can see these photos at KTAR.com. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And keep it right here with KTAR for the very latest developments in the case.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona schools are at risk of losing federal funding over DEI policies again.
The U.S. Department of Education has issued new guidance that requires schools to remove DEI language and policies by submitting a compliance report yearly. State Superintendent Tom Horn says for schools that don't follow the guidance, federal funding could be removed by the Arizona Department of Education. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson says this isn't permitted based on a federal judge's ruling saying the threat of withholding federal funding over DEI policies is not allowed.
Horn can't stop the issuance of federal. If federal funds come into Arizona to be used for schools in certain ways, the superintendent of public instruction cannot withhold those funds from schools without a strong basis.
Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Today, in a work-study session, the Phoenix City Council directing staff to draft up rule changes that allow data collection on local ICE operations. Valley Advocacy Group put AIR in action, saying that's not enough, and shouted over the City Council meeting with additional demands from city leaders. The council did also vote to potentially block ICE from using city property, which was among Poder's demands. The top official at Immigration and Customs Enforcement faced some questions from members of a House panel today.
The acting director of ICE told the House Homeland Security Committee his agents now face what he called the deadliest operating environment in his agency's history.
Let me send a message to anyone who thinks they can intimidate us. You will fail.
Will you apologize? Todd Lyons was asked by California Democrat Eric Swalwell if he'd apologize to the families of Renee Good and Alex Preddy for officials initially calling both domestic terrorists. Lyons said no.
I welcome the opportunity to speak to the family in private, but I'm not going to comment on any active investigation.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Today, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays announced a nearly $12 million settlement with Choice Home Warranties after she says the company spent more than a decade exploiting customers through denied claims.
The allegations about the conduct in this case represent everything that my office stands against, and everything that we will continue to fight.
Mays says her office will be releasing more information on how to apply for restitution in that case over the coming weeks. Choice Home Warranties has denied any wrongdoing. Time to check the road home this afternoon. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound approaching Alma School Road. Goodyear with an exit ramp blocked. I-10 Pop Grove Freeway, westbound near Litchfield Road. Looking towards Surface Streets. Chandler with a crash on Chandler Boulevard and Senate Street. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Join elder care attorney Stephanie Bevins on Tuesday, February 17th at 2 p.m. to learn the essential documents every senior should have. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We've had partly cloudy skies today, and that's going to continue the rest of this week as we cool off a little bit. We should be in the 70s Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Low 70s Friday with a 30% chance of rain. Right now, though, in Tolleson, it is 79 degrees. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Now 2 till 6. Woo. This is hour number 4.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of new people saying hour number 4, best of the hour.
Oh, I would say so.
A lot of that going on right
We'll take you until 6, and then we'll hand it off to Arizona's Evening News with Becky Lynn and Joe Huizinga. So that's at 6 o'clock. We've changed our schedules a little bit. We're here till 2 till 6, and we're ready to go.
Thank you for making the adjustment in
You're welcome.
Your things, too. All right.
Oh, you were talking to the people.
Yeah, them. Yes.
I thought you were saying to me. Thank you.
So the story today and the evolving story is the latest from the Nancy Guthrie abduction saga, should we call this? Where today we received from the FBI video and images of who they believe is the man who abducted her, wearing a full ski mask with a backpack and a gun. We wanted to understand a little bit more. What would someone who's dealt with abduction cases, what would someone who works in law enforcement, what would they take from this video?
Yeah, because, I mean, you and I have our own opinions on it.
Sure.
But Matt Browning joined us a little earlier today. He's a retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extremist expert, okay? So I think, a lot of people want to know, well, what stood out?
Mm-hmm.
You're the expert, Matt. What stood out to you?
What do you see?
Here's what he said a little earlier on the show.
Well, first of all, I'd like to see the timestamp because in one of the pictures he comes with no backpack, no holster, and then all of a sudden the next picture he has a backpack and a holster. So it tells me that he spent some time there. He has the same clothes, same mask, but he spent time either going back to a car, going back behind a tree, a rock, whatever he hid behind, and before he came back up to the door. That's number one. Number two, this guy is not tactically minded whatsoever. If you look at where he holds the holster, that's not a tactical holster. That's just something that is flopping around. Anybody with any experience or any tactical sound mind would never put a holster right there.
Yeah, it was in between his legs. It was very strange.
Well,
so when you look
a weird
at this,
place to holster your weapon.
It means that he's most likely an amateur. He's not an experienced kidnapper. He's not a hitman. When you go and you see him try and remove the camera, I said this when the whole thing started. You can remove the camera, but it's still recording you. Somewhere it's still recording you, even if you don't have Nancy Guthrie didn't have a subscription to the service, the Nest Cam. Doesn't mean it's not continuing to record.
Yeah, what I learned today, the biggest thing I learned today is that even your video cameras, your Ring cameras, your surveillance cameras are still recording everything, even if you don't have access to that recording.
Not only are they always recording, the content of it is being retained. And that's a whole new, we can get into that a little bit later, because I think that worries a lot of people.
But I do not know, so I cannot comment on, because I do not know, how easy is it to search through every piece of video for a doorbell camera to find something that's floating out there in the ether?
From her specific?
But you're assuming they know that it comes from a specific one, or they have to narrow down that search or search
I don't know,
through a
Bruce,
bunch of
but
other
it doesn't
stuff.
take 10 days.
It might take 10 years.
No,
I don't know.
It's ridiculous that this has been put out after 10 days.
Yeah, I'm not at the point I understand how that works well enough.
You don't have to understand how it works. I mean, let's see.
There are
Google
tens of millions of video cameras that Google
Her
run.
video camera, specifically.
You think they know each individual one?
Her specific camera?
Yeah, I don't think they know that.
Okay. You think it takes 10 days to find this stuff? I don't think so.
I don't know that many.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's something they pull up instantly. Larry's camera, go! No.
I don't think it takes 10 days when you're looking for somebody.
Yeah. Well, then maybe they had to go get a subpoena.
Maybe.
They had to go in front of a judge. They had to say, we need to get this. You have to present it to a subpoena. What is it? Meta, Google, Amazon said they all require subpoenas.
I don't buy for a second this took 10 days.
Camera.
I don't buy for a second. Somebody dropped the ball here. It shouldn't have taken 10 days. The other question is, okay, what about AI or face recognition to ID this guy? Because he is wearing a mask. I mean, here's the problem. He's wearing a mask.
A ski mask, too, a full face mask. All you can see is a little bit of the eyes and around the mouth.
We asked Matt Browning.
There's somebody out there who will recognize those eyes. They'll recognize, looks like he had a mustache, that his mask even look a little twisted or a little turned.
Agreed.
And so you can see a mustache on his face. So somebody out there, whether it's a friend, neighbor, family, they're going to know who this person is.
So how do you know who a person is if you can't see his face?
Okay.
You can go by the eyes.
Sure.
You can go by the eyebrows.
How about the way they walk?
You can do that too.
Their movement.
I know someone who's built that way, who kind of walks like that and lives in Tucson. Well, there you go. You might have somebody.
Yeah, we heard them say that they're going to be able to get a basic height and weight just by comparing the images to, for example, the walkway and how big things are around there. They'll be able to come up with that pretty quickly.
Yeah. Matt Browning also talked about, well, is this is this thug in a mask, this criminal, smart?
Oh.
I don't think this guy was very smart that did it.
Okay.
But that does not take away the violence that he can inflict. The clothing, his demeanor, his tools that he used, that for me, what gave it away is the holster. Nobody puts a holster in the middle of their waist and expects to be tactical in what they're doing. It's just never.
Yeah, the gun in the holster is something that in every
weird.
expert that we've talked to, they said, yeah, that's not how you carry a gun.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody. I mean, like not even like movies or TV. Does anybody carry a gun with a holster with the gun on the inside of your thigh?
He had the mask. He had the black latex gloves. When you look at the video, honestly, when he's putting his hands toward his hands towards the camera, it looks like he's wearing boxing gloves.
At first,
but he's not.
But it's just because of they're so close to the camera.
Yeah. But this search for Nancy Guthrie has now entered its 10th day. Its 10th day.
And this is the first real evidence that we have of who or what we're even looking for. Up until now, it's been, we don't have any idea.
No. Did the criminal go there to rob or kidnap?
Ooh.
That's what we asked Browning.
You know what? I think the guy went there to burglarize the house.
Okay.
From if he was the only person there, I think he went to do either a home invasion or. But you know, again, I don't know what the inside of the house looks like. I don't know what the financial situation is of the people. I don't know if they have valuables in the house. If the neighborhood is dark at night, then it's an easy target because you can clearly this guy was out in the front yard, and nobody saw him, so he can come and go as he pleased. And did he know somebody was there? Did he any of this stuff? So I just don't think that one person, did this. There's probably somebody sitting in the car. Wow. I just don't. There's a lot more to the story than really what any of us know.
Still more questions than answers. I think that's extremely fair.
Matt Browning, retired Mesa PD detective and gang and extremist expert. I think the one thing that I take away from today is how shocking this video is.
It looks like a bit of a horror movie. Can I tell you what it reminded me of? Everybody had a thing. The Blair Witch Project.
Because of the night
black
camera.
And white night camera, kind of in your face. And by the way, I didn't see the whole movie, for goodness sakes, it's too. But it had that feel.
It's honestly one of the scariest movies
I've heard. But it's because I thought it looked very menacing and scary.
Julia, our producer, said it looked like the Riddler from the newest Batman movie.
I get that.
Not the old ones.
No.
Not in the green.
No.
If you haven't seen the latest Batman movie, the
Riddler
I
can see that.
Is horrifying.
Yeah.
And
genuinely
so
terrifying.
when I saw this today, my heart sank. And I immediately got chills. And I'm getting them right now. Because you the first time that you see this, he's there to take her.
Well, and again, if the totality of the videos, like he walks up to the door without the backpack first, then he comes back with the backpack. And this is all before apparently he gets in the house.
All that, I hear you.
And we still don't know how he gets in the house.
The only thing that I'm thinking of is how terrifying those pictures were.
Yeah, an armed, masked guy.
So disturbing.
At your front door in the middle of the night.
Because, for the Guthrie family, in their minds, they've probably been running through scenarios of who it was at the front door. Or, maybe what they looked like. And you see this, and the FBI shows you pictures of this before they release it.
Oof. Not what you would want to see. Not that I know what you would be a good thing, but this is absolutely not.
It's an absolute nightmare.
Because it's obvious that whoever this person is, they came there to do bad things. They were prepared for that.
And it makes you think of your mother in a home by herself and being taken in the middle of the night by a guy who looks like that.
Yeah.
Who's up to no good.
Without a doubt.
And, today, I hate to say it, of the 10 days, horrible. Today might be the best day for clues.
Right.
Because we now have one.
And somebody may notice something.
But this is the worst day. Because when you look at who this thug is, He's there for no good reason whatsoever.
Yeah, good point. I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. We're outspoken here. Tell you what, quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And up next year's Super Bowl. We're already looking ahead. Cardinals versus who, Gatos?
Oh, please.
Okay, sorry.
Start.
I'm trying to help you out.
How awful a thing.
Next year's Super Bowl might present some very unique challenges. We'll explain. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, my wife and I, we've hired Southwest blinds and shutters. And there's a reason. We knew that going through a remodel, which we did last summer, thank goodness that's over. We looked at the house and we said, wow, there's one thing missing, and it's blinds and shades and shutters. The old ones weren't going to work. Didn't go with the new house, right? So custom blinds, shutters, and shades made to fit your style. They bring craftsmanship, comfort, beauty to every room. And we have picked out our blinds and our shutters, and some of them are automated shades. And I know my wife likes to wake up at a certain time. And you know what? On her smartphone, she's going to set a daily routine where the automated shutters automatically go up to wake up to the sunshine. And this is the way to go now. You're going to get better privacy and security with blinds, shutters, and automated shades. Just go to southwestblinds.com and tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center this afternoon. We've gotten word of a shooting involving police in Goodyear. We're told it happened in the area of Litchfield Road and I-10. There are no additional details at this time, but keep it right here for the latest as we get it in. Obviously, this is going to impact the evening commute in that area. Again, Litchfield Road and I-10. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app, and for more, you can go to KTAR.com. Let's check out the traffic right now in that area and plenty of others. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Relaying what you just said, in Goodyear, the exit ramp is closed due to the officer-involved shooting. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound at Litchfield Road. If you're looking for some good alternatives, Bullard Avenue and Dysart Road are still good, and you can exit off those. Again, we have no estimation when that's going to be reopened. Exit ramp closed due to officer-involved shooting. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound at Litchfield Road. Goodyear with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near Bullard Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening up in Anthem, the Anthemians. Thank you guys so much. Everybody in Anthem, appreciate you spending time with us. Shout out to Anthem. Hope you guys enjoyed your Super Bowl Sunday, even if you didn't have a team/dog in the fight.
How could I enjoy it when the Seahawks won?
And the Patriots were playing in it.
I don't like either of those teams.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were struck that they didn't have anybody to really cheer for.
The Seahawks nauseate me. What is it? What do they call the 12th fan? Garbage.
12th man, yes.
Yeah, you're garbage. Got it. Terrible fans. Don't deserve it, by the way.
Next year, let's hope that they're not in it, right?
Well, I hope that every year.
But next year's Super Bowl is going to be interesting for a variety of reasons.
All right.
Number one, some of you have gotten your wish. Have you heard the people that always say, you know what, the day after the Super Bowl should be a national holiday so we can kind of sleep it off, right? So we don't have to go to work?
I don't know why people drink so much during the Super Bowl. I don't get it.
It's a thing.
Okay.
Well, guess what?
You get the day off.
Next year's Monday after Super Bowl is President's Day.
Okay.
It is going to be Monday, February 15th. So Super Bowl's moving back a week.
Monday, February 15th
is President's Day next
President's
year.
Day.
Yeah. And so that's a
Super
day off for a lot of
Bowl
people.
is on the 14th.
Sunday, February 14th.
Oh,
that's the other challenge. Valentine's Day and the Super Bowl are going to overlap next year.
Yes.
Causing what I can only assume in some households, not all, some interesting trade-offs.
This is a great thing.
It's a great thing.
Guys, you finally get out of Valentine's Day this one year. It's the Super Bowl. It takes precedence over everything.
We're done. It's the Super Bowl, honey. I didn't schedule it on Valentine's Day. They did.
I'll go so far as to say next year, Valentine's Day, cancel.
Cancel Valentine's Day.
It's the Super Bowl. Nothing's bigger than the Super Bowl.
Valentine's brunch.
Okay, hear me out. Very good. Because what time does pregame start? Doesn't pregame start at like 8 a.m., for the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
You don't have to watch
You don't
all
have to watch it. There's
of
nothing to do with it. Right.
I don't know.
It's kind of weird.
I can't do both.
Can I share something with you on how big the Super Bowl is? Because it's always, we hear about it every year. The ratings numbers are in for this year, which, by the way, can we acknowledge, not a very good game. What was it? Was it 12-0 at halftime? Does that sound right? It was all field goals?
The kicker should have been the MVP.
That goes without saying. Second most watched all time, 125 million viewers. It peaked at an all-time record of 137.8
Are you sure
million.
you're not talking about the Kid Rock concert?
That had 137 people watching it, not million.
I'm just checking.
Yeah, for the Lip Sync Fest.
My bad.
So it was the second most watched Super Bowl all time, and it wasn't even a good game.
It was a terrible game.
Wasn't even a good game. But next year, will Valentine's Day help or hurt the Super Bowl? Nothing can hurt the Super Bowl, can it?
I don't think so. I think it's too big.
It's become. It's become.
Too big.
Think about this.
Yeah.
It arguably may be the one and only thing that brings all Americans together for one day.
It's the one thing that we all watch on TV at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah.
And mostly at a party. Except you don't like parties, so you didn't go to one.
I didn't. I watched it in my living room.
I know you did.
What?
It's just funny.
I can't be the only one that watched it in my living room.
I know, but I watched it in someone else's living room so I could eat their food.
I watched it in backyard. It was lovely.
I don't want to
on
go
a
to other people.
gigantic television.
Other people's
look
living
at
room
you.
means I have to leave the house. Yeah.
How big's the TV, Becky Lynn?
I don't know, but it was.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't have.
Isn't it your
dimensions.
home?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was held by scaffolding. How about
Scaffolding?
that? Yes.
I'd like to see a picture of that, please,
I
because
will
I want to
see
get
if
one.
somebody has. Yeah, and you could make it bigger because you can put more panels into it. It was the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen.
All right. Well, no Valentine's Day next year.
We're canceling it
So
ahead
guys,
of time.
You need to do good this year.
Go all in.
And you need to tell her, hey, remember, next year we're not doing it.
Basically, I'm doubling up this year.
This year.
Because next year,
cancel.
You're SOL. It's not happening.
It's bad.
Okay.
It's not. We're going to watch the Super Bowl next year. No, we're not going to. We're not going to celebrate our love or anything.
These are relationship advice from Gatos. So yeah, I wish you guys loads of luck with that.
Good luck on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right. Let's see. We've got a lot to get to. Remember Becky Lynn and Joe Huizenga at 6:00. Arizona's Evening News. But coming up next, the FBI released new chilling pictures and video. Masked figure ready to enter Nancy Guthrie's house. Is it just a matter of time before we find out who took her? And is there actually some movement in Tucson today? Next.
Mike Broomhead.
The Attorney General.
In other states, ununiformed, masked people.
No, first, it's not true. And second, I can give you 3, 4, 5 instances, and if I thought about it, maybe even more, where law enforcement isn't wearing a uniform and they are lawfully doing their jobs. And if you shoot them, you're going to prison for killing a cop.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
If you think retirement is basically just calculating your expenses, figuring out how much money you've got, and doing it like that, I have what can only be described as bad news. There is a lot more that goes into retirement planning than just that. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of things that go into it that you may not have even thought about. From calculating things like taxes, the impact of Social Security, and when you should take it. Come on. Let's not forget about health care and understanding how that is going to impact you. This is where Trajan Wealth can help. Trajan Wealth can help you build a strategy that's based on realistic options, a real world, okay, that align with your goals and your unique and specific circumstances. You could call Trajan Wealth today and make an appointment. Sit down with them and have that conversation. Plus, there's no obligation. Exactly. The number is 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Native American tribes have been here for generations. At Resolution, listening to local leaders has really guided our plans and how we think. We're protecting ancestral sites like Apache Leap and native species like the Emery oak trees. Tribal members are helping monitor that work. I believe we can coexist, and that this project will help communities like the one I grew up in thrive.
Responsible mining is essential to Arizona's communities and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center this afternoon. We've got word of a shooting involving police in Goodyear. We're told that it happened in the area of Litchfield Road and I-10. No additional details at this time, but keep it right here for the latest as we get it, because it will obviously impact the evening commute in that area, and we'll check in with Enrique in just a moment for that. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, Go to KTAR.com. Security camera footage is out more than a week after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, and that after authorities first said they couldn't access the footage.
Through some back-end system, the FBI is saying that they were able to get this video, get these images, that even though it wasn't saved into the cloud, they were able to retrieve them.
That's ABC's Alex Stone, who says this could be a situation where authorities were sitting on the images but couldn't make any progress.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Thank you so much. We will resume the meeting of the Phoenix City Council. I'll turn to my council colleague.
Today, the Phoenix City Council, at the direction of Mayor Kate Gallego, directing staff to come up with ways to prevent abuses from federal agents. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live in the News Center with more.
A letter dated February 5th from the mayor's office says the city of Phoenix shall develop ways to document ICE agents' activities in Phoenix. And today, Councilwoman Betty Guardado motioning staff to do that and potentially block ICE from staging on city property, which was approved in a sudden manner.
Second? No, I'm not a second. I have questions. I'm not. We have original motion, and then we have a second from Councilman Robinson. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
And that shouting from community members of local advocacy group Put Air in Action. Co-director Isabella Garcia saying the city is doing too little too late. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined a number of other lawmakers in asking the Department of Homeland Security for more details on that warehouse facility in Surprise that was recently purchased for Immigration and Customs Enforcement. In her letter, Mays asks questions about traffic, noise, water supply, and more. The warehouse widely is expected to be converted into a facility to house undocumented detainees. Arizona Senators Ruben Gallego and Mark Kelly sent similar letters today. Let's take a look at the roads this afternoon. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Relaying what you said earlier, Goodyear, we have the exit ramp closed due to that officer-involved shooting. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound at Litchfield Road. Your alternatives for that one are going to be Bullard Avenue and Dysart Road. Now, going on to the surface streets in Goodyear, we have a surface street closure starting from Litchfield Road from the I-10 to Palm Valley Pubblelands, northbound and southbound. We'll give you an update when any of those open. In Peoria, we have a crash on Thunderbird Road and 83rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get a prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
57 overnight with the partly cloudy skies continuing right through Friday and a 20% chance of rain on Friday as we cool to the 70s. It's 81 in Gilbert. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home. With Buyer Hunt, get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. February is the month of love, but it's also Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. We're going to help you keep your kids safe tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the radio and the KTAR YouTube channel.
Yeah, and here we are, Bruce Gatos, outspoken. Now on from 2 to 6 every afternoon, Monday through Friday.
And Becky Lynn and Joe Huizenga will take 6 till 7, Arizona's Evening News.
That they will.
I listened yesterday. I thought it was fantastic.
Nailed it. They absolutely nailed it.
We'll listen tonight,
fantastic.
too.
Yeah. Can't promise. I've got stuff to do.
We're following the latest coming out of Tucson in the kidnapping, abduction of Nancy Guthrie. And TMZ has some new reporting out there.
It's amazing how TMZ is in the middle of this story.
Well, if you remember, TMZ received one of the ransom notes.
They did.
It was sent to 2 of the Tucson television stations and TMZ.
Yep.
They all got the same note or similar notes, we believe. And again, some of this is details that maybe we're not aware of. So by now, you know, there's new video out there that shows this person of interest. We believe the person who abducted her showing up at the front door, masked, gloved, with a gun.
It is so disturbing and so terrifying to watch the images of the person who took this poor 84-year-old woman out of a home. Just awful.
Right.
So TMZ, they're kind of in the middle of this.
They are. And
so what are they saying now? Because
a couple things.
Like, I get the feeling The way it's who's the guy, the head guy who's
Harvey Levin.
Okay, great. The way that he's talking, something big's about to happen. I don't know what that means, but it's just the way he's talking.
He was just on TV, and he was basically saying,
"Can't say this.
I can't say too much right now." So he knows more than he's saying. But here's what we do know: TMZ,
and he better not screw this up. By the way, you gotta be careful.
TMZ did report a little bit earlier that, according to law enforcement, they believe the kidnapper is from the Tucson area because of things they alluded to in the ransom notes, that they made them think that they were local in some way, shape, or form, and that they knew the Tucson area. Okay? That was number one. Number two, TMZ is reporting that about 15 minutes ago, there was, quote, movement in the Bitcoin account. The account that yesterday was the deadline to move $6 million or $6 million in Bitcoin into. And Harvey Levin with TMZ again saying, I can't say more than I can right now, but that they have noticed movement in that account. Does that mean that we're coming to some sort of conclusion? Does that mean that there is going to be more to this case, and will it all be happening tonight?
Why would you not pay the ransom at 5 yesterday, but you'll pay it today at 5?
Would it have something to do with the video? Why would the video change that calculus? I don't have an answer. I don't know the answer to that. What would the video do to change it? Would it make the kidnapper more desperate?
I'm not sure.
I'll take $3 million, but I need it today.
I'm not sure that the person in the video is the same as the person who wants the money.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, and there's no evidence that it's the same person.
I don't know.
There's no evidence that you're right. We don't know. That's a leap of faith.
Right.
But again, there's been activity on the Bitcoin address that the abductors alluded to in the ransom letter. That is coming from TMZ.
Well, here's the other part of the story that's very odd. It doesn't seem like the FBI and Savannah Guthrie's family are working together.
There's a chance they might not be on the same
No,
page.
It doesn't. At least yesterday they were not, which is really strange. I mean, it is really, really strange.
So I can imagine in a world, you're desperate to get your mother back.
Yeah.
And you are hearing either from FBI or from the Pima County Sheriff's Department or whatever, you're hearing stuff you don't necessarily want to hear. And maybe the kidnappers or whoever you're communicating with is telling you something else. And you're like, you know what? We're cutting you guys out of this deal. We're going to deal directly with the kidnappers. We don't like how you've been handling this. And there's been a lot of missteps.
There have been a ton.
Over the last 10 days made by law enforcement, a variety of different law enforcement agencies. Do you think that the Guthries have lost, what's the term, faith in law enforcement being able to negotiate and or find their mom?
I think if I'm part of Savannah Guthrie's family and they release the video and a picture of this guy 10 days later, I'm furious. I'm just furious.
I had a question earlier, and again, I'm going to have to go off of Harvey Levin with TMZ's reporting.
Okay.
He said that law enforcement got that picture, that video today. That they did not have it. They were not sitting on it. Nothing. That they received it this morning, and that's why they put it out.
Oof. It's an awful
So that is, it's a new piece of information for them as well.
Yeah, I can't believe we're 10 days in and this is the first time we had a single ounce of...
Like a hard clue?
Of anything.
Yeah.
We had 9 days, 0 for 9.
Yeah.
Like the blood on the doorstep, that's not a clue. That doesn't mean anything.
It confirmed what
doesn't
we
matter.
Knew, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this was her blood. And
right,
yeah.
Unfortunately, but it also, that doesn't tell us who took her.
No.
There's a perfect picture of this guy. Yeah, he's in a mask, but you can see him walk. You can see his eyebrows. You can see his eyes. There will be somebody who most likely will possibly know this guy, and it took him 10 days. And I just think that's unforgivable. I don't know why it took so long, but I know it took too long. And so if the FBI and the Guthrie family aren't even working together, And yesterday, the Guthrie family was like, nope, we're not paying the ransom at 5. And now today, maybe we'll pay it. I don't know what's going on, man.
Yeah.
But I don't like the way this thing was handled for the last week and a half. I don't think anybody can. Hasn't been handled right. And so I don't know what to think.
And Miss Guthrie is still missing.
I just know, yeah.
And Miss Guthrie is still missing. And at 10 days into it, a woman who was described as needing medicine,
frail,
not very mobile.
Right.
You have to wonder at this point, what are we negotiating? What is going on?
I mean, we'll watch a little bit of TMZ because they've
been locked into this.
They seem to know more than the cops or the FBI.
Well, and again, I do not expect the police and the FBI to tell us everything. I don't expect that.
I don't think they knew anything until today.
Yeah.
If you just said it, TMZ said that this photo just came out today. What did they have beforehand?
Yeah.
Nothing.
But whatever they have, evidence-wise, I can understand. It's not they're going to come every day and go, here's everything we found. That does not how investigations work.
No, but they did it today. They said, here's the picture.
Yeah, because I think they're, without a doubt, desperate.
If they had anything, they would have put something out in the last 9 days, but they didn't until today, which is the 10th day.
So, again, the latest we're getting, and this is literally moving as we're talking about it, that TMZ is reporting that there was movement, their words, not mine, in the Bitcoin account referenced in the ransom letters.
I mean, aren't you disturbed that TMZ knows more? Or at least it seems that TMZ knows more than the police on the ground in Tucson and the FBI.
Kidnappers have willingly communicated with TMZ. I don't know if they're willingly communicating with the police.
But that's still disturbing.
Yeah. And what's TMZ sharing with the cops? Everything?
I don't know.
Checking the headlines, Becky Lynn is on top of it. And coming up next, the acting director of ICE faced the fire today in front of Congress. What did he say? What was he asked? It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Hey, Eric, you know Valentine's Day is this month, right?
Yes, babe, I know, which means I'm probably in trouble.
No, I was actually thinking about our customers.
You're always thinking about our customers.
Let's show our customers some love.
Exactly. This month, Precision is offering 50 50% off new AC units. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to PrecisionAirandPlumbing.com.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A shooting involving police in Goodyear this afternoon. We're told it happened in the area of I-10 and Litchfield Road. Our television partners at ABC 15 report an officer has suffered a non-life-threatening injury. No word on what led up to the shooting. An investigation has closed Litchfield Road from I-10 to Palm Valley Pavilions. We'll have more details as we get them. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic everywhere for us now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. And Goodyear, relaying what you just said, that exit ramp is still closed due to that officer-involved shooting. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound at Litchfield Road. Dysart is still going to be your best alternative. Regarding your surface streets, the surface streets is closed from Litchfield Park in both directions from the I-10 to Palm Valley Pullivans. And this report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family, all in one place, in a 74,000-square-foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics. Your family's home for health care.
Carlos Alfaro from Arizona talks about a statehood event you can attend on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen on air, online, or on the app.
All righty. Bruce Gatos, we're outspoken.
Senator Gallego's going to kick the show off tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Remember, we're on from 2 till 6.
I've heard.
Now, he's threatened to shut, I'm going to say it, the country down?
No, wait a minute. Not the government. Like the government shutdown. No.
No, the country.
Shut the country down.
If
how do you do that?
Trump messes with the midterms.
Well, can't wait to ask him to explain that.
Woo!
Right?
And then, of course, we've got the face-off at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
And so we'll have our panel in, and we will discuss some politics, but I'm sure the Guthrie story will probably take center stage.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. All right. So we had some conversation, if you will. We had ICE in front of the government today. They actually showed up. We had 3 of the people all underneath DHS, including the acting ICE director, answering questions from Congress today.
Yeah, I don't like these things usually. I always say that it's a show.
Oh,
Both
yeah.
sides act poorly.
You got to get your clip, your viral moment.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But We haven't seen a situation like this in the United States. Americans getting pulled over and thrown out of a car, tossed out of a car. Masked thugs who aren't trained, don't care about the Constitution, think they're going to get a pardon, acting poorly. This isn't the old ICE, who always did a good job. I mean, under Obama,
they
under
deported
Trump.
millions of people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So, yeah, this guy, ICE Director Todd Lyons has to sit there and explain how he has allowed this disgrace. Here is Representative Eric Swalwell, Democrat, California.
But 2 people have been killed so far. Is that right? A nurse named Preddy and a mom named Good. 2 people have been killed so far.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lyons, will you apologize to the family of Renee Good for being called a domestic terrorist by the president and his leadership?
No, sir.
Why not?
Sir, I welcome the opportunity to speak to the family in private, but I'm not going to comment on any active investigation.
Is she a domestic terrorist?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the investigation. And the president and Secretary Noem are elected officials. That's their right to their comments. But as career law enforcement, we won't speak to any.
Do you agree with their comments?
Sir, I'm not going to go ahead and.
Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what we got.
There was a lot of that.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that. Well, they were trying to play the gotcha game, right?
Yeah, but you know what?
How long have you been beating your wife?
Well, I mean, you're a human being.
You could certainly answer that question and be a normal human.
But you can't, not in Washington anymore.
Well, no, you can't, and you'd be fired the next day by Trump for not, being tough.
It was sad. It was sad to watch this. Because I thought the questions, most of them were fair. There was some lady that asked him if he's going to hell, and I thought that was awful. Are you a religious man? He says, yes. Well, you're going to, or do you think you're going to hell? We don't need that kind of stuff. Like Democrats are so dumb this way. You've got this situation with immigration and ICE, where America voted to, hey, you know what? We need to start deporting people. And Trump was winning on that. It was a total winner for him. Now it's a total loser. He's so far down in the polls when it comes to this kind of stuff. Over 60% of the American people don't like what they've seen. And then you get a lady who's some Democrat who gets up there and then basically says, are you going to hell? It's so dumb. You don't have to play that card. Just tell the truth. Just ask the questions. That's all you have to do. You don't have to say you're going to hell. I mean, ask, do you think that this was fair? Have you seen anything?
Yeah, but did you think they were ever going to answer any of these questions?
It's the way you ask the question, Bruce.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And most of the Democrats asked fair questions. And then you get to this lady and she goes off and that was a bad part. But, I like when they ask the question and they don't answer, go, I'll take that as a no. Right. Next question. But if you're ICE Director Todd Lyons and you're standing there and you can't even say, you know what, I don't think that they were domestic terrorists.
Right.
If you can't
We're
even
having
say
an investigation still.
You've got no guts. You're a total zero.
Yeah, but
you get to keep your job
he's
because
playing to an audience of one. Right. Yeah. Gotta lick the boot.
We'll talk about some of this in the face-off tomorrow.
It's coming up at 5 o'clock. That's right. And Senator Gallegos joins us at 2 o'clock. A lot going on tomorrow. Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. A lot of folks it takes to put the show together. Thanks a lot to our DJ, just in time over there. Also, the first lady of Outspoken. That's our producer, Miss Jules. The pride of Tennessee and a Hall of Famer in her own right. That is Becky Lynn with all your news and information and getting you home with the traffic. It's our boy. It's Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's Evening News is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Mike Broomhead.
I'm considered by most people to be conservative, and you're the progressives. You stand on progress. You stand on changing, and the Constitution's a living document, and everything changes, and you have to kind of change with society. You're not very progressive on this issue.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Tuesday evening, 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. And tonight...
Thank you so much. We will resume the meeting of the Phoenix City Council. I'll turn to my
council colleague.
An activist group showed up in numbers at today's Phoenix City Council meeting, and we're going to tell you why coming up. Also, there was a big development today in the Nancy Guthrie case.
New surveillance photos could lead law enforcement to whoever took Nancy Guthrie. I'm Heidi Hommel.
And we'll have more on that coming up. But first,
let's take you to the roads. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We'll check in with Enrique in just a couple minutes. Right now, tonight's low going to be 59 degrees. Expect a high of 75 tomorrow. And in Phoenix right now, Becky Lynn, we're going to say 73 degrees.
I'll go with that. Sounds pretty good to me.
Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
Happening right now in Goodyear, we have a shooting involving police near I-10 and Litchfield Road. Now, our television partners at ABC 15 are reporting an officer has suffered a non-life-threatening injury. We have no information right now on what led up to the gunfire, but Litchfield Road is closed between I-10 and Palm Valley Pavilions. We, of course, will bring you more details as we get them in. Some new surveillance photos of the alleged suspect outside of Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home show what appears to be a masked man tampering with the front door camera. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live from the news center to explain.
The previously inaccessible footage was located in back-end systems. Retired Mesa PD Detective Matt Browning tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, whoever took 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie is not a career criminal.
That's number one. Number two, this guy's not tactically minded whatsoever. If you look at where he holds the holster, that's not a tactical holster. That's just something that is flopping around.
Browning adds the person also uses a plant to cover the security camera, not spray paint or tape. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And you'll be able to see those photos at KTAR.com. If you have any information related to this case, you're asked to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Now, we see that masked man, but just how much more might surveillance cameras be able to pick up in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood? Ford Hatchett with our television partners at ABC 15 says there's not a lot of light there.
We talked to neighbors here that there's some mixed opinions on some of them would like street lights up for safety, but it's, I believe the HOA has kept street lights down and people, one of the reasons they live here is to see that beautiful night sky.
Hatchett points out the images that we're seeing today don't reach all the way to the road right outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. We're going to go check in live in Tucson and dive deeper into this story later in the show. And once again, you can see the photos at KTAR.com. If you do have any information, the number to call is 1-800-CALL-FBI.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
That shouting from community members with local advocacy group Poder in action today as the Phoenix City Council voted to direct staff to draft up rule changes that allow the city to collect data on local ICE operations. Isabella Garcia with the activist group says the city's vote, not enough.
We just need proactive steps, right? The recommendations that they are going to be proposing or that they want to propose don't even meet the bare minimum to protect Phoenix residents.
The city council also voted to potentially block ICE from staging for operations on city property, and that was among Poder's demands.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn once again threatening to withhold federal funding over DEI compliance. The threat comes after the U.S. Department of Education issued new guidelines requiring schools to remove DEI language that could undermine students' religious beliefs or practices. Superintendent Horn says this is a way around a federal judge's ruling that said the federal department could not threaten to remove funding over DEI. We have more Education Solutions stories, and you'll find them at KTAR.com/education. Taking a look at Wall Street today, the Dow was up 52 points, the S&P down 23, and the NASDAQ fell 136. If you need more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
New video and images today were released in the search for Nancy Guthrie, despite being told days ago that software that detected a person on camera at about 1:47 in the morning and 2:12 in the morning outside of Guthrie's home would be unavailable since there was no video surveillance subscription. Video and images showing a gloved, masked man wearing a backpack tampering with Guthrie's doorbell camera have been made public by the FBI and Pima County authorities. Former FBI agent Steve Hooper joined Mike Broomhead this morning.
Be able to give them
since there was no. So, Becky Lynn, when you saw this ominous-looking figure on this camera, what went through your head the first time you saw this guy this morning?
Well, a couple of things. I thought you could see his face pretty well. Strangely enough, I mean, he's got a mask, but you can definitely see features, don't you think? You can see his eyes pretty strongly, and you can see the shape of a nose, and it was even noted there was a mustache in there. So, yeah, and then there's some people even made comment that this person has very groomed eyebrows.
Yeah, the question that I have is, who's that guy who's under the mask? It looks like a Caucasian individual to me. A few people said this guy definitely looks like he has a mustache, but I can't say that for sure. But it sure looked that way to me.
I really honestly think that someone is going to be able to figure out who it is. But we actually have some breaking news that we need to share. We are seeing a number of reports, including from our television partners at ABC 15, that suggest there's been some activity in that Bitcoin wallet that was listed in the initial ransom note sent to media outlets after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. No details right now on what this activity might be, but we will bring in more details as we get them. And we do want to remind you that you can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app, and for more, you can go to KTAR.com.
We'll make sure to keep an eye on that. Coming up in just a few minutes, we'll speak to a tech expert to break down the way authorities may have obtained surveillance video on Nancy Guthrie's case, and we'll bring you another traffic report for your ride home. KTAR News Time 6:07. A new episode of Amazing Arizonans podcast is out now. Mike Broomhead sits down with Stephanie Vasquez, owner of Fair Trade Cafe on Amore Collective. Watch the new episode on the KTAR YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTAR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, KTAR listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's LaDonna, and if you've ever had to try to coordinate selling a house and buying a house and moving out of a house and moving into a house, then you know it's a nightmare. It can be an absolute nightmare. Well, imagine if you found your dream home and you moved in right away and you didn't have to wait. You didn't have to sell your old place first. You can do that with Orchard. Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Let's say it needs some work. Well, maybe you need to get some cash so you can get that work done. The Orchard experts have this in hand. They're going to handle the repairs on your old home, so you're attracting the right buyers. You're getting the right people in. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to list and sell your home for top dollar. And this just gives you breathing room, man. Find out what your home is worth. Go to orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
It's 6:11. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn. Shout out to our friends in Casa Grande. We appreciate
Casa
you
Grande.
listening to KTAR. Where, Becky Lynn?
Casa Grande.
That's right.
Of course, we have, is it Casa Grande, Casa Grande? We're just going to go with Casa Grande. How about that?
It's all of them.
We love you in Casa Grande.
That's right.
All right, and our top story tonight, a new look at security camera footage more than a week after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance.
Through some back-end system, the FBI is saying that they were able to get this video, get these images, that even though it wasn't saved into the cloud, they were able to retrieve them.
And we're going to speak to a tech expert on this in just moments. But first,
let's get a check on traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky and Joe, thank you. In Goodyear, we have an update regarding that exit ramp. It is now restricted to right turns only, and that's I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound at Litchfield Road. Guadalupe, disabled vehicle on the exit ramp, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near Elliott Road, looking towards surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 51st Avenue and Caradon Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 59 degrees. Tomorrow, expect a high in the upper 70s. And right now, 73 degrees in Scottsdale. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com. Brandon Disney with Data Doctors joins us right now. And Becky Lynn, the big story today was this ominous-looking guy on video that we were told by the FBI and Pima County sheriffs that there was no way to retrieve storage off of these cameras at Nancy Guthrie's home. And yet today,
there it is.
Just before noon, we've got not just pictures, we've got video.
We've got the whole thing.
Off a Nest doorbell camera of a guy walking up to her door who looked like he was there to do harm. He's got a gun. He's, wearing gloves. He's got a backpack. He's got a mask on.
He came prepared. Or she, we don't know.
Covered head to toe. Sure looked like a guy to me.
It did to me too, except for some people said the eyebrows. So I would say let's not rule it out. Do we have Brandon on the phone?
Brandon Disney with Data Doctors joins us right now. Brandon, how did the FBI and Pima County sheriffs get this footage if they said there wouldn't be any, since Nancy Guthrie didn't have a subscription for her surveillance? How did they make this happen?
Yeah, so when you have a subscription, then you're paying for cloud storage to happen and it's automatic. But when you don't, what's actually happening behind the scenes is things are recording. They're just not being saved and made available to you. Kind of like when you think about like in the old days of DVRs before we had streaming, things were kind of recording in real time all the time, but it's just being kind of thrown away. And so the FBI was able to get in with Google and retrieve the video that hadn't been put into long-term storage, but was still available. And probably something they're not real thrilled to make available to the public as far as knowing that that's possible. But I think in the interest of trying to do what's right and what's good in this situation, they went ahead and helped facilitate getting that video footage out there.
There was some discussion about this last week when all this first started. We knew that she hadn't paid for the retrieval,
the subscription,
but that it had to still be out there. I think the curious thing is, yesterday was the deadline for the ransom, and it came and went, and then boom, today we get it. Do you think they had it? I mean, could they have had it already? Why would it have taken so long to get it?
I think my guess is that there probably were some procedural things that needed to happen. There might have been court orders. There might have been other legal things that might have been in place or impediments there. So there could be a lot of possibilities. But the other reality is that the systems weren't designed for this kind of instance. And so they probably had to work kind of around sort of normal constraints and work to get access to video that wasn't necessarily meant to be accessible, but was through some technicalities after the fact.
Brandon Disney with Data Doctors joins us right now. Brandon, do you think that the FBI and Pima County Sheriffs might be able to use some facial recognition software here to identify some facial features despite this guy wearing a mask? I've heard some individuals say that it looked like he might have a mustache. Becky Lynn mentioned that his eyebrows.
Yeah, and I felt like his eyes, or whoever's eyes, that's, a lot of times you can tell just by looking at someone's eyes who that is. Somebody could recognize him.
Yeah, I think that potentially there's some features that might be recognizable to individuals that might be close. But beyond that sort of more low tech, the clothing he was wearing, there's something real distinctive about it. Looked like, it's hard to tell because it's black and white, but there was a dark, looked like black, thin stripe across the chest.
Yes.
The fitting of the clothes. Sometimes, people that you know well, I can tell who somebody is by the shape and by how they walk.
Right.
There's all kinds of things. So people that might be close to this individual might be able to come forth and say, that looks a lot like fill in the blanks. And so I doubt facial recognition specifically, but some features and some mannerisms and some ways maybe that somebody carries themselves, the way they behave, the hand gestures. There could be a lot of different things that someone out there might recognize. And so I think the footage itself probably is more valuable than the actual facial recognition that you're thinking of.
Do you think it was it complicated to get this? You mentioned a court order might have had to go, but Google, who owns Nest, obviously had to know that this was available somewhere, right?
You would think that, I think there's probably legal complications. There might be technical as well. Some of the reports I've seen said that they had to use some forensic technology, which is a lot more than just simple sort of surface retrieval of the video. And so there could be a number of things that would slow down or otherwise complicate trying to get this video and then make it accessible.
Brandon Disney from Data Doctors joins us right now, breaking down what FBI and Pima County Sheriffs released to the public today with some images, a number of pieces of video of someone who they're not calling a suspect at this point in time, but Becky Lynn, this guy had a gun. It sure looked like he was going into that home. It's late at night.
It's the time of day, the camera, he's messing around with the camera. We know the camera was taken down. I'm not clear why they're not calling them a suspect.
Brandon, do you think that we will get more images, more video, or is this everything that they got off of that camera? Or could there be more left to come, but it will still take Google and the authorities more time to process it and put it out there?
I wouldn't be surprised if there's more video. There's a couple of things in the footage I've seen where there are some jumps where there's like a scene one where the guy, assuming a guy, appears sort of a different outfit with a backpack and things. And so there seems to be some cut in that. Maybe there's footage that's missing or that still is yet to be pieced together.
And I think there was some speculation there might even be that it could be two different people because the outfits were the same, but one had the backpack, one did not. But you're right, it could be a jump cut. But some people have even speculated that there had to be more than one person involved in this.
The lighting looked slightly different as well. Like in some pieces, the way that I saw it edited and posted online, one looked more gray, like the clothing that he was wearing. One almost looked black.
Right.
But as you watch the video, you just see one individual there. You don't see two.
No, never two at a time.
But you're right. The way it was kind of pieced together, it does make it look at times like there were two individuals.
Yes.
So, that's going to be the $1 million question here. Are we going to see more? Brandon, what does the process look like to process a video and say, hey, this guy was 6 feet tall or 5'8" or 6'2"? How do you know how the authorities put all of that together?
Yeah, so I'm sure there's something called scaling. And so if you have an image of something, right, and you can go and take a physical measurement in the field of something in that image, you can then use that to scale. I'm certain that at this point, it's already been done or is being done as we speak. Somebody's out looking at objects in that video and then taking and getting precise measurements so that they can then convert that to how to scale that video to figure out height, probably approximating weight. I'm sure that we're going to see more information that'll get released where they're going to come up with ways to get pretty close approximations within an inch or two of a height and my guess weight as well. So I wouldn't be surprised that that's forthcoming.
Brandon Disney with Data Doctors. Thank you for shedding a little light on the video and how it might have, been retrieved and put out there. And we appreciate your time. And we also want to let everybody know that there is now word that there's activity in the Bitcoin wallet tied to those ransom demands following the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. We'll have more on that coming up.
We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 621.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Our construction company started with just a handful of employees. Now we have more than 100. A lot of that growth is because of Resolution Copper. People talk about the economic impact of the mine, which is huge, but the value of the project is beyond the copper. For us, it's hundreds of families supported by steady, good-paying jobs.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Did you hear about the new Arizona Cashback Program for homebuyers? The first 1,000 visitors to buyerhunt.com can get a minimum of $10,000 cash back and as much as $25,000 cash back when buying any home in Arizona. There is no cost to participate in this home affordability cashback program. Find out what your exact cashback amount would be at BUYERHUNT.com. Check it out at buyerhunt.com.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
It's Tuesday evening, 6:25. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn, and tonight
He looked like somebody who was almost like, yeah, I think I'm going to do this, and went and did it.
investigators may finally have a lead in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, and we have some new details that are just in surrounding some Bitcoin activity in this case. That's coming up. Plus, new video shows a deadly mistake by Phoenix police. We'll have more on that in just moments. But first,
we'll get out to the highways and the byways and check in with Freeway Enrique live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Joe and Becky, thank you. In Phoenix, we have a crash blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near Tatum Boulevard, Guadalupe, with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp. I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near Elliott Road, Tempe, with a vehicle fire reported on the Loop 101 Pima Freeway, northbound near Rio Salado Parkway. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, the upper 50s, about 59 degrees. Tomorrow, expect a high in the mid-70s, 72 degrees right now in Buckeye. Becky Lynn just mentioned to me a little bit of sprinkles in the forecast later in the week. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
Well, new tonight, we're seeing a number of reports, including from our television partners at ABC 15, suggesting there's been some activity in the Bitcoin wallet that was listed in the initial ransom note sent to media outlets following Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Ford Hatchett with ABC 15 is reporting the amount in that wallet is now, quote, in the hundreds of dollars. We'll have more details as we get them in. The first surveillance videos released now of a subject related to the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie in Tucson.
Photos released by law enforcement show a person in a ski mask and gloves, armed, outside Nancy Guthrie's front door. Former FBI investigator Steve Hooper tells the Mike Broomhead Show this is a major break in the case.
Their digital capability will be able to give them probably a height and weight and things like that. Even facial features through that mask with some of the technology they have.
The Pima County Sheriff's Office says the previously inaccessible images were obtained by residual data located in back-end systems. The person appears to have tampered with the front door camera, which has been missing since Guthrie was taken. Her daughter, Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, pleads with anyone who may recognize the person to contact the FBI. You can see the photos at KTAR.com. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
A shooting involving police in Goodyear this afternoon. Now, we're told it happened in the area of I-10 and Litchfield Road, and our TV partners at ABC 15 report an officer has suffered a non-life-threatening injury. No word on what led up to the shooting. An investigation, though, has closed Litchfield Road from I-10 to Palm Valley Pavilions. We'll bring you more details as we learn them.
Please hurry up. How many shots were fired? Edgar, get in!
That is 911 audio from moments before police mistakenly killed the wrong man while responding to an active shooter situation last month. In a newly released critical incident briefing, Phoenix Police Sergeant Jen Zach says the shooting happened after officers found two men fighting on the ground and ordered them to raise their hands, but neither complied.
Officers entered the home and found two men wounded by gunfire. One man was transported to the hospital for a non-life-threatening injury. Another man was pronounced deceased at the scene. A third man was detained and transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries not related to gunfire.
Police say the man killed was 36-year-old Christian Diaz Rendon, a resident who had actually disarmed the suspect. The alleged gunman, 33-year-old Edgar Ledesma Garcia, is in custody facing 11 charges, including felony murder, and DPS is investigating. Today, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays announcing a nearly $12 million settlement with Choice Home Warranties after she says the company spent more than a decade exploiting customers through denied claims.
The allegations about the conduct in this case represent
everything that my office stands against and everything that we will continue to fight.
Mays says her office will be releasing more information on how to apply for restitution in the case over the coming weeks. Choice Home Warranties denies any wrongdoing. Ring releases a search party feature to help find lost dogs. It's causing some mixed emotions in some consumers.
Mashable tech editor Tim Worth tells Arizona's Morning News why many were outraged by the ad and the new feature.
Anyone who's afraid of mass surveillance or privacy is kind of sounding the alarm that, like, hey, do you really want your neighbors, cameras to be able to activate and identify you or anyone?
He says the feature's reunited about a dog a day with its owner. You can hear the whole interview at KTAR.com. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
I have to say, I also heard something about it won't find cats, and now there's people very upset about it, not including the cats.
Just the dogs.
Right, just the dogs. In sports, the Phoenix Suns are back on the court tonight taking on the Dallas Mavericks. Catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM with tip-off set for 7 o'clock. And also at 7, the ASU Sun Devils play host to Oklahoma State. You can hear that game on ESPN 620 AM. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
Becky Lynn, I caught up with Ford Hatchett a little bit earlier today. He's down in Tucson in the Catalina foothills outside of Nancy Guthrie's home, and he's been pretty busy today.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there was a lot going on. Obviously, the video, which we talked about, and the images that were released of this person who authorities aren't calling a suspect, but walks like a duck and talks like a duck.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it's a guy wearing gloves and a ski mask and a backpack with a gun. In the middle of the night outside of Nancy Guthrie's home in what authorities did say was, before she was taken. So sure looks like a suspect to me. But in addition to that, he's reporting tonight that the amount in that Bitcoin account that has been put in there is in the hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, that's the whole activity around the Bitcoin. Yesterday was the ransom deadline, supposedly.
Of $6 million.
$6 million.
And you say $6 million, and what's interesting is
6 million Bitcoin.
No, so $6 million, but a number of people were drawing attention to the fact that the ransom note said USD, which indicated to them that that's probably somebody who's not in the United States, because we just say what you just did.
Yes.
Dollars. We don't say 6 million US dollars. We just say $6 million.
That is a good point.
So, but Thursday night, that demand was 4 million USD.
Right.
But now we know hundreds of dollars are in there. So is that the Guthries who put that in there?
I don't know. Or someone else trying to start a fund to help it out. I don't know. It's not very much when they were asking for 6 million USD. So I guess, that's still to come.
And beyond that as well, we've got, Ford Hatchett saw a javelina today right outside the Guthrie home, and also had an encounter with a Domino's pizza driver who walked right up to Nancy Guthrie's front door as well.
Yeah, a lot of things going on down there, some strange, and we're just going to keep covering it, and we hope that we're going to find Nancy Guthrie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, coming up...
Phoenix City Council moving forward on some pushback to ICE operations, but a community organization says not enough. I'm Balin Overstoles.
We're going to talk with Balin in just a few minutes, and we'll get another check on traffic for you, too. KTAR News Time now is 6:33.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Hey, Eric, you know Valentine's Day is right around the corner, right?
Yeah, I do, and that generally means I'm in trouble.
No, I was actually thinking about our customers.
You're always thinking about our customers, babe.
That's kind of our thing here at Precision Air and Plumbing. So instead of chocolates or flowers that don't last, I think we should do something for the Valley they'll really appreciate.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Air conditioning. I think we should keep the best offer of the year going.
You know what? I think you're right.
Babe, I'm always right. Now tell them about that offer.
I walked right into that one. For the month of February, Precision Air and Plumbing is offering 50% off new AC units.
Now that's a great way to show our customers some love.
Make the precision decision today and get 50% off new AC units. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC or go to precisionairandplumbing.com.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
It's Gatos. He says he wants to shut the entire... It's Gatos. He says he'll shut the entire country down if Trump messes with the midterms. We'll talk to that man at 2:05. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It's 6:37. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn.
We are very excited to have our very own Ballon Oversouls in studio tonight, and he's going to tell us a little bit about a story that he's been working on today. And all across the country, ICE and the efforts they've been making to deport seemingly as many people as they can has been a topic of conversation and rioting and just all kinds of discussion, including right here in Phoenix, where there's been a great deal of concern that things are getting ready to ramp up here. So today, Phoenix City Council met, and they were working to develop a transparency initiative in case of a large-scale immigration operation in Phoenix. You were there.
Yep.
Tell us what you heard.
Yeah. So the city of Phoenix, they have moved forward on some potential policy today. So to be clear, they didn't vote on anything for final approval. Nothing became a city ordinance today. What they did is they directed city staff within 45 days to come back with some potential rule changes for the city. And those rule changes would be two things. First, preventing ICE from staging for operations, setting up for operations on city-owned property, anything from buildings to parks. And that was a major thing that they focused on. But the other is also drafting an ordinance that allows the city to collect data on ICE. So if ICE is conducting operations within the city, Phoenix just wants to have a better sense of what's happening with the specific individuals that they're interacting with. And there is a concern from Mayor Gallego especially that there could be instances of people's civil rights being violated or even criminal conduct from ICE agents. So the city wants to be able to collect data and really just monitor the agency within the city jurisdiction.
How would they collect that data?
Right now we aren't totally sure. That's part of what city staff are going to be doing over the next 45 days. One, it's seeing, is this legal? Is there a legal pathway for the city to do this? What that will look like, how much it could cost the city, and that will be presented to the city council within about a month and a half for final approval and for community input.
KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstol is joining Becky Lynn and I tonight here on Arizona's Evening News. Some council members, Bowen, had concerns that immigration authorities violated civil rights. Do we know which council members those were and specifically how they feel ICE has violated civil rights to this point?
Yeah, we definitely heard that from Mayor Kate Gallego referencing some of the protests, I believe, outside of the ZIPS operations we saw a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So ICE agents coming in and targeting all 14, I believe, locations of the ZIPS sports grills and conducting enforcement operations there. Mayor Gallego mentioned that somebody was, I believe, pepper sprayed, but she didn't necessarily see a reason why that force was used. So she threw out, is this possibly a criminal act? And, she wasn't pitting that specific situation to a criminal act, but I think she was trying to illustrate there are examples where ICE agents may be overstepping their authority, and that's what she and some other city leaders want to have a better sense of.
Now, let's play a little bit of sound from the meeting today.
Any opposed, please say nay. I'm a nay. I'm a nay. Motion carries. The motion carries. We are adjourned.
All right, that was the end of the meeting, obviously. A little unruly, some chanting going on, a lot of commotion. Who was that? Was it that way all through the meeting?
It almost was. So the meeting began with a bit of a presentation from Phoenix Police. We learned a little bit, really basic information about law enforcement, reiterating what we hear from Phoenix all the time, which is that Phoenix Police's job is not to enforce federal immigration law. They don't really wear masks in general. So they were trying to convey to the public that the issues you might have with ICE may not exist at the Phoenix Police Department level. Then it transitioned into talking about, okay, city leaders are going to discuss these possible ideas I've mentioned, the data collection, barring ICE from using city property. And it was during that discussion, specifically when Councilwoman Betty Guardado said she was talking about it's the job of a city to protect people's rights, seemingly expressing support for these ideas, when we started hearing loud shouting from pretty much the entirety of the public. There was members of the community there organized by a local advocacy group called Poder in Action. They were sort of organizing the community presence to this. Mm-hmm. And once the shouting started, it didn't stop for the rest of the meeting, to the point where council members just had to stop their discussion. In fact, and this was really rare, the members of the public were just yelling out towards the dais, towards the mayor, and they were letting the public speak. All the city council meetings I cover, if there is somebody speaking out of order, it is gavelled down, it is yelled out, it is get out of here, that kind of thing. But to the city's credit, in what was a kind of a chaotic situation, they did seem to attempt to hear these members of the public out in a very informal sort of just sudden attempt there. Then they went to recess, came back, and as soon as they came back, a motion was made to pass these. There wasn't any more discussion. You heard in the clip you played someone saying, I have questions. I want to clarify. I vote no on this. That was Councilwoman Laura Pastor. And quite frankly, based on covering her in the past, I don't know if she's abjectly opposed to this. I think she just wanted to ask questions, but the community was yelling over it. So it was hard to have that conversation. And so it sort of just got pushed through really quick at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Bowen Overstolz, our KTAR News reporter, joins us here. Bowen, I understand that the public's not happy. Obviously, we heard it in the clip that we just played right there. They're shouting over this meeting as it happens. But I mean, do they also understand that you're dealing with Phoenix Police here? Phoenix Police obviously doesn't want to skirmish with federal authorities if ICE does have some kind of operation here in the Valley. What is the public's realistic expectation if there is a large-scale immigration operation here in the Valley for what Phoenix Police could do? Because the options seem somewhat limited, too. Yeah. You're not going to have local authorities clashing with federal authorities.
Yeah, and I also, this goes a little bit beyond Phoenix Police, too. Obviously, Phoenix Police is a big part of this, but what the community and what I'll touch on in a moment also just touches on other city services and aspects of the city, just to clarify. But, I mean, I did ask Isabel Garcia, co-director of Poder in Action, what do you want? And she said that what they're asking for is this for the city to fund a deportation law defense. So situations where somebody may be grabbed by ICE in our local area, some sort of fund to help them legally defend themselves. They want the ban on ICE using city-owned property, so a point of agreement there. The city did move forward on that, again emphasizing that has not become a city rule. That was just directed to be drafted up as a potential rule to be voted on at a future time. But, we're seeing the same thing there from the community organization in the city. They also went on to ask for a prohibition of suppression of protesters. So, yes, we're back on Phoenix Police there, and quite frankly, a little bit detached from the ICE situation a bit. Obviously, there's a lot of protests in relation to ICE, but that doesn't necessarily directly impact immigration enforcement like a lot of the conversation is. They're asking for the end arrest to deportation pipeline. We do know people arrested by Phoenix Police end up in Maricopa County jails. Maricopa County has an agreement with DHS that allows ICE to go into those jails and place retainers on people. And the city's been clear in the past that that's not an agreement that Phoenix has with DHS. That's an agreement the county has. Phoenix uses the county's jails. So just clarifying that.
Was this brought up any more about the detention warehouse that brought up? That's out in Goodyear, I think.
Yeah, it's in Surprise, right?
Surprise, yeah. And it wasn't brought up here. I mean, I think there was an attempt to be a little bit focused on specifically what the city of Phoenix can do.
Okay.
Last request from the community is for the city to cut ties with business that supports ICE. So I think you see a combination of some actionable things, like maybe creating a fund for legal defense. Okay,
yeah.
Wrap your head around that. Cutting ties with businesses that support ICE, I think a little bit more, I don't know how exactly that works in a policy setting,
So what are next steps here from City of Phoenix's standpoint?
Next steps, our city staff will be drafting up these potential ordinances over the next 45 days. We're still on the first day, so they'll be drafting these, and then it'll come back to the Phoenix City Council for community input and a final vote. I'm sure we'll be hearing again from the Put Air in Action side and probably other community organizations. And yeah, we'll see what the city decides to do. It's hard to know fully because the conversation was cut so short today, and there was not an open.
A little bit unruly.
Yeah, a little bit. So it's a little bit hard to know exactly what everybody's specific beliefs and thoughts on this were. But yeah, in about 45 days, the city will be considering these for actual ordinances that will go into effect.
And we will expect and count on you, Ballin, to bring us all the information as it happens. Ballin Overstolz, KTAR reporter. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky and Joe, thank you. I want to remind everyone again, in Goodyear, the exit ramp that was temporarily closed is now partially open but restricted to right turns only. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound at Litchfield Road, again partially open, restricted to right turns only. Tempe with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. Tempe with a vehicle fire reported. Loop 101 Pima Freeway northbound near Rio Salado Parkway. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 59 degrees, high in the mid-70s tomorrow. Right now in Goodyear, 71 degrees. Cloudy skies, but a clear path to buying a home with Buyer Hunt. Get a minimum $10,000 cash back when you buy any home in Arizona. Visit buyerhunt.com.
Coming up, we're getting word of some new developments as we speak out of Tucson tonight in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Less than 5 minutes away for more on that story coming up.
Our partners at Arizona Talks invite you to celebrate Arizona statehood and the American experiment. An evening of civic dialogue and reflection this Thursday at 5:30 at Western Spirit Museum in Scottsdale. Learn more and register by going to the contest page at KTAR.com. KTAR News Time, 647.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Win winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
We all want the confidence to spend more and make memories in retirement. Here's Greg Ayler talking about the impact that made on his parents.
My mom's a school teacher. My dad was a factory worker. So they lived their lives very responsibly and some would say frugally. She takes the entire family and the grandkids down to the islands for New Year's. I tell you what, they talk about that trip every time I see them.
Join Greg Ayler for a different look at retirement. Sunday mornings at 11 here on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
LaDonna here. Imagine you find your dream home and then you move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no weird coordinating. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When was the last time you showed your water heater a little love? Today, Tuesday, February 10th, is the perfect day. That's because Any Hour Services is having a one-day sale for KTR listeners, saving you $120. A lot of people don't realize that your water heater actually needs yearly maintenance. You can roll up your sleeves and try it yourself, or just let one of our plumbers handle it for you. Normally, a complete flush and service runs $149, but if you call today and mention this ad, you'll get your water heater tuned up for just $29. That's $120 savings. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now at 602-613-0003. Regular maintenance can extend the life of your water heater and help it deliver hot water faster. Plus, our licensed plumbers service all brands. So if it's been more than a year since your last flush and service, don't wait. Lock in your savings and book your $29 water heater tune-up today. Call Any Hour Services at 602-613-0003. You can Google Any Hour Services or go straight to anyhourservices.com to schedule online.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. And we're seeing numerous reports that sheriff's deputies have been canvassing the neighborhood where Annie Guthrie lives. She's the sister of Savannah Guthrie and the daughter of the missing Nancy Guthrie. At this point, no details on what, if anything, they might have found. Also, some reports tonight of activity in the Bitcoin wallet that was listed in the ransom notes sent to media outlets in the aftermath of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance more than a week ago. Our television partners at ABC 15 are among those confirming the reports, and it appears there are a few $100s in that wallet now. More details throughout the evening at KTAR.com and the KTAR News app. Got some stories for me tonight, Joe?
I sure do, Becky Lynn.
Right.
We're going to go back and forth right now on a few stories that didn't make the cut in our news volley. Arizona State Senator T.J. Shope has sponsored legislation that would prohibit new parties from using the language independent, unaffiliated, no party, no preference, party not designated, or decline to state in their names. So this is all about the No Labels Party and the Arizona Independent Party. Yeah. So existing parties wouldn't be able to change their names like the No Labels Party did. They'd have to go through a much longer process of starting an entirely new political party. Becky Lynn, I want you to come up with a better name for me than the Arizona Independent Party.
Was that originally what No Labels was? And then it became the Arizona Independent Party?
No, I think it was No Labels, and then it became the Arizona Independent Party.
That's what I mean. So, so obviously not technically independent.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were wanting to register as independent, that would not be it.
Correct.
Right, because you can actually register as independent.
Or you can register Arizona Independent Party, which was No Labels.
That's right. which was confusing. Now, you're wanting a better name than Arizona Independent Party, but it can't be party not designated. Can it be something like the Arizona?
It can be whatever you want. That's the beautiful part of it.
The Arizona whatever we want at this minute party.
There you go.
How about that?
I like that.
Yeah. Arizona, you make it up party.
Arizona, you make it up party.
Honestly.
There you go.
Ridiculous.
Hey, how's that any different than the Green Party?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the Purple Party. I mean,
the Purple Party. That's okay.
There
we can
you
go with that.
The Purple
The
Party.
Purple Party. You got it, Joe.
I
The
just
Arizona
stumbled
Purple
into
Party.
that.
That's right. Okay. Now, despite it having been illegal to hold a cell phone while driving here for the last few years, you do know that, Joe, right?
Well, I was
Yeah.
doing it last night, but yes, I do know that.
There's a new report from the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety that says things like scrolling, texting, and swiping while driving have not gotten any better. Joe, what will it take for Arizonans to put their phones down and focus on the road?
I don't think anything will make Arizonans do this. For it to happen, there would have to be a serious effort by law enforcement to pull people over who actually do it. I wasn't texting, scrolling, swiping the other night, but I did have my phone in my hand, and an officer drove by, and I thought for sure I was going to get in trouble.
You had your phone up?
I had my phone up. I had
gee.
my phone here. I wasn't looking at it, but I had it in my hand, and I thought for sure they're going to drive right by, and they're going to see this, and I'm going to get at the very least pulled over and yelled at.
I was going to say, is the phone a pull-overable offense, or does it not have to be something else first?
Well,
I can't
see,
remember.
now I believe if they see you,
they can
on the
pull you
phone, they
over.
can pull you over for it.
So,
but the thing too is I don't think. Look, I know officers don't want people to crash too, but I don't think they also want to be pulling every person over who's doing something on their phone and to spend all their time being cell phone enforcement. I know
That's true.
cops have a lot on their hands that they have to deal with.
I find, honestly, it's less distracting to have a phone right here. Not that I do this often.
Yeah.
But than it is on the dashboard that now has everything. And I'm trying to figure out which button do I go to turn the radio up or down or change the air conditioning, or you know what I mean? That to me is the same thing. And I wish the cars would just go back to, I can feel the button, and that's what I need to
So I think the only way that we would be able to change this is if we actually had a special enforcement team in Arizona that said, hey, they're on cell phone enforcement, and they're out there on the roads, and if they see you doing something, they will pull you over.
Yeah,
that's what it would take.
That's not going to happen. I'm
don't
pretty
think
sure
so.
it's not. Well, coming up tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, we'll have more on the very latest on the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the day after the FBI released surveillance images of a potential suspect in the case.
He looked like somebody who was almost like, yeah, I think I'm going to do this, and went and did it.
Former Mesa Police Detective Matt Browning and the rest of us now trying to figure out what it all means. Also, how about this? A closer look at cloud seeding. You know what cloud seeding is?
Vaguely.
Well, it's how it could bring more water to our state, maybe. Some testing's already taken place in Pinal County. It's a very high-tech process, and there's quite a bit of science behind it. We're going to learn more tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News. Joe, it has been kind of a nutty day.
It's been very, very hectic, very busy.
It's been very, very hectic. We've learned a lot. So I want to leave you with something kind of fun.
What do you got?
Okay.
What in the world?
It's not a duck. Kind of sounded like one. There's a new addition at the Wildlife World Zoo family.
Is it a duck with gas?
It's an endangered baby pygmy hippo. That was a baby hippo.
Okay.
Currently on display at the Wildlife World Zoo and Aquarium out in the West Valley. The zoo president, Christy Hayden, joined Mike Broomhead on his show today and says the pygmy hippo is rarely seen in the wild. And even the parents look like miniatures.
People think that the adults are babies. So if you can even imagine a tiny little 20-pound size hippo, it's just too much for comprehension, really.
Now, Hayden adds the baby female hippo does not yet have a name, so visitors will get the chance to vote on a name. If you want to go out to the zoo, you can cast your vote by scanning the QR code in front of the Pygmy Hippo exhibit and let them know what you think this baby Pygmy Hippo should be named.
I like Bippo or Pippo.
Bippo the hippo.
So, or Pygmy Hippo or Baby Hippo.
You can get more. It should be something that sounds.
Something that sounds like that?
Something that goes with that. I don't know. I would never have guessed that was a hippo. But anyway, I'm kind of wanting to go see it now. Wildlife World Zoo. Go vote.
Hey, the Chad Benson Show is up next after the latest national headlines. More news always on KTAR.com, on our app, and on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Have a great night, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
KTAR-FM.